flying convention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
fuga, vai! Então fuga, vai! Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Tá? Então fuga, vai! Então fuga, vai! Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
Well, if you thought we were done, baby, we are just getting started. Welcome to Verizon Valorant Game Changers. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Riot and Wyatt on the desk.
Save some of these off of that, Zach. Oh, what?
No. Is that legal? SRG floods in. Oh, they're meeting the same fate. Oh, it's happening again. Deja vu.
I have to hard anchor this side. I have two avenues to manage, so.
Nice job to get the off-line. Huge play, but Starbound's going to get it. Knives do not come out. It's just going to be the updraft there. As it was hoping to be both protecting the back side of sight. Now, SRG.
I swear it was 4.02. The dimensional drift is out, but that allows Bunny to try and take a 1v1. No.
Wadada find a win on Ascent. Actually,
Pre-fire.
their life.
Allow Water to flood back in, like we're not seeing Bunny be do up. No more Sova either. X-stab brewing from Noya as the constant divide comes in. It might not be enough.
Dips on the wall. They're doing double peaks on the wall together, jumping back and forth, swimming between dimensions, and Lydia gets the 3K. SRG to finally pull the way off another round. It's the double peak. Ball identifying a quick 1v1. Noye read by SRD. Here is in front of them, and that's all they have to shoot. 1-2. Noya finds a few there. Spike still going down as they're trying to pressure and flood back in. And timing gain by SRG as they sweep Wadada off their feet. Oh my god. SRG are quite in control of Breeze right now. Coming from mid, quick power pixel getting killed. Shopify Rebellion Gold will find the win across this series.
Have to catch up a player. Here's where the Fox got pick on at Avery.
Oh man, Jackson has stayed safe for now. Here's the jump, finds the first many more. Yes, two. Third in the way. Able to get the third, but Fuel out. Of Luna Fox's position. Work out. There's the first. Addison going quickly. Wide and just trying to take away the space. Finds one on the run back and more.
Madison using the shorty to end the game.
The site. Kirk can only do so much. Leave Madison by themselves. Has a bit of a lineup. Looking for the double up. There it is. One more. Connecting, but Madison's running out of ammo. No, back to the rifle. Right there trying to defend. There's a steel guard able to shut down the knives before Madison able to get the weapon to the line. And here comes the isolation, or is it? Position to where they kind of did make a choice. Because Oasis. Otter just looking to commit forward. What in the hell is that? What an absolute thrilling map. All things told, Sen Otters move on. Catface, unfortunately, they're eliminated.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Verizon Game Changers North America main event. Aren't you just a little bit juiced up after that intro? That song was absolutely fire. We had some sick games going down yesterday. I'm Ender here on the desk with Gompers and Athena, and I have some very simple questions for both of you. Are you ready for some Valorant today?
Absolutely, I am.
Holy
Gompers,
smokes.
you ready?
I'm always ready. I'm always ready.
All right, good. I hope everyone in the chat is ready too, because if this bracket is anything, or if today is anything like this bracket was, we're in for some absolute chaos. My eyes instantly go to the very top left corner of the screen, Athena, where Shopify got knocked down into the lower bracket to begin with, and then yesterday played a finals matchup in elimination style versus Wadada.
Yeah, this has to be the most insane GC bracket that we've seen ever, period. Because the amount of insane clutches that were coming out from these games, and you're seeing a team like Shopify Rebellion Gold actually dropping to lowers. It is kind of insane that I'm saying that. And as you said, it was like a finals game, SRG versus Wadada. These two teams have made it to finals, I think almost every single time, or at least third place maximum placement. So it's insane to see that Wadada actually got eliminated. But then you look at the bottom of lower round 2 as well, and all these games look so much more interesting as well. It's kind of insane.
Yeah, we have a lot of org representation here, even today, like Ghost Gaming versus the Sen Otters down in the lowers for another elimination match. And of course, Gompers, there's also FlyQuest Red versus Blue up in the upper finals, little rainbow matchup there to see who's going all the way to the finals.
Yeah, and that one seems like a very exciting match, especially with recent performances from both of these teams. You know, we've seen improvement from the Swiss stage. Obviously, I'm seeing a lot more aggression come through from Swim. Their duelist is absolutely killing it of Sleepy Aria in their recent performance, too, going 40 and 26, which is insane with 6 first kills. So I do feel like both these teams have earned their spot in that upper semifinals match.
Yeah, now, of course, we are going to be dealing with eliminations continuing today. We're not getting to the upper bracket just yet. First up, we're going to have Ghost Gaming and Sen Otters going after it. And again, this is a situation where both these teams, you know, very nearly could have been going deeper in the upper bracket. Ghost Gaming were the ones that had the big upset over Shopify Rebellion. But we are going to get a chance to dive in now and look at these teams. Because for Ghost Gaming, again, taking down Shopify Gompers was a major start to this bracket run.
It was, and it was kind of surprising. You know, when you think of Shopify, you think of a team that is honestly the tank of Game Changers, especially with recent performances, consistently going to that World Championship. So it was, I wouldn't say a surprise. You know, everyone's been working really, really hard, but for Ghost Gaming, you know, that's a big level up. You know, you've now moved on in the upper bracket, but then they did get you know, shot down by FlyQuest Red, right? Another tank team, but just being able to be in that position was really astounding, and I think that puts Ghost at a different level here in this lower bracket, because it's not, oh, you know, we got bumped down. It's just an unfortunate series of events where we really just weren't feeling it that day.
And Athena now, with this team, how they were performing, they were able to unfortunately get knocked out by FlyQuest. But Marceline is a player that I think has been really stepping up to the plate recently and overperforming.
Oh, yeah, Marceline has been absolutely phenomenal to watch. I think this player has just kind of been around for so long as this insane duelist that has consistently gotten these frags. And I think the biggest thing for me is when watching her play this Neon is the aggression. Constantly going for those first kills, constantly being the first person into sight, which, yes, is in that role, but just being really aggressive and not shying down even when they're getting shut down. And I think that's one of the main things that they actually pulled out against Shopify Rebellion to win that game, because they went something like 11 and 10 in first kills, first deaths, but they always made the space for their team.
Yeah, Marceline was a huge, honestly, impact for this team, and I agree that just able to be so incredibly aggressive and not be afraid of anything, even in their most recent match that they had played against FlyQuest, it was always Marceline not caring about that util that was supposed to be that choke point hold, and they were consistently flying in, you know, with any source of utility they could. So I think Marceline overall is just an absolute tank of a player. In their last game against Shopify Rebellion, you know, you saw 61 kills, 268 ACS, obviously carrying this team to victory. And, you know, I do feel like that version of Marceline was kind of lacking in their run against Fly. We didn't see that same level of support as we saw in that SRG game. And for them being such a proactive player, they also need someone right behind them to really allow that to flourish. So I love that we're able to highlight Marceline the way that we are.
Yeah, and I think when you're looking at that FlyQuest series, if you're able to discount the first map of Breeze, then all of a sudden those stats would look a lot better on the second. It was that one map where they were just really, really shut out. But that's going to be the challenge now presented to Sen Otters, is can you actually shut down Marceline, put a bad map into the mix? Because Sen Otters is also down here in the lower bracket. Of course, they got sent down immediately to that lower bracket, Myrna, but are coming off of the win versus Cafes.
Oh yeah, yesterday I was casting this game with Shift and it was such an insane game to watch, but this roster has so much potential. I think they've proven it time and time again, and there's a reason why Sen chose to partner up with this team, because every single player had their standout moments. And I think for me, when you're looking too at the names, they've been around for so long. You have players that have been playing in GC for almost 3 years, 4 years now, so it's so crazy. But I really want to kind of move forward and talk a little bit about yesterday's game, because we were casting that and there was an insane round ender where they were on a thrifty, they switched the round up, they won the round. It was this one. Oasis got 2 kills, a double kill with the Sheriff through that A main. And again, I need to specify, they were about to lose this match because this series, because they were they were up 1 point. They're about to lose this map and then go into the third map of the series, but they were on a thrifty. Oasis gets those 2 kills and instantly the round is flipped over on their back. They won that round, ended up winning the next round because obviously the other team is broke now off of that thrifty, and it was so insane to watch. It was so wild, and things were like that were happening all game too. I think there was like 4 thrifties that happened in that series. It was kind of insane.
Yeah, and I just want to pour one out for the 3 former Teddy Tactics players on the other side that got knocked out in that series. Absolutely tragic to watch them go down. But for Sen Otters, of course, they stay alive here in the lower bracket. Gompers. But I know you wanted to talk a little bit about the post-plant success for this team and how that's going to be a factor in today's matchup.
Yeah, this team is very strong, right? They're overall, I would say, a really good team and a hard team to kind of put themselves in the lower bracket, because I do feel like it's going to be harder for everyone else. But there is a weakness with every great team. There's always going to be a weakness. So their defensive post plants really just aren't cutting it, and I feel like in cohesion with this game that we're going to see, their attacking side has to be that level of strength that they really pull forward, because Marceline is going to absolutely disrupt any source of defensive changes that they're wanting to try here, or holds that they're going to really push for, especially with that 24% win percentage, right? So I think this is going to be such a great opportunity. Marceline is very adept to dying first, in the entry, but for a team that can't hold the site as proactively as they want to for Sen Otters, I think it creates a different perspective where Marceline can stay alive longer. And now we're getting onto the site on this defensive round, and we're allowing this disruptive player to disrupt and gain even more space, which is absolutely deadly. So, really focusing on just trying to close that gap as soon as they can, I think is going to be a really big win condition for Sen Otters. But then you see 72% win percentage, right, on their attacking half. And I think that in itself is really showcasing, depending on what side Sen Otters want to play for, that could be the win it or lose it.
I really wonder if Sen Otters are going to change anything up like crazy, because yesterday when we were watching them, like you said, they were really far back a lot on their defensive side, and they were enabling all that space. But I do have to wonder if the reason they were playing like that is because on Ascent specifically, the other comp for the other team was a double Senti. They knew that once they got into that site, it was a little bit easier for them to hold the choke points, and they didn't have to use that much util in order to fight them. So I'm really hoping they come in today, like you said, with a little bit of a different game plan for me for Sen Otters, because they need to be a little bit more aggressive. We need to see that space being taken and a little bit more map control from them.
Well, I think that that game plan is going to start in being determined with what maps we go to, right? That's, of course, what's going to be happening. We've got Pearl starting it off. Looks like Sen Otters want to go there. But finally, it will be the Ascent in the finish, Myrna. The one you were highlighting there. We'll see if the ideas come a little bit different. But these are pretty common maps. Sen Otters just yesterday, they played the Pearl and the Ascent and ended up going down. Gompers, what do you sort of make of these picks coming in?
Yeah, I'm a bit afraid of the Pearl pick for for Sen Otters, you know, in recent performances. I do think that they are, again, a very, very good team, but with their defensive kind of positioning, I don't think it really withstands anything. I also think they kind of spread themselves out a little too much with the Astra here. In regards to consistently having every single article of util down so early on and then kind of lacking that for that defensive pressure. I do think their attack is once again really, really great hold, but for Ghost Gaming and their sort of composition they typically run here, it's also really easy to cancel that out, and they're not one to really, you know, go to that pressure and follow that. They like to be calm, collected, and very, very traditional with their stance here. So yeah, I'm kind of hoping, depending on what we see, it might be different.
Ooh, I like this. So actually, I really wanted to talk about the Ghost Gaming Neon, and I think this makes sense because we highlighted Marceline, Khaleesi now, and for me, Ghost Gaming on defense is really good because they really good at taking aggressive control towards those mains, and I think that's what we're gonna see a little bit here, especially with Evil Eli on that Phoenix, setting themselves up for success. For me, agreeing with what Gomper said with Otters, they were spread out a lot, especially on their attack side. It felt like when they should have just grouped and gone together, they tended to split up at times that I didn't really understand. But I think now with Oasis on that jet, maybe setting up for a little bit more aggression towards that A main, because they're not playing against that cat-faced team that they played against yesterday that was just giving them all of that space. It might be a little bit easier for them. But either way, double duelist means we're always going to have a fun matchup.
Yeah, I agree. I think having that extra set of Oasis also being incredible on the jet here, starting off in the attack, is going to give them as many rounds as possible. Invert being able to play onto this Phoenix and really utilize that run it back as they have been in previous games. I feel like that was a level of confidence that we really need to see in Sen Otter. So I think the Phoenix gives them that extra leeway as to where, you know, they're guaranteed rounds a little bit more, you know, as we continue.
Well, I like what I'm seeing from these two teams already, and it's time to actually get this underway. We're going to send it over to our casters for our first elimination matchup of the day.
Thank you so much, Ender. Yes, we only have 6 teams remaining in playoffs, and well, 2 more will be eliminated today as we get through our first match of this lower bracket bands, and it's good old Pearl.
Pearl is going to be a fun one too, because I'm also surprised that it's Sentinels that's picking up this map. I think they didn't have like the best of results the first time they played, then they wanted to play the comfort picks, and also bringing in Invert most recently as the sub, playing against Catface was putting absolute high numbers on this Phoenix. So I think they're trying to just leverage off that. But the comp in itself with a KJ, you don't really see that being played as much anymore here, going into the current meta of Pearl. But maybe because of the Neon changes most recently, you could slowly step away from the Vise. But if you're looking at like the VCTs or whatnot, even players like, for example, Kiko of Energy most recently went back from KJ to Vice to play. So we'll see if there's going to be a comp difference going on with it. But so far, at least it'll have to be into the teamwork for Sen Otter starting off here on the attack side. Looking for a very slow control towards the middle to start and just try to break util at the very beginning.
I've liked Siri on the chamber before. It's not, you don't put like a ton of hours into it, but when it does show up, it's gonna have an impact. And well, you gotta try and hold back this tidal wave. Oh, the jet dashes past you, teleport back, but still within arm's reach. Will be able to fade back behind the smoke. So Sen Otters have infiltrated, really liking the pathing towards mid and clear out through main. So once this plant goes down, probably try to fall back. They don't have anything from Avery. They'll have the turret set up on the post plane as well. They can play contact, but on this flank, May has to hold back yet another wave. Now the concuss is going to affect things, but look at this bailout. The teamwork is really what's making the dream work. Invert, that super sub coming in for Sen Otters, 3K, and now needs to close it out with Oasis against Eli. 1v1 to determine it seems, but Invert closed it out with 4.
A great start as well, 2 orbs away of getting the ultimate, and you already see here the pain points of having this KJ in your composition. A little bit of lady luck, should I say, when you saw this triple flame coming out from one side of Ghost Gaming. That alarm bot wasn't even activated because Madison was moving with the rest of her team to try to execute towards this B site, which then means you can really move through, but you kind of went into Astral Form right above the alarm bot, and at the same time, you had 3 players rotating back from Sen Otters on the post plant, so they should have continued to walk contact. I think they would have had an opportunity here for Ghost Gaming to have a little bit more of a surprise. That said, that forces them to go onto an eco. You see a Bandit coming out as well as Silent Stack for Ghost Gaming into this B side. You still see the same type of like Sari holding that B side, playing and showing herself a little bit more. So if she TP's out, there's at least 3 players to support on the crossfire. But Sen Otters, they understand this. There's going to be a stack somewhere, and there's going to be maybe a push somewhere, a trap play. So they're just using their util and making sure that the ones that have to move to clear out space are moving as a group. So they go for the triple push, they grab the orb, and they're in prime position right now in the second wave at the mid mark of this round.
Just for that pistol to be as close as it was, and of course your Phoenix being the one that grabs all of those kills, that's massive to get the run it back into round 3. This is how Sen Otters are going to have even more of a boon to try and convert that bonus. You know, depending on some shenanigans. I know our desk was very much looking forward to this match just based on game changers. Can really throw you for a loop on really just turning around all your expectations. So Sen Otters, once they've collected an orb on one side of the map, they're now going to leverage
30 seconds left.
these Guardians, of course the Outlaw, to watch over. Keeping a keen eye as soon as that orb does get tapped, see if there's a reaction. And now it seems like things are suspiciously quiet, but watch out for this curveball from Eli, and the Prowler will push them off the angle. It's an exchange though. And despite that Prowler being there, there's an ultimate clapback from the duelists of Ghost in that back hallway. So some really good damage being done, despite having just bandits and pistols. It's a 1v1, 7 HP versus 20. Vanita's hoping to give the thrifty, and Ghost pull it off.
Oof. A little bit off kilter there for Sen Otters trying to scale back into their B site. Again, they were working everything very calmly to making sure that they're grabbing all their orbs, but they're taking too much of their time. At some point, you needed to have an early activation from Oasis walking down that B line just to make sure so they could find out that there's an actual stack or not. Even if they give their life away, it's still information to say, actually, there's 3 players over on this B side. Let's just continue to pivot and pressure over A where we have soft side. But you played with too much caution and no information that you walked into a beautiful pop flash from Eli, and then a full swing coming out from Ghost Gaming, and it actually just demolished Sen Otters trying to go for that plant on that B site. So an eco round that will come out here for Sen Otters, and the orbs that you picked up, the ults that were supposed to be available for this round for Invert, will be nullified to the next round.
Just being enclosed in such a small area because of the Astra smokes kind of did isolate Sen Otters and broke up the team play that they're so well known for. And now in mid, I'm gonna have to go through Art. Depending on, I'm gonna have a concuss or something off the stars. You don't even need it. Eli just floors 2. And Sen Otters are gonna be sent behind even more. Now it's the Sheriffs that ideally want to hold an angle, but Ghost is sitting very pretty after that thrifty.
Definitely looks like it's going to be a battle of the Phoenixes so far in recency bias, right? Only 2 rounds were played, but both Eli and Invert are popping off so far. Both of them will have their running back for the next round, which will be a pivotal one, a big swing round where both teams would want to leverage the running back a little bit more for takes and retakes, depending on what side. A plant would be good, at least for Sen Otters, as they're walking in contact, just trying to silently make it in. And there you go, confirmed for the plant. Nice little pick by May, though.
1 enemy remaining.
That's good damage. Wait, May is popping heads. Holy. Man, something about these GC shares keep you on the edge of your seat until the round is officially over. But for Ghost Gaming to be as stoic as they were to pull off the thrifty on a retake of all things, and then to still pull through on another round, giving now you have the battle of 2 run-it-backs. We're in for pretty much earned that after round 2, and now Eli after that pivotal round. That's going to be what could be proactive about Ghost, or could play for the retake.
Kind of had a what if, and you wish you would have had that plant though from Avery, who they got off the spike plant when May started getting some picks. I think that would allow for them to get maybe some full shields for those players that are playing half shields. So Sari in this round with the Outlaw could definitely do some damage if Ghost is able to push the opponent's back here from the A line.
First run it back on the approach here. Now a lot of space, it's a battle, but Otters, or Oasis I should say, goes unnoticed. But that Khaleesi, queen pick now from Ghost, secures the spike. They have the wall up. The only thing that could salvage this for Sen Otters is Inver going unnoticed and Battison going towards spawn. It's all going to be about timing here. bit of push and pull as Invert may want to try and get some attention. Is definitely getting that from Eli as a run it back does expire. Addison still warming around, but Sari suspected something. Love that read out of Ghost. Now the win conditions are gone for St. Otters, and it's a 3-round win streak for Ghost.
And you'd think it'd be overkill here to use the run it back currently on a 4 versus 2, but it's nice for them to know what information they can gather. Clearing art, looking at the jump up, they don't see anybody there, so the avenues would probably be back towards A main or towards spawn, so that allows Ghost Gaming to be a little bit more proactive off the information that Eli gets. And it looks like you had Sari at the right spot to get the backstab kill to Madison, but I got to do a little bit of a praise here onto Marceline, aka Khaleesi, for that mowdown. You know, a fun fact that we were talking about when we were looking at the Swiss stage was that Marceline was getting coached by Sleepy Aria to perfect the Neon. But now that we're currently playing with the Neon nerfs, that movement and mobility is not going to be as big as a factor anymore. So it really still comes down to some heavy firepower that Marceline definitely brings.
And Marceline got praise from people like Cryo and Asuna when she played in that Spotlight series. So top talent continues to thrive. Will be suppressing St. Otters into the middle of the map. This is a very scary position, especially with your spikes sitting there and you basically have ghosts. But for St. Otters, this is going to be a long-term project. And here is the swing out. Khaleesi trying to heat up, but thinking that St. Otters have abandoned the post. Khaleesi did not find her moment there.
Yeah, thinking she could also do an easy slide tackle versus Sheriffs, but unfortunately could connect the shot, but does some good damage onto Avery, who forfeits the Phantom over to the hands of Oasis, and they're going to try to work together here. This is still an eco round for St. Otters. That previous round was an important round that we talked about. This swing round was going to break the econ here, or make it for St. Otters if they were able to convert the round or not. Which then means now both of them are spotted and stalled, and the repositioning from Ghost is perfect as they're setting up this crossfire here. Contact will be on Eli, and then the swing should be coming in from backside.
Ooh, and that Stars gonna make that pathing even more difficult. Double swing out, and the Phantom is not able to do any more damage, so I'm gonna make it 4 in a row now for Ghost. And this is the Ghost Gaming roster that had that very surprising, and you call it an upset, call a spade, that upset win over SRG. The first team in ages to knock down the champs of GC to that lower bracket, which they are still hoping to get their revenge. And if Ghost Gaming pull this off, they may just encounter them. We'll see how today shakes out, because anything in Game Changers can happen. But right now, Ghost Gaming, they're finding a lot of success.
Yeah, if anything, St. Otters have to start shaking up the pressure that they're currently feeling here. This is an elimination matchup, and kind of, at least for the community, kind of surprised to see an organization under the Sentinels banner already in the lower brackets fighting for their survival. So Sari's trying to find some space. A little bit of a tuck from Battison, but ooh, Battison's able to escape.
Oh, really needing Avery in this too, with the Nightfall win con and just overall Prowler haunts. It's how you can get information from so far away or tucked around these corners, because dislodging Ghosts from this back B hallway has been such a nuisance, because it's usually Khaleesi or somebody who wins basically every duel. St. Otters, though, will be on the approach, and that's something they have to keep in mind. And maybe the Cosmic Divide may just seal off some angles that they find troublesome.
Yeah, that might be the desperate play just to try to get into a site for a plant.
Ooh, a bit of a shake there from Khaleesi, and she'll have time to readjust. And with the star up, St. Otters are now going to be delayed on that entry and going above and beyond, but unfortunately 6 feet under. St. Otters, they just can't get any space going or win any of these duels. Invert, 25 HP, nothing to heal themselves with. We'll just have to hope to keep the lineup, and that crosshair is broken. Beautiful flash there from Eli.
Yeah, and great communication coming out here for the side of Ghost Gaming and support, because Gia, when she dropped that grab well, when the exit was coming in from Blue Water, that actually stalled everything behind the dash from Oasis. So they were caught off. The flash got some value from Inverts, but they couldn't get their guns out because they were just stuck in the middle of that well, which then allowed Ghost Gaming to just swing out and take down some players that were full vulnerable. So an easy kill. Feels like now you're seeing a timeout potential here coming out from St. Otters, and gives me an opportunity to talk about what you were just trying to touch upon a couple of rounds ago here, Lemon Kiwi, about Ghost Gaming surprisingly where they're currently standing right now and going into this main event. Because yeah, Dark Horror Story, or Beautiful Story in the first place, I had a chance to meet with Fangs, one of the subs over at Ghost Gaming, with her and Sleepy Aria. They came over to the VCTs to watch the Americas matchup, and you know, she was just saying, hopefully we get a spot to be able to make it to the main event. They're like only one win away to be able to qualify, and suddenly the first matchup that they have to play against is Shopify Rebellion. So to be able to win that matchup brings you a lot of confidence to be able to go for a deep run in this main event for stage 2.
Speaking of deep runs, I mean, I really like this clash between Sari and Battison, because Sari is very much a brand new player to GC. First team was late last year, and Battison on the side of Sen Otters was one of Sari's first teammates on TV last year. So to go up against someone that, you know, probably inspired you and it was your first impression of what competitive play was like, and Sari continued to compete and now on a different team, is kind of what GC is all about. It is growth, evolution, and trying to build a career that you can prolong into other platforms and eventually into the VCTs. So Addison versus Sari there, and Sari's having a wonderful day on the chamber, 5-2, and will bring the up into this equation. And they've been pretty trusted with solo holding B, and worst case, you've had this Astra, you've had Gia right around the corner at all times.
So unfortunately, I tech pause now, so it wasn't really a timeout for Sen Honor so far, but definitely a great moment for them to start recuperating their senses a little bit. You know, usually in these moments, you can't really talk to your team. The coaches don't have the opportunity to talk to their players either, so there's no way for them to really talk about the next round, but at least it gives them a chance here to really reflect into micro fixing individually what they could really do here so far. Because again, I feel like if you're trying to come out with a lot of confidence with this composition here, Oasis, yes, is gonna have a very hard time playing the attack side. This is gonna be very normal to see a Jet just trying to dash in with today's meta and trying to get value. And if you look at what support Oasis is gonna have to get into the site, not too much, right? To be honest with you, because the Phoenix is probably just gonna flash close range between through the smokes, and there's nothing to really go for deep angles for the Jet to really play inside of her smoke and get some kills through that. So you're gonna need a little bit more teamwork right now from Sen Honors to maybe try to get better openers for Oasis.
And I've seen a lot of growth out of Oasis as a player. Was on the original Blue Otters core with May, like way before all the rest joined, and I actually played like a ton of Clove as like a unique quirk on a lot of maps that you wouldn't expect it. But this is a player that brings a lot of experience from LATAM, I believe, winning a GC1 main event with Akave. So then Oasis comes over to NA side of things and is now trying to be in the duelist shoes. And you know, GC rosters sometimes have a lot of interchanging roles. A lot of people start off on duelist and then eventually hone in on their specialties after that, and Oasis coming in as the duelist here, when that can change. Even someone like May used to be a duelist before moving on to the controller role, and Astra has a lot of plates to juggle and spin over there.
Yeah, so right now at least I have to commend how Ghost Gaming are really setting up their defense so far on this map of Pearl. I think they're doing an excellent job as well to give a lot of that responsibility that Siri is going to take over sites and hold sites to her own, while the rest are, I mean, just 2 rounds ago you saw a nice little 1-3-1 where Sen Honors for a couple of rounds from pistol to 3rd round they were trying to get a lot of street control. So Ghost Gaming wanted to challenge that right away, so they had 3 players playing towards that street, and then they just challenged it as soon as the Prowler came through, which is why Avery instantly got picked off. And then if you were going to try to push them away, then at least you still have Siri watching the A line, you still have a trademark watching art, and then you could sort of adapt as you go throughout the round and see where Sen Otters will be heading towards to. But at least from like the first read that you have in your macro against the setup of Sen Otters, they're doing a great job getting these first bloods.
Really are. And it's Ghost who could do a good job of kind of leveraging the chamber in this situation. Now being able to afford the op, which is so huge for a map like Pearl, especially on these long sight lines, and it could allow your other duelists to fight through art, which Eli and Khaleesi have had multi-kill moments. They're triple positive for a reason. And you have another run it back, just 1 orb faster than Invert, which could make all the difference. Now, obviously, it's the attacking Phoenix that will be taking the initiative and usually popping that first, but we'll see if Eli, now having that run it back, may proc a mid-fight. Well, that no one is really there for. So Sen Otters had a nightfall to rain down, do so with a bunch of stingers, and based on the placements of these smokes, I mean, Sen Otters would want to be able to take the site, but the defensive smoke makes Senators hesitate on how they cross and disrespect this defensive setup. At least the Stingers are doing damage up close, but the poke at a distance from Ghost is just tearing Senators apart. On this lower buy, this basically a thrifty from Senators. It's not going to be a miracle that happens in the Nightfall. Doesn't give him any advantages.
I love the buys as well. I mean, you're shutting down a half buy for Senators, so just trying to be very aggressive, trying to get a plant at least for rounds, orbs moving into the next round. But that Neon on an Odin is going to be a thorn to the side of a lot of players so far who's up against that rifle. But at the same time, I love that Evil Eli one more time using a run it back just to try to help the team to make sure that they not only guarantee rounds but are doing a good job cycling ults. And Eli's just fragging out their mind so far, so getting another ult probably is going to be in the cards for the next couple of rounds. So why the hell not?
Running back available from the offense this time, and those two ults didn't help Senators, but now this is time to make the most out of your rifle buy, and this doesn't get pulled off from Senators. I really worry about having to go back on another eco, and then you're still fighting this uphill battle with no equipment. Like you said, big purchases Odin up as Eli is starting to test the waters.
You should run.
Position does get revealed. Now, gonna be locked out of the site, and Eli is still front and center, and this is really scary. Some people could be detained. Now this opens up the site here for Senators.
Nice try too, but we'll talk about that in a sec. A full exit comes in from Senators right now, and they're trying to move it behind to run it back.
The concusses, the Astra is really pushing Ghost off these angles so they can't work off of each other, and Enver gets the information, and the rest of Senators get the execution, and the plant on top. Need this post plant to be ironclad. It should be in a 5 versus 2. It's not easy to push with the op, but Khaleesi already getting speedy with it. Tucked to the corner, finds the angle, but reinforcements taken down behind Khaleesi. So now just they continue to isolate these 1v1s. Senators have to give a lot of respect to this. The taps are really crazy from Khaleesi, but time is what's of the essence, and Senators are going to be playing their lives. As soon as the spike gets tapped, going to get attention, but this neon wall could cause some nerves here. Senators may just have to leave cover. No, they're going to stay really patient. Good decision at the end there from Avery, and Senators are on the board.
And good for Ghost Gaming to still try to go for a fight for that 2vx, because you're trying to make it expensive. Blue Otter or Senators have been having a hard time clinging some rounds together and keeping the economy straight, so this is going to be an expensive round going to the next one. Gravel slightly missed, but the idea was there. I think we saw a beautiful seize in the very beginning, though, to slow down the attack of Senators so that Eli could move to the right moment to try to get the Blaze Wall and Hot Hands onto the Killjoy ultimate just to deny the lockdown. But unfortunately, the Molly slightly missed, so they had to fall back and give up a lot of space. If not, they were already ready to be propped up for a fight. So a little bit of a nano mistake, if I could put it that way, of lack of saying other words than micro and macro for little jitter mistakes. But still, Ghost Gaming are in a strong buy this round and an easy kill for Siri.
Big for Ghost. I mean, it's a brick wall. I can't even count on one hand the amount of times Senators have gotten a plant down just by the skin of their teeth. Just going through art, you get multi-kill. Getting through B, there's an op or some kind of sniper from Sari, but Invert pulling off some heroics there. 1v3. Have to pull off the ace, and that feels near impossible, but Ghost are just gonna regroup so that worst case scenario they could trade.
It almost feels like it's the game plan for Ghost Gaming to start, right? A little bit of a high-low here, an easy one, even if they weren't really as coordinated on that high-low, because Gia felt like I felt like they were maybe falling back to try to set a star down or something. But nonetheless, moot point. The most important thing is the game plan you currently have for Ghost Gaming is they're really challenging the forward lines of Senators and not giving them a chance to really go for the full flood execs that they are usually good at here for Senators, because as Gompers mentioned before this game, 59 and 82 in post-plant attack wins, right? 72%. If you look at it so far, they've had one defuse only on the defense. Every other one has been through elimination. So going through just eliminating first bloods and second blood every single time for Ghost Gaming at under the 30-minute or 30-second mark when the barriers come down is very big for Ghost Gaming on the defense so far.
With how rich Ghost Gaming are, like, I wish that were me for real. Buying an op almost every round, or being able to anyway. Cosmic Divide. Is Sari gonna want to swing on the other side of this? Because that would be a gutsy play. But the smarter one... Oh! Gutsy, but the safer one being playing off of Khaleesi, but at least you get information. All of Sen Otters are around the corner. The Nightfall rains down, and wow. Great job from Avery, setting up these sheriffs for success. And Ghost Gaming are kind of going for some cheeky solo plays. Now let's see if the teamwork can pull through, and it does in a lower buy. Does give Sen Otters the win here.
Wow. So Ghost Gaming dismantled Sen Otters the previous round, but then just a simple Cosmic Divide where Ghost Gaming are trying to play a timing fight by swinging out through the smoke or the Cosmic Divide, and everybody just falls down one by one. I mean, look at all these kills. They're trying to drop down to getting backstabbed. They're trying to go for a flash to getting hit from the back as well. They weren't really as coordinated to at least get the open space of that B side before finding the tight angles, and that was easy for Sen Otters to set up here on that pulse plan. So back to that same conversation that Grompers mentioned before. You let them plant, there's a bigger chance for them to really take this one here for Sentinels.
Flash out, Eli in so much trouble, and man, it kind of Ghost Gaming reacted too late to help out their teammate. Reset the run it back, but can Ghost Gaming really escape? Can they really push back against this Sen Otters? Now this is the level of confidence we wanted to see. Keep punishing Ghost if they're gonna be on these solo angles. Speaking of that, you have Sari working through the back side of the map, but in a situation like this, you may want to just keep the op. 300 credits and 2 rounds left in the half. The Sen Otters, ever since they took that timeout, they're 2-2, and they're about to be 3-2 in round wins. So whatever they discussed in the timeout was the key. Try and not make this first half too painful.
Khaleesi's the only one that's trying to make it expensive for them too, and now as you're trying to hunt down Sari, not a good idea because again, everybody else has enough money to buy the next round, so it'd be a better idea for Sen Otters to save their weapons. They don't have, I mean, actually, they're gonna get 3K across the board. They're gonna be fine to buy as well. Chase this one down too, and Sari might only have to play with an outlaw in the next round. Oh my god, if you're surviving this, would have been insane, but no. Good answer back from Sen Otters by just throwing a simple, hot hands into the entrance of the A site, and then it really split out the attack. Look at how Eli is solo, running back, getting fully blinded, and then 3 players are isolated for 2 or 3 scenarios of 2 versus 1s as both duelists are running down the A side. So just simple things that Ghost Gaming this time weren't ready for. And as much as we were praising how good they were and aggressive they were at the beginning of these rounds, it seems though finally Sen Otters are adapting to it.
Now another A orb fight. Oasis quick to take the space around the box, and with the power of teammates and flashes and everything, you have Ghost Gaming in a corner, but Vanitas will fight back, but the trades favor Sen Otters, and that's all it takes. You continuously have this defense on the back foot, and now in their own graves, as despite a 6-1 lead for Ghost, we end the half 7-5.
Yeah, that's a big turnaround here for Sen Otters since the small unfortunate technical time out that we had with one player had to, at least one player in the server, I'm not too sure which side it was, but one of them had to reboot, and it gave a chance for Sen Otters to just reboot their confidence, and they string out 3 rounds in a row for 10-12. And again, you saw it on the front from that replay. Hot hands splits out the defense aggression, and then they have 3 or 4 versus 2 this time around. That was great fights coming out from Sen Otters, and now they are going to try to play this defensive side. They're having a similar setup with a 4-1, but it's going to be a quad walk up towards the front B instead of playing for some mid control.
Let's see. Invert has been really good with these flashes and how they've been able to work with Oasis, with the flash and dashes. Star may have allowed someone to cross, and Sen Otters identify that, and they just have the numbers to not get surprised. And now behind them is going to be some trouble. Ghost flash out. Beautiful setup from Eli, but the shot's at a distance. Invert with another strong pistol performance. Still the numbers on Sen Otters' side. 2 versus 2, though. The odds are even, and Ghost Gaming abandoned ship to plan elsewhere.
That's just very nice, though, from Ghost Gaming to not go for a plan, but fight back into the B line when they had the information of the 2 players falling at the front, which were Khaleesi and Sari. And then they're identifying the rotate. There was a little bit of a over push coming out here from Battison, and it allows here Ghost Gaming to potentially still close out the 2v2.
You see that Eli and Vanitas want to maybe play off a flash here and just try to get ahead of this fight, but now splitting up because you also don't want to get pushed off the spike here, or just you want to be as close as you can. So now you hear the stomping, invert on the front line, spotting the shoulders of Vanitas, who still has one chance to fight back and baits out for Eli. Flash, spike getting tapped. Eli confident that they've gotten off the spike, and now is just flashing to delay, and plenty of time for invert. Give Sen Otters another pistol.
Yeah, invert. What, gets another quad kill for Sen Otters to be able to get a pistol round from first half to second half. So you're definitely going to have to thank her as they're able to keep their game close, or the game close overall. All right, like this little fight again, the quad walk up here from Sen Otters. When you don't have a fade dogging or eyeing at the very beginning, it catches the two players off guard. So a little bit of a good read and start for the defensive side, and a nice little 1v1 mind games from invert to be able to win that in the end. But with that plan, though, Ghost Gaming are still going to try to go for mainly just pistols. There's armor in the classic for Evil Eli, just because you're trying to add survivability and a little bit more team pack fights. Allow for them to even build up orbs if they can get some trades.
Cut off opportunity. Mayas to be stoic, not just that, lethal, deadly. While Flash can only do so much, but Sen Otters, they have a good buddy system to keep these small fights not too disastrous, in a way where they don't have to give up too much map control. Sen Otters will keep to their posts. It's Ghost Gaming. Oh, they had almost a high-low there, and they split off for a second, and Oasis will split them again. So now Sen Otters double their numbers, and it was an anti-eco, but a stinger has been recovered here from Eli. I think how close they can get to round this corner. I mean, I don't think Avery is going to let this happen. It's just to spam through the smoke is enough to kill this round. And Sen Otters will even things up, 7-7.
At least you're seeing here the small armor that you buy with the classic allows for you to have a stinger upgrade and still a little bit of armor left. So there was a little bit of hope there with the art control, but they lost too many players in the process, and all of them were just trying to find their timings towards the end. Gia shot her shot in the front of the A site, couldn't get a kill, and then all the information was given away, and it was an easy hold in the end for Sen Otters. Yeah, tying up this game, but this is still a big gun round coming up here for Ghost Gaming. One ult orb away for Evil Eli, so it might be another one of those rounds where it's run it back versus run it back. So controlling top B is the name of the game.
Oh, Khalees, I thought they were going to drop down before the second bullet. Another amazing pick with the Outlaw from Oasis. Now the run it back activated. Eli getting active towards the B site. Gia holds it down in mid. Beautiful 2K. And Sen Otters just can't get any flanks going. The plant will still go through, and Sen Otters have their own run it back, but it's probably not worth the investment at this point. Invert 1v4, a very familiar situation for them, and 2 flashes. Ooh, okay, quick taps, dodges the one, crosshair is sick, make it a 3K. Invert in the spotlight. Don't let it get too bright. Hey, dodging now the grab well, knew that was coming out. A lot of concussions, the clutch from Invert eclipses Ghost Gaming, and Sen Otters take back the lead.
No way that just happened too, and I didn't like it that we tucked inside that B site for the plant in the first place. They already did such a great job clearing out that B site, and even on top of that, Oasis challenging with the Outlaw or run it back and gets picked off was not the plan you should have done. I think after those 2 kills from Gia, I think they should have called the fall back to just group up, because of course everybody else is going to rotate across. But then again, it's supposed to be a 4 versus 1, guys. There's no way you're giving Invert 4 individual 1v1s, but you did.
And Invert with the Red Bull clutch has subbed in for 2 total matches. Well, this being the 3rd for Sen Otters. 100% win rate, by the way. So 1 in Swiss, 1 in playoffs. And steps into the Phoenix shoes to go up against Eli, which is a tough task. The kneecap shatters there for Khaleesi. And the big ace up Ghost Gaming sleeve is gone. This whole lead feels gone. And I mean, this was pretty much a save from Ghost Gaming. So weren't going to be able to pull off a thrifty. That thrifty that their first win was off of a thrifty, and they set them on this crazy a 6-round win streak. But Ghost Gaming have now just lost the lead and have really lost control of the entirety of Pearl. And nice setup off the flashes. Sen Otters tucking into the smoke is also another indication of just how smart they are and how predictive they are of the utility of Ghost.
It was interesting too to see the buy from Eli going for a judge, small shields, and I'm like, how are you gonna get some kills with a judge and aiming down the staircase? But it was the combination of that smoke and mulling through it so they could take control of Art, maybe get some close range battles there. But lots of high lows and a crossfire setup on the A side. They were just ready for it. The Sen Otters, that is, now going to 7 unanswered rounds in total, but yet Ghost still trying to search for their first round on their attack side. And this is why this timeout's coming through, to see if they could muster something up. Remember, the run it back didn't get, well, it did get some value for a B site, but they got that foiled by the invert 4K Red Bull clutch.
Yeah.
This time, at least they have the Nightfall to work with.
Yeah, and speaking of Avery, I said it was kind of Battison versus Sari in terms of former teammates, but we forget that Avery was also a former Ghost Gaming super sub, so subbing in as the Omen in GC2 playoffs at Neon Dream Invitational. Last main event for them was in GC3 2024, so it's been a hot second since Avery has been in a high-stakes match like this, and had a really nice 3K with the Stinger, brawls very nicely close range, and now that you have the Odin, you have a Nightfall, you can kind of sit back and let Invert keep dropping bombs, because holy, 20 kills is no joke.
Yeah. One away from their Nightfall, too, if they're able to get that spray with the Odin. But, I mean, that's a perfect way to counter the Nightfall that's available for the attack side, too. If Avery puts themselves at the right spot, too, and they just mow down the Nightfall when the player's falling behind the smokes, that's a GG right there. So that's why here Ghost Gaming are going to avoid the extremities for now, to not go into a potential scope on the defense, which Oasis does have here on this B site, and just try to contain middle a little bit more.
Ooh. Well, Sari gets contained in a coffin. And that means Ghost won't have a solid lurk. I think Gia can follow through A main. Prowler gonna detect that player close, and Ghost Gaming will have to maybe leave an insert, and we'll hope that they could escort their spike forward and not worry too much. Nightfall, the focus is forward. The focus is winning here for Ghost and evening things up 4-4 apiece. But the spike is not safe enough to plant, and they are worried about that art cross. Sen Otters never got addressed in that moment, but Vanitas just pops out, deals with it swiftly. Now the spike is down.
A big round 2. They needed that for Ghost Gaming, and they do get value off the Nightfall. The 4 versus 2, and also very difficult for you to retake. I mean, Oasis did pick up a rifle on a rotate over. Oh no, I forgot Invert's still alive. This is still very doable.
Clutchable. 1v3 though, and kind of a tough one. Let's go through dugout first. The speed, the adjustment. Wow. Composed though, but not having enough seconds to deal with this spike, because Gia is just so far away, but they stack together. How does Invert keep getting away with murder? Red Bull clutch queen here for Sen Otters.
Oh, you thought you put up a fight?
I cursed it. That's my bad. I was like, oh, Gia's fine back there.
I mean, 2 big clutches for Sen Otters. That's probably any momentum and confidence is probably gone. If I'm a Ghost Gaming player, at least if I'm in that server right now, I'm like, what are we doing, guys? Even right now, I'm watching this clutch happen, and I just put my face in my hands. I was like, how did this happen? Because so far, here, the protocols, the tap on the first spike, and you're throwing a grab well, but I don't think that Khaleesi should be swinging out on this, because it's confirmed that your opponent's going to be off the spike. So play the time, play the patience, stay tucked in, force them to come towards you so you get the information of where the last player is coming at. And instead, they're just force swinging every single time, and you see what happened last time. You can't do this against a player like Invert so far. They gotta change their playstyle here on the pulse plant for Ghost Gaming.
And once Ghost Gaming just minimized those kinds of mistakes, they were still 3v1, 4v1. Like, Sen Otters, I don't know who they prayed to, but it is getting them to double digits. It is having them in a flawless defensive half, and the Nightfall all over Ghost Gaming, but they still clap back as Avery with a 3K. The 180 towards Gia. Which good jiggle with the Guardian. Stops that once and for all. 2 versus 2, spike recovery. Still a regroup needed here with Sari and Gia.
Beautiful team fight though, and Seri has a timing.
Long barrel though.
That's why
Good
it's
enough.
a free kill.
Yeah. Good spot.
Yeah, I was gonna mention it's a nice team fight that we had towards middle, but again, the issue of having the Killjoy utility like disabled when you're trying to move with the team to fight towards middle, so it allowed Seri to also move down and find a timing. But of course, losing the life of Baddison also makes it super easy for Seri to go on a stroll. Now May has to try to clutch a 1 versus 2. You should be in a prime position, right? I don't Ghost Gaming is not going to lose a third 2vx post-plant scenario.
First proper main event for May, besides kickoff, of course, with the Blue Otters. A lot of pressure on this player. Very familiar with what is distracting them off the spike, the defuse. Gets at least halfway and almost had a chance against Seri there. But hey, first round for Ghost Gaming that they're able to close out in the second half. They're still within 2.
That's the other thing I wanted to mention when they lost that previous 1 versus X from Invert over on that A site is the next taps that are coming through. You now have to play the mind games, right? Swing at 3.5, swing at 2.5, swing at maybe at 6, swing at 5.5, just trying to figure out if the player is going to try to go for sticking at halfway or full, so you could actually find the jiggles and the timings through there, and making sure that you play the clock into your favor again. And I like that we did this at least off the grab well to be able to get that.
Run it back from Inver. Look at all the space. I mean, going towards spawn, you're going to hear this coming, and not getting much information, but you have Seri nervous. They're going to focus forward now because that has expired. Run it back from Eli, trying to get eyes towards the defender's spawn. Pretty happy with knowing that Senators are still rotating in. But this B-Link has been not watched from Ghost Gaming. Still leaning back on the Cosmic Divide, and the wall put up from Eli. It's the Khaleesi Judge will be what's holding this power position as they're grouped up behind this. Sen Otter is going to be really difficult to dislodge this. And they don't have nothing from Avery, but they do have some nice shots. And Ghost Gaming, they hesitate. Could be tough. Now the May Cosmic Divide, I mean, just seals in their own fate. And it's May against the world. And the last laser beam here from Ghost to get another one. And that's back-to-back rounds for Ghost Gaming to get back into this game.
This is what I love from Ghost Gaming. Sometimes you put a question mark to say, hi, how come we didn't follow Evil Eli towards that spawn off the running back to get more space towards the staircase? But what I did like was that they all stayed in that site instead of playing more towards that long B side. They had 3 players this time around play all the back halls because they knew that there was going to be at some point some sort of Cosmic Divide for the retake. So you can't force yourself to swing out from the B long line. It has to be the people in the back of the B site to be able to win those fights, and they did so perfectly here for Ghost Gaming. So staying in this fight at least. Although there are some rounds that are slipping from their fingers where it shouldn't have, they are definitely maintaining their composure right now, and not seeing too many aggravated movements coming out from Ghost Gaming since those clutches. So they definitely have a stronger mental than I have going into this game.
And that's what you need in a lower bracket. You be eliminated, and top 6 has been the best result for a lot of the players on Ghost Gaming. Marceline, Vanitas, Gia. Or Gio's top 8, but Marceline and Vanitas finishing top 6 with either 100 Thieves or Blue Otters last year. They want to beat that high score. Ghost Gaming. Nightfall in through the site's going to hit 2. Tucked within the smoke, though, is Avery, who at least cuts off 1. But Ghost Gaming have more than enough in their back pocket to make this an easy win. But Sen Otters, you just never know what they could be cooking. And I think that Invert being dead does give you a sigh of relief if you're Ghost Gaming. But this dugout can be a pain point to try and get through. Is lining up now the Sheriff. Now the spike has been planted. It's time to get back to business. 10-10. The equalizer found now from Ghost Gaming.
A big round 2. And now since the timeout, they've converted some big rounds for Ghost Gaming as well. So this is now 3 rounds in a row, a tied game 10-10. That was an eco round that we had previously, but now this is also the operator back in the hands of Oasis. Remember when I said that it was going to be a hard first half for a player like Oasis to try to get space for the team, but they're definitely giving Oasis a lot of responsibility and trust to be able to lock down that B-side solo, which they've been doing an excellent job getting first bloods when you're being challenged on that line. So Ghost wants to avoid this and fight the A line.
Yeah, I wonder if Khaleesi avoided that flash. Either way, they found safety. Now no longer. It's spam. Run it back. Eli resets, and Otters just hesitating on taking that space, and it's Made that does so to at least claim another kill. And Sen Otters putting up the best fight that they can, and now Avery can just try to delay things as best as they can, and needing Pattison to step up. Now pushed off the angle. Ghost Gaming have the advantage. And they have the space as Avery breaks the crosshair. Not sure about the close left, and so much tension on the Sen Otters camp. That lead that they had by 3 rounds is starting to evaporate as Oasis 1v3. Job's not done.
Good
Ghost Gaming
delays here,
playing
though.
patience. Yeah.
If Oasis goes for a tap, they should do a blaze wall across here from A main onto the spike, so that cancels out the first one. They have a flash for second tap. They have a double swing for the third. So first one was actually a jiggle for the TP first. They should be able to take this down on Eli and Sari. There's that blaze wall.
That blaze wall. Cooks the sightline too. Really nicely placed. And Sari 3K having an incredible series so far on the chamber. And has been playing a lot of things for the team. And especially, like I said, as that new player coming in just late last year with TV. Super new player to the scene. And Chamber is a very important responsibility as that solo lurk. Someone who is going to have more selfish utility. As long as you're putting up the kills, I mean, Sari is delivering big on Pearl.
Yeah, and I don't know if that was, you saw that replay. I don't know if it was intentional from the way that they're throwing their blaze walls here too for the Phoenix over on invert, so that the other two could still have some line to fight with towards that A line. Because think about the Phoenix blaze wall. There's always going to be like a slight gap between the body and the wall where it actually starts. So sometimes if you do want to fully block that line and block the vision of the attackers moving forward, or anybody trying to get full vision, you have to back up a little bit more to have more value on that wall. But it almost worked out in their favor though by leaving that gap, because they almost won most of those fights. But Avery was left alone on A site. Sari did an excellent job lurking towards that art over into the A line to be able to get 2 picks and open up that site here for Ghost Gaming to capitalize on that 2 versus 1. And because of that death onto Oasis and the rest of the team, this timeout has to be super important if they could convert something with this mixed buy that they have. And it's invert with the Guardian, so I'm definitely putting the percentage of success up at like 75% right now.
Yeah, right. And both these teams have been so swingy, so streaky. There's not a lot of rounds being traded. It's one team that goes on a 5-win streak, the other goes on a 3-win streak, the other one's on a 4-win streak. It could both bonus being converted as well by Sen Otters and both pistols. Is what's keeping them still in the game, but all rides on what they discussed after their final timeout is now sitting on the edge, the extremity, as the Prowler reveals May, and that's tough. Information from Sen Otters as they threw the Avery Haunt. Nightfall available, but is it really worth investing against a Cosmic Divide that is still active? Prowler. Now that the Cosmic Divide falls, Sen Otters are still gate kept from even being able to see who is still within the site or who's playing out of it. Flash play from invert, double swing out. Good safe play from Sari.
Beautiful.
4 versus 2. And just good rifles available from Ghost to just make this easy and to get themselves on map point.
I honestly was thinking about that line that you were questioning here, Lemon Kiwi. Should they use their ults? Should they invest into that? I feel like they should have. Because right now, if you're looking at the exec from Ghost Gaming, they threw a Cosmic Divide and went all hands on deck into the A site. So if you actually force out the lockdown, you're starting to hear footsteps coming through. The Nightfall as well to start clearing, getting information so that you could maybe try to force them as they're trying to eliminate the lockdown. I think they would have given you some space and better ways to fight on that retake. But looks like the timeout is to focus on just bring this into overtime at the end of the day. And Ghost Gaming, they still want to go for a hard hit towards the A side, but all this to play a little bit more inserts this time around, right? You're playing a 1-1-3 instead, but still conditioning some pressure towards the A side. And now we'll see here on the flank watchers, especially Gia right now, she could spot some players.
Yeah, she has been a really good anchor when it comes to this mid watch. is going to stick around just for that. Then you have a lurk on the other side there from Sari, who is also starting to walk down. There's so many ults available from the Sen Otter side. It's not just about forcing the 11th win for them, but to go into OT. So you still have to be economical when you can. See what they invest first. Now having to play for retake, and May not being there, not getting that pick is disastrous because Avery is going to have to wait even longer before the Nightfall shows up. Double duelist at that A-link. Run it back, invested. Inver goes in to get information. The Nightfall to suppress Ghost, but Eli goes in with confidence and goes in with a vengeance to remove 2 from the backline of Sen Otters. And now the win. 3 versus 1 as Oasis. Time to clutch or kick on the Sen Otters map pick here of Pearl. Oh, and what a shot from Sari to wave goodbye to Sen Otters on map 1. 13-10 for Ghost Gaming.
A great victory in the end. I mean, it looked like it was going to be a comeback here for Sentinels, try to push this into overtime, or maybe even Sentinels winning that first map because they were looking mad confident out of these clutches, out from their Phoenix, out from Invert. But thankfully here, towards the last moments of that second half, Ghost Gaming finally found the answer of saying, well, if they're going to rush against us on the A side when we're playing defense, let's do the same thing against them. And it worked. And adding that lurk onto Sari as well as the nailing the coffin to allow to secure these rounds, it worked really good here for Ghost Gaming to upset the first map against our opponents.
Really was. I mean, Marceline had so many good moments, multi-kills on multi-kills. You had Eli that works so well in tandem to Flash instead of Khaleesi for success. Sari is solo independent, girl bossing on her side of the map as, of course, a new player. And Gia, who's just been a fabulous anchor in mid. Vanitas, I mean, this whole team is meshing so well, and to come back from starting to give up that lead, because that's when you start to get nervous. I mean, this has been an incredible series already. And up next, we have Haven, which is Ghost Gaming's map pick. We're going to take a visit to the desk, and we'll see you after that.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, that first game was an absolute slammer. That was a lot of fun. Welcome back to the analyst desk, everybody. I'm Cylinder here with Gompers and Athena, ready to break it all down because after, you know, the early round 2 was stolen away on the eco, I thought this game was going to be pretty lopsided with the way that Ghost were playing. It ended up being pretty close, and I think a lot of that, Gompers, has to come down to the two duelists of Ghost just frying round after round.
Oh, absolutely. Eli and Marceline obviously had such big impact, right? Going 25 and 17, 25 and 18. It was really just a combined unit, and you kind of did start to notice on their defensive halves once you did have either or one of Marceline or Eli alive, it made it so much harder for them to come back from that, you know, like playing on the defense and then having Eli really pop up with the run it back and now getting 2 kills and really converting these rounds, or Marceline pulling out their ultimate, or even just being there for those trade-offs. It felt like they were working as a unit, even though they were playing duelists on defense. And that's why they kind of did run away with 6 rounds in a row, right? Realistically. So they were the mainstay reason why we're seeing these numbers here.
Yeah, their fighting was so nice. It was really consistent. And I think their mechanics as well, just overall insane. I mean, you're looking at this ACS. Khaleesi with 314 on that Neon, and Evil Eli with 296. So essentially also 300 ACS. 2 of these players. And this is the scoreline that they're having when it is a close matchup too. So that just goes to show how close this team was and how close the games were and the rounds were. But they were really putting in the work. Like you said, Gompers, just being able to play together on that defensive half, making sure they're pushing and taking a lot of space that they need to. Also being able to retake. It just feels like all their util had a really good purpose in everything. You could see they even had strats or little protocols set around how they want to play around those lockdowns with the Phoenix wall from Evil Eli. So really well played for them, and I'm looking to them into this next map to keep up that same momentum.
Yeah, well, while we keep having a chance to dive into this game a little bit, I do want to look at the breakdown of how this game actually went down, because it was a very streaky game, all things considered, right? Sen Otters won that opening pistol, but then if you see down at the bottom of the screen, all those yellow wins in a row, those were all going the way of Ghost. But Sen Otters, Myrna, they came back a little bit towards the end of that first half. What was going right for them?
Yeah, it felt like that round 10, 11, and 12, that's when they kind of, after that timeout, started playing together more and being able to actually fight the aggression. It felt like they actually set up the proper util in order to fight back that A main that Ghost was just taking almost every single round. And then as well, they also used their util really well when it went to their B site for that round 10, for that hit. They used the Astro Wall really nicely. They held for those pushes through the walls instead of just overextending. And after those first picks were made, they re-cleared really nice. So really nice to look at. And I think the way they played was almost right there. But of course, Ghost taking it out with the rest of the rounds.
Yeah, and a big part of why, you know, we were able to see so many first kills, so a really good performance overall from you know, this team of Sen Otters, I will say a lot of it comes from Invert, right? We're looking at their defensive round once the sides have switched, and Invert is getting 4K after 4K, converting rounds like crazy. And if you take a deeper dive into their defensive round, you're kind of seeing that they were the reason why they were even able to get up to that 13-10. Realistically, it was a 1v4, 1v3, 1v1, right, within rounds 13, which is the initial start to that pistol round. So if Invert hadn't won out that 1v1, we would have been seeing a huger turnaround. It could have potentially been that Ghost win moving forward, and then we would have probably had the number of, honestly, 13-5, right, moving forward for Ghost to be able to convert you know, the game in a very, very different direction. So, you know, for one player to be able to do something like that is huge.
Yeah, and you could say the same if Sen Otters didn't drop that round 2 after winning the opening pistol off of the 4K. They could have easily run away with it, but that's all the ifs, ands, or buts. We've got to focus on the facts here, and the fact is we're moving on to a second map after this. Sen Otters want to forget Pearl because coming up is Ghost's choice of Haven. And this is going to be now do or die territory, Gompers, with Sen Otters backs against the wall. If they lose another map, they're out of this tournament.
Yeah, and Haven, I would say, is a bit risky for Sen Otters. You know, in their previous matches, it seems like they're testing a few things out. We've seen them kind of change up their composition 3 times already within the 3 most recent times they've played this map. So if they're not really dialed in and focused in what they want to play, it could really ruin things. But it does seem like now we're seeing another change come through from Sen Otters. Actually, more so, actually staying the same, my apologies. So it seems like they do have a little bit more comfort in this current composition.
Yeah, I think with this comp, they found a little bit of success for Sen Otters against teams like Empire, GC, and Mask. But I think for me, where they tend to struggle when it comes to this map is being able to close out their defensive rounds. It feels like they struggle really hard, especially when you're looking at the way that they're playing this with the double duelist. Usually we expect them to just be super aggressive, but like we said before, Otters, they tend to fall back and stay a little bit farther back and just play for that retake. So I'm hoping to see that based on that last game where they started getting a little bit of success. But on the other side, Ghost Gaming, we're going to see the Evil Eli and Khaleesi on the Neon Phoenix combo again. And I think that's going to be really nice to watch. I expect them to keep up that tempo. They've struggled on this map a little bit. They played this against FlyQuest, they played this against Shopify, and they didn't get to win out. But I think against this team and the way that they're playing with the momentum from the last map, I'm expecting to see these two shine and a little bit more aggression, especially because they're starting on that attack side.
Yeah, focus on the duelist for Ghost Gaming, and for Sen Otters, anything they can do to stay alive. We're ready to dive on into Haven. We're going to leave it over to Lemon and Vans for the call.
Well, those are some terrible hands to leave this match in. Because just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just making fun of Vans. But this has been a great series. I mean, 13-11 is about as close as it can get, and now we're 13-10, I should say, almost just as close. And we go to Haven, where Ghost Gaming, can they close it out?
Games are just as close is definitely the definition of Ghost Gaming on this map as well. Even though it's a map that they play a lot, they're not necessarily dominating on the map either for this side of Ghost, and they had a lot of victories where they were actually in overtime and against teams like TV, teams like Mask Treasure, losing 11-13 against Space Gliders. You're like, who are these teams? You know, so they're basically teams that are able to make it just at the cusp before making it into the main event, and they're still able to make this close against Ghost Gaming. So for Sen Otters, I think it works out. There's a possibility that these teams could trade off maps against each other, but it really stems down to the level of comfort. Oasis back onto this jet, or continuing the jet into this round, but what's important and I like is Cypher on this map. I'm a huge fan of Cypher on Haven.
And I don't think Oasis is. Just got tagged up. But all good, though, because Madison also wanted to give credit to them, kind of giving up the duelist role that they're so well known for, to give it over to Invert. And, well, if you're going to give your Phoenix over, they better be killing. And Invert's doing that again. The 25K they had on the last map has been huge for them. The headshot, Khaleesi. Whoa. Was that a Ghost? Wow. And then you have May stepping into the smoke, finding some unfriendly neighbors, and the teamwork for Ghost, now that they're synchronized, is giving them a winning chance. Vanitas in a 1v1 to decide the pistol, and none other than Invert to clutch it out for Sen Otters.
It was looking so good until you get into the 1v1 for Vanitas, and you probably see Invert on the other side, and suddenly you just panic. It's like, oh my god, it's Invert on a 1v1. I can't win this. And then Invert is able to clutch another pistol up for Sen Honor. So that's now 3 pistols over this series so far for Sen Honors, yet results are still in favor of Ghost Gaming at the start. But, you know, it's a simple round that you see here on the attack. Cypher spots the duelist, calls for the pivot towards that C site. They move in very quickly with some great teamwork and flashes out from Evil Eli, but unfortunately couldn't close out that 1v1 in the end. So spacing within tradability was perfect for both of those teams in that fight. Attempt again to try to go towards C though for the attack set of Ghost.
Okay, the ping at least on the Neon. Now you get a heads up, but the surprise is still there. Ghost Gaming knock at the door, and they're the ones being knocked down like dominoes. Sen Honors are now going to infiltrate the smoke. There's no safety for Gia. Nice shot from Oasis just with the Sheriff. And all comes crashing down for Ghost on that save. So Sen Honors, they have won every pistol in this series so far. That is going to be a difference maker.
Yeah, and a clean anti-eco too, so... Or, yeah, exactly. Clean anti-eco by losing only one player on that side, and Spattison having the whole team run her down again from that first round to the second one, but delayed long enough. What I also love was the hot hands from Invert to not allow players to really swing behind the smoke in the back of the site. So it really took some players down, so it was really nice to see. Great stalls, which allowed the flood back from Sen Honors.
Very deja vu that Invert's about to get another run it back. Kind of just like on Pearl. Had a 3 or 4K off the pistol, and having a almost round 3 run it back is how Sen Honors were able to convert the second half at least. And will just earn it now. It's Eli grabbing the orb. They will also be 1 away from the run it back. Now that all said and done, losing 1 there. Do Ghost Gaming feel like the seaside is the weakest? They're still working the map.
Feel like they have to try to go for that. The camera's looking up too, trying to get a dart through the cage. They're trying to find a little bit of information to see if anybody's pushing up towards that A side, because if that orb is still up for grabs over on that A long, that might be the saving grace as well for Ghost Gaming to get into the A side. Yeah, even though it's against an against a bonus round, you're playing 4v4. Invert's still alive. Invert has to run it back. You need it here for the team.
Caught by the trip will delay things. Khaleesi will still tempo up, but good trades. Just being able to shut down. Oh, that duelist is huge. Speaking of duelist, Invert just throws your whole plan in the garbage.
Told you, when Invert is alive, very difficult to deal with or deal against. And you're trying to figure out here what happened to that smoke. Why wasn't there a smoke being thrown towards Heaven side? It's because they already lost their controller at the very beginning. So again, I felt like they needed that running back at least to get a little bit more space for Evil Eli, but because you already had the slide tackle opening onto Battison over on that A site, they thought they would easily be able to take over A for the plant, but Invert finds the timing, and Sen Honors are able to convert a nice little bonus round.
Doesn't start with Invert usually. Now this time, I mean, last map they only had the 1 first blood, but it just feels like Sen Honors come together beautifully. I think it was a 30 bomb from that Phoenix too on Pearl. So if Sen Honors can always rally together at the end, it's how they close out that matters. And now it's Oasis now time in the sun.
That's the thing though, Oasis able to start off on the defensive side first too as a Jet is another level of boost of confidence that you could really carry over into the second half, because they did an excellent job as the Jet on that defensive side previously on Pearl when the action was coming towards them, trying to go for 1v1 picks, trying to take down Sari when Sari was playing over on that chamber, and now you have the opportunity to leverage Oasis on instant first picks. Look at this. I wouldn't be surprised if you're trying to get a pick out towards Garage with the confidence with the op, or just try to watch a tight angle into grass as well, but it still allows here for Sotar to really lock down a lane.
Information in lobby. Avery just checking all the bases. Dotting the I's, crossing the T's, about to get crossed up themselves though as Ghost Gaming are infiltrating, but because Avery gets hit by the blaze wall, they get away with 2. Ghost Gaming just cannot hold this site to save their lives, to save this game. And Sen Honors end it.
If you guys were fans of Chrono Trigger, the RPG, you know the combination of Chrono and the and Frog, the X-Cross. That's basically what happened with the 2 blaze walls, and Avery was able to hide through a little X and a gap between all of that and just storm and swipe out 2 kills. Look at this, unaccounted for, just easy kills. There was even a smoke to help them out as well. And that is a difficult sight now for Ghost Gaming to even take, because they thought they had the right walls blocked, the line of sights blocked too, but they were a victim of their own demise when they're trying to scale behind that with less util, and allowed here for Blue Otter Sentinels to even drop another gun round for Ghost that forces them on another eco.
And a judge buy from Khaleesi, but the wall didn't come up fast enough. Khaleesi just, it's a little too energetic for her boots, but it is a sheriff buy. And I'm kind of surprised Ghost haven't done a timeout yet, because it's 5 uncontested rounds, and maybe you do so after this one just to compose the team at least. But this is Ghost Gaming map pick, and they've had success in the past. They're able to go the distance against FlyQuest despite that loss. This is starting to be a pretty serious lead for Sen Otters. It's not going to be flawless, and if anything, it's starting to go the other way. This was, what, a 5v4, 5v3, and Sen Otters are getting traded. Ghost Gaming have the safest plant here off of Sheriffs, but there's no Ghost protecting them. So Invert is the eagle eye in the sky, the run it back, the drop down, kick to the teeth to Ghost. 2 versus 2 with thrifty opportunity for Ghost if they can just last long enough. And Eli bets the Phoenix. And Oasis has to cut through the forces. No, Gia with 18 HP. Thrifties for Ghost.
A 3 versus 5 for Ghost Gaming on the eco as well to be able to win that round. Trying to find clues, trying to get lucky, trying to force a rotate, and even one player was spotted at the beginning towards the A long. Yet the haunt to the flash to fully blind Avery before Avery has a chance to react to break the haunt, and it allows them to get space. Value off a running back and a sheriff, by the way, by Evil Eli. And somehow the GC Sheriffs continue their stories from stage to stage. The GC Sheriffs is basically the analyst desk time and time again. You're never going to stop talking about it.
And how is that the first successful A post plan for Ghost off of a full sheriff save? Like, it's kind of hilarious. Pressure makes diamonds, though. And you're going to leave that insert from G on the left side, kind of switching up the lurks here, and you're going to have Sari walk down A. Usually it's been a peek from Avery, but having the Sentinel set up here at A, change up here from Sen Otters. No timeout for Ghost. They're confident. They're blossoming. They're going towards C and cutting off the back of the site. Now they'll rally together for the plants, and Battison is suppressing on the other side of the map. But what's important is the neural theft that Battison just got as Ghost Gaming. They're going to be pinged out on their last positions here as the Hunter's Fury. It's supposed to give info for Avery, but barely, if any damage has been done to Ghost. Now they're hoping to bail each other out, but a peek from Khaleesi gets punished. And the duelist goes solo. Vanita now has to do it all on her own. The 3K makes this actually winnable for Ghost. 1v1, Spike halfway. Gia has to get around the corner. Oh, the Spike was almost held, and Gia's quick to the trigger. That was so close.
Nice for Gia as well, just to go for the pre-fired shot through the boxes before going for the wide swing, anticipating an Avery was going to come through. Yes, it was close, but no cigar. You tried to combine a little bit of the neural theft and the Hunter's Fury off the first ping and second ping, but it's a little bit too late. You couldn't really get the Hunter's Fury back to the right spot that you wanted to. And it never scaled behind that really aggressively for the side of Sentinels Otters. That said, though, that running back that I mentioned from 2 rounds ago, I apologize, was actually Invert that got denied here by Evil Eli, which is allowing Evil Eli to get the running back to clear space from Garage into the C site. So now that the tides have turned, Ghost Gaming have somehow managed to break the economy of the Sen Otters. Guardian for Battison, Oasis with a Vandal, but that's the best weapons that they have carrying over in round number 8.
Ghost Gaming, they only really have vision on mid, and other than that, kind of going in blind. So this double walk-up Sen Otters could really pack a punch, especially that hero rifle from Oasis. It's going to start to test Sari. She even gets one of those. That would be a neural theft, but Oasis surprises. Is able to fall back. Not able to get that upgrade, though, I believe. So Senators is still happy to work around the Vandal and what they have. And now we'll have to converge into B as Ghost Gaming set up camp. With one win condition down, but at least the power of extending out of the site, making that space. Khaleesi needing to really heat up. She's been punished a couple of these times on the extensions, but now so much better support around their Neon. Gia watches carefully, stays composed through mid, and Ghost Gaming are winning all of their duels. And we need to see more of that. They want to scale back into Haven.
And even though Siri doesn't get a neural theft, it was a neural theft at home kind of style, right? Because as she gets picked off, she notices now that it's an aggro push. There's potentially 2 players over on the A link. So let's just try to go for the B to A link push, because you would expect those 2 players to continue flanking from behind. So it was a great read for a pivot to pressure on that line to get more space. It even catches Sentinel's Otters off guard because one was still droning while the other one's out in the open instead of trying to info. So a great push by the A side link, and I think that was Vanitas moving forward as well for those picks. So I love the heads up plays so far from the IGLing over for Ghost Gaming's on on the attack side, and for Sen Otters, you just have to praise the amount of firepower they currently bring round after round thanks to Invert.
Absolutely, and this is that super sub that we're going to keep talking about, because this is their 3rd match with Sen Otters, where not sure why Sin can't play, but it also forces a lot of role adjustments, where Battison has been a top GC duelist for this team, and now has to be in those Sin shoes of the Sentinel, but Invert at least is delivering on those on the Phoenix picks, which is a very feast or famine type of agent. Now 2 away from that run it back, which has been such a huge part of these retakes, especially going unsmoked and unwatched. And that's why it's so important to have Gia deep into these rounds if they can. And I think Ghosts have adapted how they've approached when Gia isn't there. Now information here for Avery. Not pulling out the recon. We'll still have that if needed. It's Ghost Gaming cut all noise, and this could catch Avery. It's gonna fall all the way out of the site and play for retake.
Retake will be not as difficult because you still have the flashes and the power of Invert when they're going to be going back towards the A side, but yeah, Sari does an excellent job once again. Even taking down Invert of ball players too with the 4-player push out from Sen Otters.
And those 2 shock bolts weren't enough. Vanitas was committed. She says, I got a job, I'm gonna do it. But now no nightfall for the post plant, but a keen eye towards that top of the site. As May with a paranoia, you got a flank from Battison. It needs to start developing though, and Gia, the bodyguard, looks away at the wrong time. Battison, lucky timing. The crunch begins. 2 duelists against 3, and Sen Otters tear them apart. Finally back with their heads above water.
That's a difficult one too for Gia. I don't think she's gonna like herself for that one too. You already have 2 players with heavy firepower playing towards that site to watch that heaven, especially as you already took down the player shock darting towards the top. Avery falls from heaven. You'd expect the other ones to be flooding back here from spawn, so they already have like the crossfire from hell into default. And you see how much it becomes difficult for Evil Eli after Gia dies. They have to watch down towards sewers and graffiti because their teammates getting smoked out from hell, and you can't really do anything. So it just allowed here Sen Otters to have a cleaner retake in the end, just by that one single flank that Gia didn't watch, unfortunately, against Battison. And that keeps now the lead ahead for Sen Otters. 4 players stacked up as well into the garage, as you've seen a lot of opens when the A site wasn't really working out for Ghost Gaming to just try to prowler into the garage and try to break trip. So they're anticipating this right now for Sen Otters, and they're trying to trap against it.
Sen Otters haven't gone for an aggressive lockdown for any of these orbs. It's really relying on the kills, and now not really having an immediate ult to use. I think it's just Sen Otters needing to really trust each other now. The duelists, Invert and Oasis, showed us really their true potential on Pearl and Ghost. They show us what they can do, but now they've been heard, and they are giving very much a heads up to the Sen Otters team. Nightfall, the smokes. The protocol is there for Ghost, but no picks. So you may see Evil Eli get ahead of this with the run it back. Spots the 3 from B-Link. So Ghost Gaming have to get ahead of this. The drone from Sen Otters to get information on their side of things as Heaven has been smoked off again. Ghost really not having space, but they have the picks. Eli, beautiful double, and now the firing squad's in position, and the sidelines are open. And Sen Otters get closed out. Ghost Gaming keep themselves within 2.
What the heck happened there? Did we just have a bunch of phantom sprays through double smokes and it just allowed Evil Eli to mow down 2 players? That was just very nice scaling coming out from the attack side as well. And I'm questioning a little bit what really happened in a mid-round for Sen Otters, because I do like the setup at the, oh, there you go, just on the left side of the box as they all ran into the meat grinder. But I do like the look on the garage take from in the first place, because Oasis dashes away. If they're trying to go back and break the trip a second time, then you curveball with the Phoenix, and then you still double swing from the garage side. But if that trip's not gonna get broken or contested, you got to start moving players around here, being a little bit proactive to deny and delay here any type of pushes out on the attack. Eco for Sen Otters, and a camera's gonna watch that flank this time around.
Starting to be a really close map. Despite that 5-0 start from Sen Otters, how the tables have turned. Still a good chance for neural theft to be used if you even feel like investing that. It's more, I think, in the court of Sen Otters. Are they gonna want to invest ults? It all depends on this first encounter in mid. Drone is gonna spot that stack. Now Sen Otters gonna just hold their crosshairs with the sheriffs and now take a more passive approach. But Oasis with first blood towards spawn, it's creating stress, forces the decision as the Prowler chases off a target, and Khaleesi's still trying to make that space. But now the smokes are positioned, now Sen Otters to creep up. Good backstab opportunity for Gia, but she's not going to see this quite yet because Sen Otters have already stepped into the smoke. And as that falls, Gia has to clean things up, and she answers that call beautifully. And Ghost make this a good win against the full sheriff save of Sen Otters. As Avery is now isolating one. Crossfire as Ghost Gaming just has to go back to the tried and true. Just not overheat in a moment like this. It's not a moment to make a mistake. As Avery now has one more!
Oh my
and
god.
pulls it off! How are we getting so many Red Bull clutches from this Sentinels Otter side?
And it's Avery too. What beautiful shots that we just saw from them.
Last round in the half.
I think we're a little overzealous right now to have Khaleesi out in the open when the smoke dissipates over towards that A-Link. And here, a lot of gaps once again not really being watched. Gia finally corrects her mistakes by getting the backstab on the other 2. But here, how come we didn't play off each other every single time here? If Khaleesi was there trying to watch that smoke, have another player with you. Who cares, man? At that point, you can't just let that happen.
Come into the unknown.
It's definitely frustrating to watch here from the Ghost Gaming camp, but they still have a chance to fight back. They still have money to work with for this round.
Oh, the recon tagging of Ghost. Usually they're good at shooting that because it's thrown at the A lobby so fast, but Ghost Gaming, they step too far forward. Now they could have a chance to get spammed as Avery still has 2 shock bolts. We'll use them now, thinking Ghost could have been on the other side of that smoke. I think Ghost happy to just collect this orb and dip, but also didn't have Sari lurking, so re-clearing could be an issue. Vanita's also getting marked. She needs to be bailed out. But does Gia want to use that smoke when if you want to re-hit A, you're going to need that towards Heaven, so will be a re-hit towards A. Prowler puts some pressure down. Khaleesi puts down the red carpet towards the back. The immediate connection. The retook into hell. Clean macro here from the Neon. And the neural theft will mark just how close Sen Otters are. 4 versus 2 on the post plant for Ghost Gaming to have one last second win before the half closes. Smoke dissipates. Madison and invert.
Cage triggered.
Tucked at the corner, huge 3-person crossfire. Well set up from Ghost Gaming. Not going to be clutching again.
The end of the day, Ghost Gaming, after 5 rounds in a row, kind of just understood how they could play their attack side. If they're going to try to work the A site, just go for that 5-player hit towards A. Madison has been setting up towards this A side every single time, and they're been playing A passively. If you know that Sen Otters are going to be on an eco, they're actually pushing down the A line, so we could just lean in towards B and C. So it's been downloaded and copy pasted every single round where they always had successes off these plants, but it really came down here to the pulse plant scenarios for round number 9 and 11 that shouldn't have happened in the first place for them to lose. But good on them to bring this back on the first half. But now it's time for Sen Otters to control the attack side. And as much as I praise here, Oasis having a great start on defense on this Jet. Hopefully this can continue forward, especially now that Ghost Gaming has come back on the game.
Sen Otters have won every pistol in this series so far. And if they do so again, they're setting themselves up to force a map 3, and despite both pistols being won, they didn't convert Pearl, but Oasis shows up when you needed her to the most. Now knowing just how close that resistance is, Sen Otters are going to pivot. And Battison is going to give them a heads up that they could clear the way here towards A. And that Prowler, something they have to pay attention to. Where is that Fade?
Oh, that's why it's important. Fade actually just threw that to try to fall back because somehow they knew that Sen Otters were going to pivot back towards the A site. So Vanita stays alive. They could 4-man stack now towards A.
Oh man, and the crunch is there, and you're walking into a trap, and Ghost Gaming get their first pistol of the series and are just that much closer to the equalizer to see if they can close out this lower bracket series in 2.
You see how important that was for Vanitas to fall back, because as they do so, their responsibility is now to watch sewers, and the other ones that are flooding back from the A site are just all triple facing the long line. And again, they were just ready to trade off with each other, and they didn't even need to trade at all. So a nice little hold. And you talked about these pistol rounds that always came in favor of Sen Otters, and when it matters the most, it's actually Ghost that takes this one. An opportunity to bring the momentum and maybe close out this series by 2, especially with this hot getting value and a little bit of wallbang damage.
Ooh, nice shot from Khaleesi. Now there's more. Okay, Avery's playing chicken against the Marshall. Khaleesi goes hunting. It's Khaleesi season, baby. And now trying to cross out, goes for the re-hit, almost the ace. Vanitas won't let her have it. But what Ghosts do have is the equalizer. We're all tied up 7-7. And if Ghosts convert the bonus, oh boy, we got a series on our hands.
Yeah. I guess the silver lining, if you want to have a little bit of copium right now, is because it's a clean round that you have held the end of the day for Ghost Gaming. So that's a flawless. There's not going to be any real upgrades coming through or whatnot. So you're still bringing a Marshall into this round. You have Bulldogs, a Judge, and a Guardian. So it's still some damage, but not the best weapons against the rifles that Sen Otters brings into this round. And they're actually playing way more differently than Sen Otters. They're crunching into the lobby control and just trying to take down Battison.
They're funneling everyone into Seri, which with the Judge is in a much more conservative position, not at the front of the choke, playing off the cage, hoping someone will encroach in her utility. And Seri gets a double with the Judge, and it's a massacre! Just off the slower buy, it's now winnable for Ghost as Eli emerges, and the spike is down, and hopes are down for Sen Otters to deny the bonus from Ghost.
What a lockdown with the Judge there from Seri. This is nerf Judge, by the way, and you're still able to get 3 kills like that. And now it's Battison solo trying to clutch it out, but I think it's definitely a hard ask. But her teammate did it before. Invert 1-on-1 versus 4 before. But there's definitely a lot more patience and coordination coming out from Ghost Gaming on how they're watching that spike this time around. So no miracles to happen for Sen Otters. And I just love what just happened there. I was stressing out because I saw Seri in the back of this B site, and I'm like, when is this smoke coming? I'm looking at the minimap, and you could see the Omen desperately trying to find, like, okay, it's coming, it's coming. Throwing it across the bat from the A lobby across, but thankfully, Seri still had a cage as well, so they double up smokes between Gia and Seri to allow for her to get a huge 3-piece and putting now Sentinels onto an eco. And this is potentially familiar territory in the first half. Remember, Ghost Gaming were denied 2 gun rounds against Sen Otters when he lost his pistol in the first half.
Wow. And even with May taking space so fast, he's having a tough day. Oh, Manita says, no, that's mine. Fat chance. Ghost Gaming, pressure all the way back. Sen Otters is ready to go next round at this point. Khaleesi Deja Vu picks with the Outlaw in short. Now you're just giving a ton of orbs over to Ghost. We're gonna make this 4 in a row. Getting to double digits very soon. So at one point, do Sen Otters use their final timeout here? Because it's getting real scary.
Yeah, I'd probably say it's probably now. they have to clean up something because right now Ghost Gaming are currently playing Haven like it was the Breach Silva meta in the past. When you're or Breach Neon, Breach Chamber, anything that's just going to get you for the 4-player crunch into the A lobby and just play 4-1 scenarios and 4 retakes with your ciphers. So, and it's working out. You could definitely see a clear line of Ghost Gaming wanting to play more aggressively and not give up control of the A side. And wow, what a change of pace that works out here for Khaleesi with that pick. That's what I wanted to see from Oasis, by the way, in that first half when you saw them with the operator and they were posted up in garage. They're definitely playing with confidence for Ghost Gaming.
What luck is that every line that Sen Otters are pushing, there's an op. Now, Khaleesi is repositioned in garage. That could have been scary, but Oasis will be watching carefully.
I think she saw a running shoe of Oasis.
Bring them down.
Vanitas is a veteran and knows how to take that map control solo. Play for the team, play for the win.
Take hold.
As Ghost Gaming are on a roll and hoping to roll Sen Otters. Smoke comes in just in time. Sen Otters will have to sync up. No ults, just vibes, but also a big double kill. And not this corner being checked. That is a lapse from Sen Otters. Someone has to take over. Big ol' hug thanks to Avery and Oasis. Sen Otters, though, don't have good coverage, but they'll have an angle. Oasis tucks. Sends 3 of Ghost Gaming packing as the op against Oasis can't shoot fast enough. So Sen Otters have signs of life.
Beautiful round by Oasis as well. So the question mark that I had going to the half, how will Oasis do here on the attack side? They're doing an excellent job. Winning that round in a big 4-piece. Clean shots as well. Look at the crosshair placement, just knowing where the op could be peeking from too. Now that you denied the shot from heaven. And they didn't need a timeout to be able to stay alive in this game for Sen Otters, so you're definitely going to take it so far in terms of the flow. The flow state of this team now during this map. It is still Ghost Gaming's map pick though, and going with the same type of lobby crunch, solo towards the A site. Now Invert's going to clear out space with Oasis.
Oasis has been so fantastic on these entries towards C and needing to just give extra respect to Sari, who is just an insane anchor. Is always getting one, if not more, as a Sentinel. The spawn is being cleared out. Sen Otters are not fully clear on how many could be pushing, but they're gonna hear it now. Sen Otters gonna wrap around through garage, follow through on Invert, who's getting just information for now. Now you've fully cleared through spawn, so only one place that Ghost Gaming could be coming from. Avery has the Hunter's Fury for the post plan, can keep themselves alive, and now that 3 are infiltrating, Avery has no backup for the ult, and it's just caught like a deer in headlights. Huge retake for Ghost through spawn.
That was so nice. I don't know if Battison was spawned in the first place or not, but the fact that Khaleesi just kept going with the overdrive into the spawn and take her down, that was huge. But the other thing was the walk retake for the weak side on a top B from Evil Eli was pretty much everything, because Evil Eli hears the pathing of Invert moving around into garage and will call out for the team, hey, look out, they're looking to fight back towards that C line. What happens down towards that C line? They tuck in towards that cubby. They're making sure here that they're not going to get surprised by a Phoenix Flash double swing from the top of the C side, and then somehow Evil Eli finds the timing in that gap because Avery's pushing towards the spawn. Nobody was clearing towards B, and they thought that all of the rotate was going to happen towards that B main in garage. So yeah, that's a backstab, a huge backstab by Evil Eli. And then the other 3 flanking back from C just dominated the retake against Sen Otter here. And yeah, you were mentioning a timeout to try to stay in this game, but I think now it's a timeout to just try to salvage a little bit of that momentum. Anything that it could continue to hold back from the 5 rounds they won in that first half to try to close this map out, because it definitely looks like here Ghost Gaming has full control of this defensive side.
Yeah, Sen Otter's just abandoning the site. I think it would have been fine to just let Invert do whatever they wanted with the run it back and just kind of not overheat too much. And Sen Otters, they have only taken 1 round on their attacking side here. That lead that they have such a good buffer from how they started off this map, but series could be over if they don't pull off some flawless rounds coming up. Oasis has been a star when it comes to Haven. Addison taking some damage, but it will be a plain right to B, and Khaleesi clears the way through spawn. Battison is going to call this out. Sen Otter's trying to get the objective down and get themselves some time to spare. This is the Sen Otter special, though, of plant and abandoned ship. Ghost, the retake was successful last time this happened towards C. Haunt, Prowler, information, no one is within. So how Ghost address these angles will be everything. Khaleesi, the tip of the spear. The diffuse halfway, Hunter's Fury will deny that for now, as Eli caught with flash in hand. The double kill from Invert, as clutch as ever, as Khaleesi falls. And the thrifty from Sen Otters keep themselves in the game post timeout is incredible.
It was a nice try too. I think off the paranoia, Hunter's Fury with the first person just sticking onto that spike was super important, but I felt like you needed to activate it a little bit more quickly towards the A link to really make it difficult. Look at how they're covering the one defending. They're still holding back towards that front B site instead of really trying to push forward and disrupt the rotate coming back from the follow-up of the Hunter's Fury on that A link from Sen Otters. So lots of space given away, lots of time also for Oasis to get the backstab from the garage into B to keep Sen Otters one step closer to tying up the game back against Ghost Gaming and hopefully regain their lead on the map.
Oh,
nice first opener by Invert.
Right through the legs at the Khaleesi shot. Like, how did that not do any damage? But hey, Neural Theft, huge win con to open up the round here for Sen Otters. This is gonna mark Vanita. She knows it, so has to drop the Nightfall to bail herself out and goes 1 for 1 at least. Could have been worse. But Sen Otters have all the pillars in place, and they're watching the flank. You just never know where Ghost Gaming can be. Now the run it back activated from Invert, who is just on the front lines doing the Lord's work here for Sen Otters. 2 versus 1 for the tie. Here comes Gia, marked by the drone. Now just trying to tempo up while Avery is caught, but the Blaze Wall just protects Avery so well. Great job from Invert.
Yeah, Invert throws that Blaze Wall too before the run it back dissipates as well. So it allows Avery to get value and hide behind the wall while they attack their opponents. Again, props to Vanitas to try to go for the hero play because they've already lost Khaleesi in the first wave. So you're kind of caught off guard and you have to try to go for a desperate play. So you try to go for the Nightfall. You hit 3 players. You have a chance to mow some players down because a lot of them are going to be deafened and also low on HP. But thankfully, we had more numbers. It was 3 players running up on that side here for Sen Otters, and they're able to open up the A site and tie up the game. And now for Ghost Gaming, they were down to the last ounces of money in the pockets. A mixed bag of tricks. 2 Guardians, rifles, and a Spectre. You're hoping a first blood and some info from Sari could allow for you to be a little bit more proactive around the map and having the right calls here to try to stall this Sen Otters comeback.
And Ghost Gaming have gotten away with punishing the lurks from Sen Otters because it's a different person doing it. Usually it's Sin and now it's Battison, and roles have been changed. But still, what's great about Sen Otters is their ability to adjust. Now back-to-back rounds after this timeout here from Sen Otters. Solution talked about. A lot of silence. Not being as quick and aggressive as they have been in the past.
My camera is destroyed. Cage trigger. Cage trigger.
Sarah's been good too from these spots, Lemon QE, so hopefully she could get another hero play.
Yeah. Duelist in position. Sari needed to go 1 for 1 and really just bought time. Sen Otters, they just don't give you a chance to think. They don't give you a chance to regroup. Sen Otters post plant for the lead, and Ghost Gaming, they just trickle in past the smokes. Beautifully placed from May. And the teamwork rallies here for Sen Otters. They're back in the driver's seat.
You were ready for that position as well, where Sarah is currently hiding on the top of sewers because a couple of rounds ago when they actually had Evil Eli holding in that spot, Evil Eli was able to drop 2 players. So Sen Otters making sure that they're clearing the corners this time as they scale up towards the A site. And they had a lot of players here towards this left side ammo box to just take down any opposition that were trying to scale through the Prowler, through all the smokes. Now Sen Otter are back in the lead. And timeout that was important, that paid out. And actually that was the first time out of this map apparently. It is now a chance for Sen Otter to move forward.
Oh, a lot of damage. Khaleesi just slips by, just soloed, doesn't wait for a flash from Eli, who was still just trying to get out of some kind of molly thrown at them. Those Gaming are completely caught by surprise, but it was going to be a Hail Mary anyway when you had Stingers and Sheriffs. You were just trying to get close enough to throw a punch at Sen Otters. The insert is nice, but Sen Otters are more rich enough to get now to map point. Force the map 3 here very soon. Ghost Gaming still have, I believe, both timeouts available.
Match point.
This would be the time to compose yourself for an important round.
Yeah, it almost looks like we have a site simulator for both of these teams when they're getting a lot of the successes on just fighting pound for pound into pulse plant scenarios on the A site. This I have to respect though, right? They had a seize to catch one off a tether and the slide to get a pick, but that smoke that was being thrown on the top of the lobby makes it a little bit more difficult for them to really flood out of that. They didn't really know how many players were behind it, especially from that slide. Khaleesi was still focused on that one single kill that she only spots another one in front of her, but there was still 2 players behind her that could really shut down any type of extra push out from Ghost Gaming. That said, the frag distribution, look at both Oasis and Khaleesi having a game in the second map. The initiator's just under that. And it's nice to see that it doesn't always have to come down to like Phoenix putting everybody into their backpacks and just taking over the rounds, right? So I'm loving this change of pace and this glow up for a lot of these players from the first map to the second map.
And I think May living deeper into these rounds too has made such a huge difference for the Sen Otters post play when it comes to A, and even just getting players like Oasis in position when it comes to the C dashes. So it's important more than ever when you're running that main controller, kind of set yourself up, because you've allowed Eli or just others to get picks when going unwatched, and I think Sen Otters have really tightened up their communication since that final timeout. We're now in a 4-round win streak.
This is a nice spot.
Looking to light up the scoreboard again and send us into our final map of Ascent. See who will ascend through this bracket. Swak up here from Khaleesi with the op. Not going to be able to get a sightline through spawn, but we'll know if Sen Otters want to go see.
That's a huge line to take as well from Khaleesi with the operator, so that will definitely get the players a little bit more ready towards the other portions of the lanes, especially with the drone being hurt now as well. Feel like you gotta get yourself ready.
I think Eli just also saw somebody in mid, so you're now very confident if you're Ghost Gaming about your approach towards A and to just keep those players safe. But Eli, I mean, wanted that first opener so bad to get the run it back, and may just get it. This garage gets flooded in. If this gets given up to Sen Otters, I mean, Khaleesi is going to have the op and C long, and Eli has 2 and doesn't really need any help. But now the flash makes things difficult. But Sen Otters didn't swarm when the moment was right.
30 seconds.
Sari assists as well. Jumps in through the window to bail out Eli. Sen Otters have the door closed on them.
I just love how Sari's just in the window, like, don't worry, I got you. And meanwhile, you just have Evil Eli fighting World War 18 and just dropping everybody one by one.
Oh my god, but the war now ended thanks to Sari's double kill, making it a flawless for Ghost. Last round of regulation coming up after the Ghost Gaming timeout. They have really been able to fight for some better map control and get a better idea and a better sense of how these rounds are going to get approached. I mean, what a play, even despite the flash just tucking in around the corner. Forcing the extra steps from Sen Otters to follow through on that flash. It's a really nice decision from Eli.
That was it. Just hoping that they find their timing. That was pretty much the name of the game there, because the rest of it, if Eli died, it would have been harder right now for Ghost to hold that C site.
St. Otters. They're going to fight for that space a lot faster. It's the beauty of having the flash and dash combo.
Bring them down.
Now a Prowler will be checking out things, and a lot of delays being created from Ghost, and Eli is a little impatient. Run it back to mark the stack here still around. But St. Otters are not committed yet.
And even had players playing anti-flash and stuff like that as well. So they're in a good spot. Especially this insert of a camera instead of a player is super important as well, because now you have an opportunity to work around that map a little bit more. Especially at the minute mark, there's still plenty of time to walk everywhere. And it seems as though it might be back towards the A side because the camera never really saw a re-peak. So they're expecting here that Ghost Gaming has given up that spot. Well, that Prowler, though, is going to confirm that, yeah, there's still some players here.
A re-hit gonna happen. You have your trips, you have Khaleesi. You're so confident on your map information here if you're Ghost, and now you gotta be confident in your shot. Asari walks in, or Badison walks in, all of Ghost Gaming light them up, light up the kill feed to force an overtime here very soon. It has to be up to May in a 1v3, and now marked, and there's the high-low. And no collab opportunity. We enter overtime to determine, will Ghost Gaming move on? Will St. Otters reach Ascent?
And as much as we were praising the insert of the attack side camera from Badison on that long side, what was also allowing Ghost Gaming to be ready in this fight was the aggro camera on defense as well behind Khaleesi in case of these mid rounds. But man, this is looking pretty good. Definitely overtime for St. Otters to try to stay alive in this series. But if Ghost Gaming now could eliminate another big organization and then move forward here in the lower bracket of the Game Changers North American Stage 1, presented by Verizon.
St. Otters defense, it started off very strong. They were 5-0 and then got figured out. Ghost, and then, you know, it took a St. Otters clutch. Another, I think, I forgot who it was, but there was a clutch to kind of get, maybe scratch the surface there, but see if Ghost Gaming, those lessons help them on the attack. Bring the pistol and the bonus. Ghost Gaming, they're so aggressive. Eli is in your face, and the step up, the reaction, the clean shots from the Phoenix, setting this defense ablaze. And it's Badison that has to pick up the pieces.
And look at that, already giving that spike over to Evo Eli. So you have running back for instant info.
Okay, the spam through as Badison. Very tricky situation. They know they have emerged, checking the corner. Should be confident no one has swung on you yet. The Phoenix has been at the front of the boxes. The fade with them. Gia to the left. Needed to be cleaner. A 1v3. You have to be perfect. And it's Ghost ahead in this overtime.
And that was the type of protocols I wanted to see on Pearl before, when you saw like 1 or 2 scenarios where invert 1 and 1 versus 4. There was a lack of a little bit of that control of who's going to be first contact, and when the contact comes in, you have to swing with the team instead of giving individual fights. There was a moment where there was an opportunity there for individual fights if you were laser beaming shots here for Badison, because you saw how they all peaked 1 by 1 before, and then finally confirmed the 3-2-1 on the actual real wide swing of Badison. But Ghost Gaming are back at map in series point. Cameras are going to spot some aggression out from that line lane.
Oh, Khaleesi, I mean, she's invested in this off. She's been wanting a target, and Prey has stepped into her arena, but tagged on the other side of this box. 25 HP, we'll just have to stick back, and now is quick to rotate, reading St. Otters, pivoting away from this moment.
Careful.
And what I love too is the full rotate from Khaleesi to watch the front B side, because for St. Honor, they think that the C site's on lockdown with the op. Madison might get picked off here.
You don't have Oasis, but you do have the equalizer, Badison, composed. So you don't have a recon, no owl drone. You do have a camera, as Badison gets the best POV they can, but only on the right side, so the left is pretty unknown. And Eli, now discovered, gets away to safety. The curveball, the backup there from Gia, and the smoke in place. St. Otters have 2, and this is for the win. You have still 30 seconds, but you would have to re-clear elsewhere. They're going to wait for the smoke to dissipate. The camera's can't even be used because Battison's not here, but Avery, that's pretty clutch. But you have to stop Eli, who's around the corner, and Sari's ready to swing off of this. Avery dips in and out. Finds it equal. 4 versus 2 is now equal as May clutches it up when it matters, and St. Otters extend the game.
Vanitas went for util instead on the first jiggle, and half of the body of Avery was sticking out. They felt that they were so close in winning here that all the fundamentals were gone for Ghost Gaming on that 3 versus 2. Hey, look at Eli's position. Why are we walking out? Where's the blaze wall? Eli still had 2 flashes and a blaze wall on top of that with 20 seconds left. A first person walks out to give their life away. I mean, they should have just held their composure going into the scenario there, putting themselves at a winning position, but just letting that slip. And that might be that ounce of hope that was needed here for St. Otter to really close out the map for their side. Defensive attempt this time for St. Otter's team as they're fighting towards the A main control. But this time they actually have some players inside the site to try to fight back toe-to-toe.
What a round from Avery. I mean, I still think about that Stinger 3K that they had from Pearl, and as clutch as ever, close to a 30 bomb.
Here.
Keeps St. Otter's lives intact here in the lower bracket.
Cage triggered.
2 versus 4, but now back to square one. We're back to Ghost getting free garage control, and you could see that there's a lot of patience from Battison to stay tucked. Go for just the one that they are being ever so patient for. Now really focused on the site and not anyone coming through main. So the focus has been split. This defense has been cracked. It is a 5 versus 2, and Ghost Gaming, they're looking to convert yet another attacking round in this overtime. And Oasis, I mean, there's barely any damage done, but isolations here could be the only saving grace. Spotted now on the entry, nothing on garage, being pushed, and it all comes crumbling down as Ghost Gaming on map point, series point.
What a change of a setup as well for Ghost Gaming on the attack side to nullify the new setup from Send Blue Otters on the Haven map. A double trip camera to try to prevent information on the C site. And look at that, because he double walked into that C site, Battison was so focused on watching that side that another walk contact, this time from Khaleesi instead of Evil Eli, gets value in an open site. The blaze wall was beautiful from Evil Eli, and Ghost Gaming now there trying to find their last efforts here to close out this series. A walkout coming out here from Evil Eli to get information, a jiggle peek too, and they know right now that it's extremity control. Gets a time out the camera, but finally gets spotted, has to fall back.
Now the blaze wall to try and cut off this entry, but Oasis, they're hungry, and they got the picks, Queen of the Hill, and also the paranoia to suppress Ghost from having any kind of trade opportunity. Khaleesi has to try and retake with an op. It's not going to be ideal. Someone has to make the space, and still one prowler left as Vanitas will try to use that as a distraction. Potentially as Khaleesi close, but a high-low from St. Otters. It will be which defense wins this game. So far, it's not looking like a Ghost defense that'll pull this off.
No, that round was already over when Gia threw her flash into the default line when all of the defenders on the C site were already dead. If anything, if it was to try to keep her teammate alive, Sari inside of the Omen smoke in her own cage, then yes, I would maybe respect it. But that time you needed to keep it for the retake for the other 3 players remaining, especially when you tried to go for some sort of anchor play that Sari's been really good at, mind you. But this time over, the protocols wasn't there here for Ghost Gaming for the retake over on that C side, allowing now St. Otters to tie the game. We restart one more time with X ratings.
Like I said, the defense, whichever defense stands taller, will be taking Haven. It's now Moss being addressed here from St. Otters, and the paranoia right through Khaleesi, and the hail of bullets is loud from Avery. And so much pressure comes through C Long. All depends on what Sari, what opportunity she can give to Ghost. The trip has not been sprung, and that was the surprise factor that Sari has. Now gone.
Yeah, that was a free kill too. Now you have to now pressure into the C line. You'll heal their drones, so maybe you have an opportunity here. The jiggle on the platform, the tight angle, beautiful here from Oasis.
Oh, they're all so focused on the right side. Who was watching back left? The laps, the defense now ahead of this. Make it a flawless. And Sen Otters, they've been very successful on their overtime offenses. This could be how they force Ascent.
And the hero play at the beginning of this round was on Avery. Just that recon dart, a simple one, just gets the ping onto the slide over here on Khaleesi. Even a paranoia being thrown on top of that, so it's an easy pick to take. And then nobody's watching their angles. From what looks so good from Ghost Gaming for this whole map, seems like all those fundamentals are starting to fall apart here in their OT rounds. And you can definitely feel that pressure when you're so close here to knock out a big organization in Sen Otters. That pressure might make you slip up from time to time.
Vanitas has a hero moment here, and oh, what a flick too from Mei at 30 HP. With her dying breath, will stop Vanitas from putting on a slaughter. And now the surge, as Sen Otters have removed that main initiator. Now Ghost Gaming will not be easily able to retake. It'll just be off of the speed here of Khaleesi. The punish has been strong from Sen Otters, and Mei just, I mean, only had a little bit of HP left. Couldn't step out in time. Now we're equal. Khaleesi gives up the op. It's ready to make the space to break into this real estate for Ghost's last chance to have a hurrah in this. The opener found. The trade's better from Battison. The double. Sen Otters all depend on Oasis. And the overtime continues.
Okay, now, as much as I critique Ghost Gaming in the past couple rounds, that was super clean for the retake as well. I love the fact here that Gia is running back towards that spawn, but not overexposing herself into the A side, because that paranoia is going to be super important for the retake, as I mentioned 2 rounds ago. So now she stays. Then you're able to get Blaze Wall, Hot Hands, and also double flashes for retake, which does allow Avery to get any type of Valorant play inside the vision of the clouded one-way smoke on the top of the sewers. And they just picked apart any position from Sen Otter on that post plant. And as much as we're trading out the red dots, now we're trading out the blue dots here on the defensive sides for both of these teams. 15-15 scoreline, and a change of a setup for Sen Otter here this time around as well on the C side. A little bit more turtled up for Battison, and leveraging the camera to try to watch the garage lane.
Series is turning into a marathon. This has to be one of the longest overtimes that we've had in playoffs so far, and Sen Otters are going the distance. Now really sweating to try and force that map 3, and now it's both defenses that have won a round each. This has forced Ghost Gaming to really slow it down, and I like that tempo change, but is it the nerves kicking in? It's the Prowler at least that kicks into A long, and this insertion, Oasis has a moment. Good crosshair placement. Headshot onto Eli. Avery with the suppression.
One enemy
and the Sen Otters got everything they wanted out of that encounter.
I got spike.
We're just changing every single round here for the setups for both teams. It's now becoming a TDM.
Wow. Khaleesi. Okay. Queen of Duelists of her kingdom for the ace. There's no shot. Battison, time to lock in. Finger guns, Khaleesi, you made her mad. And it's the ace for Ghost Gaming to get ahead of overtime.
Switching sides.
Oh my god, no way that happened there for Khaleesi. What a clutch of the ages there for the Game Changers in North America. The 4th positioning was perfect for the son of Sen Otter, but I gotta say, these fights, what can you really do? The paranoia, it actually hit. She hits her opponent before she gets blinded. And then over here on the 1v1, just breaking ankles of Battison, who just gambled to watch down that line, thinking that Khaleesi was gonna swing towards that left side. It's a 50-50 chance. You've lost it, but Khaleesi hits the jackpot with the ace and now puts Ghost Gaming back at map and series point.
Just hilarious that if this is really a Ghost Gaming timeout, is this like Khaleesi? I'd be falling out of my chair after an ace like that, and I would need a pause just to like fix whatever I broke in my setup.
Yeah, let me put my headphones back on, or like we're gonna have to
like something disconnected.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Sorry guys, I'm gonna have to like Uber some headphones from Best Buy or something because I just broke them from that ace.
Or you like spilled something. 100% there's some kind of accident. But oh my god, a 1v5 is insane.
Agreed. And I think also, all jokes aside too, you've seen how back and forth we've gone though through all these series, and this is the first time now for the side of Ghost Gaming that are able to string 2 rounds in a row, just like St. Honors just did before. So this is probably a perfect opportunity for them to figure out what they could do here on the defensive side, what St. Honors has been doing quite well in terms of just hitting over C-site after C-site. And I think they're just going back to the tried and true of what worked out. I wouldn't be surprised here to see Sari play back towards the platform, or to try to play around the logs, so they played another 4-1 crunch into the lobby.
Now going towards spawn, Ghost Gaming have St. Otters still managing to stay quiet. The Prowler walking the trip there, getting the attention of St. Otters. 2 will be watching spawn and Ghost. They now have to reorient. Set up Khaleesi to watch B.
One thing though is that they prowlered and 2 sets of shots and the trip didn't get broken, so they know right now that Ghosts are trying to pressure towards the A line.
Khaleesi's in a good spot once these smokes dissipate. 1 target, the GOAT, the ace of St. Otters, Invert versus Khaleesi. 2 duelists that have made the biggest splashes for their team. And how Ghost Gaming support Khaleesi here will be everything. The Prowler watching close left. That has to be a reaction. Eli flashes out. Good entry for Ghost Gaming. And it all comes tumbling down like a house of cards. But May's double does make this winnable. 3 versus 3. The spike takes down. And so are the chances and lives that St. Otters have in this bracket. 1v1 showdown. Sari versus Oasis. The neural theft. But the spike is ticking down. And there's no time. Despite the 4K, St. Otters barely stay in this.
And you have to give that one over to May. Somebody who's been so good in terms of utility and assists here for the team. She was like at what, 6 and 19 at some point, but mows down saw a huge 3-piece to keep the dream alive here for St. Otters. Look at her position too. Out in the open, pinged out by a haunt, yet still swings out for a 3-piece in front of that B main. She was spotted the whole time, so it had to be the aim that rings true. And that allows there for St. Otters to stay back in the fight. And they themselves are also using the timeout, but not to a win point for this map as they take on the defensive side.
What an explosive round for May to even just keep St. Otters in a fighting chance. And this is a player that used to be a duelist, moved to controller role last year and locked in for the Blue Otter squad that eventually got picked up by or in partnership with the Sentinels. So what a moment for May to shine after having a struggle bus of a time at the start of Haven, and has really found their stride. Better late than never. 16-16 overtime, by the way. This is now about resilience and stamina at this point, of just how you're able to maintain when this is for the main event.
Yeah, the main event, to try to stay alive here in the lower brackets, try to fight back through the lower brackets, try to win this first stage of the GC North America side, presented by Verizon, trying to get the circle points as well.
Whoa, Oasis just absolutely cooks the competition. Even when St. Otters got flashed up, they do not care. They just stomped the yard and stomped Ghost Gaming in what was the quickest round of Haven.
And that's the first time too that we're seeing for St. Otter the disrespect finally to fight back into the A choke. Not only did we have the 4 players push forward, but I even saw on the side of Battison pushing down that line through the garage, leaving her kit behind on C to try to join the fray to fight towards the A lobby. That was beautiful. And a huge change of pace that they desperately needed here for St. Otter's side to try to close out this map. 17-16 now, and back into an A lobby crunch fight.
Take a page out of their book. Ghost Gaming replicating the same defense that they just lost to, in a blind perfectly placed by Gia. And another lightning fast round, this time from the Ghost Gaming defense, as the overtime keeps trucking on.
And they're trying to play their own
Overtime.
Trying to break their own record as well. We talked about a fastest round we probably saw towards the A lobby crunch. We're seeing similar fasters for Ghost Gaming on the fight back towards the A main on their end. But this time there's no more timeouts. We've burnt them both, one on each side during this OT. Now it comes down to the IGL and the composure after the pep talk from the coaches or the IGLs, depending on what side you're on. To just make sure that you're resilient enough to continue to close out this map for either of these teams. This could continue to go back and forth. Now in these OT rounds, I can't even guess or make out who would win this series because it's been just some huge brawls and good fundamentals that has been shown from both of these teams so far.
A tug of war where both teams are at equal strength. Now Mark Khaleesi, she has always been surrounded by a team, and Ghost Gaming know it. Now they have to surge ahead like a nest of wasps. This is where they have to sting, and for the final time, at least on their attack, it sets up nicely for a plant with an advantage of a player. Avery is out of options to give them information, but you have 2 flashes from Invert. First one out, gets established, trying to get attention. Eli waits for the right moment to strike while the pan is hot, but Sari falters. You have even odds as Eli gets ahead, and Invert 6 feet under. Ghost will convert their attack.
There was a moment there too that Vanitas got caught with utility in their hand though when they lost the life of Sari inside Hell. That was supposed to be a crossfire setup, but thankfully you count your lucky stars for sure. Put your hands together for that one because they were finally able to get that Prowler out and circle around the back and get a backstab towards default. But there was a moment for sure because it was Invert that was pushing in on that line to be able to put Sentinels back in the lead in this overtime. But it's Ghost instead. Ghost looking to fight back through the mid garage. Double duel is peeking out.
Not even a flash, just slow contact play there from Ghost, and I worry if May is gonna be able to shut this down or be the first victim. Oh, here's the drop, and May shot! So clutch! Lady Luck smiles upon these Sen Otters. Shutting down one of the biggest tools that Ghost Gaming have, but they have layers, and Vanitas holds down on the front lines, creates this wall brick by brick. Second kill now, and even through the cage, be put on a leash. Sen Otters, they're facing now defeat. All depending on this post plant and what May can accomplish. Watching the fight yet again, second kill! As clutch as ever. The key to retaliation against Ghost. And the drop down, not gonna work there for Sari and Gia. 1v3, trip up, reaction too much to suffocate now the controller as the overtime continues.
May so far has been super clutch, yes, in this OT. I would have to praise it not only on the 3K, but this one, winning against the top fragger or one of the top duelists that we currently have in the server in Khaleesi. Khaleesi was walk contacting, and any second before that, if she cleared towards the right instead of the left, May was dead to right. Even if May got caught off guard, she still landed and won her duel, and it was the most important one because she got rid of the first flanker and also the second flanker in Evil Eli. Huge impact frags here to tie up the game once again for Sen Otter.
May, it's always been a bit about quality and not quantity, and the impact that she has had later in this game. It's Ghost Gaming, everyone abandoning the op. This game has gotten so fast now as the stress really mounts. 3 stack and short, really unheard of for Sen Otters. Crossfire there. Sari will test the waters solo. Okay, the shoulder being spotted, already at first blood, and now Oasis putting down shots to spam through and gets what she wanted. Sari a chance to do even more damage as Sen Otters will be patient despite the commotion across the world as Ghost Gaming set up their bases.
Yeah, but they have sight control now for Ghost Gaming. Camera's still up. Nobody broke it, actually. This might... Okay, finally it gets broken. I was going to say, that might give a chance here for Sen Otters to flood back into sight.
Wow. Just the spam through at the back corner. Good check from Oasis. The reads. The slow trickle in, though. A double as all the pins line up for Eli. Unexpected position on top of that box. And that was through the run it back. So Eli, full health and ready to brawl again. 2 versus 2. All up to Avery. Recon destroyed and not able to take advantage. That moment, the focus was split.
Concentrate.
Avery gets attention from the spike tap and Ghost. And on map point, series point.
No charges.
And that was unfortunately not a well-drawn trap play there for Sen Otter. They were trying to go paranoia off contact, but there was nobody really playing contact in the first place. So even when you're walking forward and getting the first pick, look at how the paranoia just whiffs. There's nobody there. Thankfully, Oasis is able to trade that out, but that just opened the sight because you know there was 3 players leading towards the A side of Sen Otters that allowed Ghost Gaming to just full pivot to C and take full lockdown control in the pulse plant. And now can they close it out? The patterns are crazy right now in this OT.
This is the fight for top 4. The best result that any player in this lobby has ever had in a GC event. All have been about that evolution. Sen Otters, they grow tired of this Ghost defense. Now the weight is on their shoulders. Salvage this map. Gone the distance as Battison just hesitates. Not as huge from Vanitas, who steps up solo as that lurk initiator. And now Sen Otters, they encroach on Garage. Eli is not gonna be back here. Is gonna be spotted, and now doesn't even have time to flash. Just has to clutch, and Ghost Gaming, it's Ironclad on the B defense. And May, they already know where she is. The hero has to put the cape on her back to save the Otters. 1v3. Sink or swim. Ghost Gaming with Spike in sight too. An uphill battle. No ledge to climb on.
30 seconds
Ghost
left.
Gaming hoping to climb deeper into this bracket. The high-low sends May even lower. 38 rounds later, Ghost Gaming reach top 4.
Ghost Gaming definitely proud of the results so far, but the job's not done. I think after that confidence, after being able to make it to the main stage, knocking down SRG to the lower bracket, and now eliminating Sen Otters, I feel that they build that confidence now to be able to make the top 3 potentially now of the GC stage in North America.
Ooh boy. Yeah, I mean, Ghost Gaming were already raising the red alerts when they had the biggest upset in this whole bracket to take down SRG. And that wasn't even on the main broadcast, so we all had to tune into that VOD. And yeah, Ghost Gaming, well, what a pearl as well, 13-10. Excited to see what more they can do as they're hoping to rematch against FlyQuest in the future. But we have another match and we have an interview around the corner, guys, so don't go anywhere.
Hey, we got this old mattress,
Waterbed.
and the receipt.
How about you beat it with a better deal on one of these fresh setups?
We can't do that.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
I'm just gonna leave it.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the analyst desk, everybody. I honestly can't believe what we just witnessed. I thought we were going to a third map for a while, then we're in non-stop overtime. That series was absolutely insane. I'm Ender here with Gompers and Athena on the desk. And first of all, Athena, I've just got to ask what on earth was going on in that overtime between these two teams.
I mean, it was absolute insanity. The first half of that overtime, we saw both teams constantly winning their attack, but no one was able to close their defense. It felt like all the defensive rounds, the retakes weren't really there, but the executes were always on point. Every site was always cleared, and they were winning. And then Avery with this 1v3 for that pistol round to bring it there. And all these rounds were just so fun to watch. But then the second half, we saw the defensive rounds start to come online. The retakes were really good. The holds were kind of there. We saw a little bit more aggression from both sides to make sure they're getting that information early. But then all of a sudden, we were losing our attack, and it just happened that Ghost finally figured out the juice to do both, win that attack half, but also be able to close it out on defense. They played so well, super aggressive, and I think really well played for both of these teams. But you can see on the timeline at the bottom there how close that overtime was.
Yeah, I mean, you can just see how back and forth. It was really weird because it was such a streaky series, I think. Yeah. But then once it came into overtime and it was crunch time, both teams were just trading blows back and forth. Also interesting to see Ghost Gaming being pretty ahead in terms of the opening kills into the rounds. One of the things we were highlighting, I think, before the series started was Sen Otters struggling a little bit more in the post plant, but Gompers, Sen Otters were keeping it close, even losing out in a lot of the early fights.
They were, and a lot of it came from hiccups. Obviously, there's a lot of pressure in this matchup in particular because you're now reaching your triple time OT, and you can lose and completely be either knocked out of the bracket here for Sen Otters or go to this third map that you're very unsure whether or not you're going to win, right? So for Ghost Gaming, it was potentially lose this match, go to the third, and then reset the mental and take the chance or win this one. And so you did see a lot of hiccups when it came to peaking and having cohesion with trades and positioning. And there were times where they should have not peaked certain angles, but they felt the need to really finish things off as quickly as possible in a 1v2 situation, or where, circumstances where we weren't seeing peaks at perfect times, right, to be able to get those trade-offs. And there was that sense of fear where now util is being completely set down here in OT for Ghost Gaming. So again, a lot of pressure for both these teams here, especially for Sen Otters, who were desperately really trying to pick things back up.
Yeah, and shout out Oasis, finishing with 41 kills on a single map, even in this loss. But I want to turn over to the other side, duelist player Khaleesi for Ghost Gaming, because there was a time in this map where Sen Otters were winning 12-10, and it was Khaleesi, I think, really stepping up in the second half in OT, Athena, that turned this game around.
Yeah, it felt like Khaleesi just fully unlocked something in that second half. And for me, it was a lot of this confidence where over peaking actually ended up being phenomenal for Khaleesi. This 1v5, by the way, was absolutely insane. An actual 1v5, getting those picks on those players that are playing towards that defensive side. It was just so nice to watch. But I think for me, Khaleesi, just the confidence was definitely oozing in that second half of this map, because the way that they were taking their peaks, the way that they were aggressive, and again, the positioning as well on the executes, for example, just sliding in and getting a lot of those kills, just spamming and holding the mouse one through smoke. It was really insane to watch. And I think for this reason, Khaleesi, they love playing the Neon, and I think they definitely still should be playing the Neon regardless of any of these nerfs that have happened to this agent in particular.
Yeah, to get an ace, you know, in OT where circumstances are really, really hard and the pressure is at the maximum, right? That is insane. They kept this team in the game with that alone. And I mean, all in all, right, that 15-15, you know, obviously we still had a lot more rounds to go. I think that speaks to Marceline and just their general play style, as well as the confidence they have in themselves and in their team. So quite exciting to see.
Well, it was a hard-fought victory for Ghost Gaming. And we actually have a chance to catch up with their leader. It's time for the Verizon post-match interview. We've got Gia here. First of all, congratulations on the win. An incredibly close game that lasted for about an hour and a half, it felt like. I first just want to ask you about that overtime, because it was so long, and sort of get your thoughts on how it was to try and find the solution after so many rounds and trying so many things out when those rounds are getting traded back and forth.
Honestly, at that point, we all just like were shooting ideas of like what they wouldn't expect us to do. And honestly, eventually we got the combination correct and we ended up winning out.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some rounds with you just full running at them. We saw rounds hiding on the B site. You really did try everything.
Yeah.
Are there players on your team that you feel like thrive more under that type of pressure when it is kind of do or die in OT?
Honestly, yes. I actually would say my entire team like works extremely well, if not better than like not under pressure. We just calm so much better. We throw our util together, swing together. It's just so much better under pressure. I don't know why.
Yeah. Well, I'm curious then if you feel some of that like playing against some of the stronger teams in the league as well, because like obviously you had the huge victory against Shopify to start off the tournament. You had a really close map versus FlyQuest Red. Do you think that pressure also helps you guys out?
100%. We just went from beating SRG and we played really like we could have done better against FlyQuest. They're an amazing team. So going into this like lower bracket, we were feeling extremely confident against this team. And I hope that it showed.
Yeah, I mean, it did show. Being able to come back there. I thought we were going to a map 3, and then you guys were like, no, we're gonna play a third map, but we're gonna play it effectively just in overtime. I want to get a feeling for, now that you've obviously you had the big win, but you are in the lower bracket. What's sort of the confidence level at for Ghost, and how far do you see your team going now?
Honestly, I think that we're extremely confident. We feel like we're on a roll. We had a little hiccup with FlyQuest, but we came together really strong. We're like, you know what, we're going to make a lower bracket run, and we hope to see them in grand finals.
I love it. I love it. Now, the next match we have after this is Puppy Thieves versus Shopify Rebellion. If Shopify win, that means you've got a rematch versus them. First of all, do they win? And second of all, how would that rematch go?
I honestly think that they're going to win, and I'm extremely excited to play them again. I feel like when we played them the first time on Friday, it was probably the best Valorant I've ever played in a while against a really, really, really good team. So I'm very excited if I get to rematch them again.
Yeah, that would be awesome. I would look forward to it. Last thing before I let you go and celebrate, if you have anything you want to say to the fans, or if you want to give a pitch on why anyone that just tuned in today should be a fan of Ghost Gaming, what's the sell?
Honestly, I just want to shout out all of my teammates individually. Sari for great like vibes today. Eli kept it together and kept everyone together. Marcy, just amazing impact. And Drew, honestly, they do so much for the team, and I cannot thank them enough. Also to my coaching staff, Indra and Relic, they honestly keep it together, keep us calmed down, and they give us great calls and timeouts. I also want to shout out my boyfriend. Thank you so much for always supporting me.
Shout out the whole crew. Absolutely love
Of
it. Thank you so
course.
much, Gia, and congratulations again. All right, so Ghost Gaming take it 2-0. But I have a very special message for some of you in chat, so bear with me, okay? If you are an event organizer, if you have a friend that's an event organizer, if your mom's an event organizer, or if your cat's an event organizer, listen up, because Riot Games is excited to announce the launch of the Valorant North America Community Event Support Program. It's built to celebrate and empower community Valorant events across our region. Now, starting today, event organizers across North America hosting any Valorant-related event can apply to receive an official support package from Riot Games, which will feature limited edition swag designed to level up their local LANs, campus clashes, and community gatherings or watch parties. Our Act 4 kit is limited in quantities and will only be available to support events taking place between June 19th and August 31st. So you got to move quickly. Go submit your applications ASAP. Over here, you can see the link down on the screen to get involved. So again, get involved. We want to see you. We will run tournaments with you. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. And if this message didn't apply to you, well, it's time to take a little bit of a break. We have a second series after this. Puppy Thieves and Shopify Rebellion Gold will face off in just a few.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to Verizon Valorant Game Changers. We already got one series out of the way, and now we move on to another elimination bout between SRG and Puppy Thieves. We've got Gompers and Athena here on the desk, ready to break it all down. And this is a fun matchup. You know, Shopify Rebellion, you can see in the bracket, already down into the lower side. But this was the matchup, Athena, that qualified Shopify into the main event to begin with.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. And I think when you're just looking at this big picture, you're looking at Shopify, that first game, 2-1 loss to Ghost. But then winning against Warada, 2-1. And then now WOOF versus SRG. And I think they've seen each other before, like you said, to qualify into this. They've played a lot. They know how to play against this team. But again, this is a tale that's happening in the lower round. It's kind of insane because this is a team we didn't expect to be down here. And they're playing against teams that we also didn't expect to be down here, like Warada, as well as Ghost, as well as Otters, who just got eliminated. So it's kind of crazy to see. But I think this matchup is definitely going to be a little bit easier for me for Shopify, or at least they've proven themselves against this team before. And so for Puppy Thieves, they're really going to have to come up with something new, or at least have studied a lot to make sure that they come back from that loss to them previously.
Yeah, it's a tough situation to be in when you are in the lower bracket and you check your notes and you're like, wait, I'm playing against Shopify Rebellion? Warada just faced that unfortunate reality yesterday and ended up getting knocked out of the tournament, and Puppy Thieves are going to need to learn quickly on the fly, both from being forced into this matchup already and also trying to recover, because they did play against Shopify in that Swiss stage. Here you have it. It was a 2-0 victory for Shopify, although the map scores are looking pretty close.
Yeah, the last time we had actually seen this matchup, we had the same team, you know, quite different map picks, you know, with Haven and Split and Breeze coming into this, but it looked a little weird, you know. Obviously, in the second matchup of Split, I think first and second, Zoriental was doing amazing work, you know. The bands very, very executed in a way where WOOF felt like maybe they'd be more comfortable. And I feel like that in itself gives way to WOOF to be able to feel, you know, out the situation, having a matchup like this against a tank like SRG, and now actually being able to kind of identify what they want to play here. But here's the thing. I mean, SRG have claimed that they haven't actually done any of their main strategies in the Swiss stage, right? So they have cooked up. They're looking to come into this split incredibly strong with newer stuff that nobody has seen before. So for WOOF, they might be prepping for something that might not actually happen.
Yeah, we'll see what the learnings are going to be for Puppy Thieves, but I think for Shopify, it's worth you know, calling out again. Of course, Mel stepping away with the team, so Lydia hops in. But the IGL situation, Athena, has been Alexis stepping up to the table, and I'm curious if you've noticed a difference between how this team plays through her calling specifically compared to Mel's in the past.
Yeah, I actually think that Alexis has been doing a pretty good job. The thing for me is I wonder if we're kind of limiting Alexis on the freedom that she has to call, because I do see a lot of similarities in the way that the calling style has been for Shopify Rebellion, which I think makes sense because obviously you've built essentially a dynasty on a particular way of calling, on a particular way of playing, and you want to stick to that because you know it works. But then it's just a little bit harder when you switch out those IGLs and you have a newer IGL coming into it. Alexis, who's been in the scene for so long but hasn't been the star IGL of a team for quite a while. So it's really interesting. I think the way that Alexis has been calling has been phenomenal still, and being able to even have those similarities while completely switching up who is playing with the IGL status shifting as well is kind of insane. It's really hard to just switch up and be able to fill in that gap that a player has left, especially after building this team for so long. So for me, we can't forget that both these players, Alexis and Mel, had played together for so long. They've built this team together from the very beginning, and going into this, playing as well as IGLing. She's done phenomenal by putting up a really good performance as well.
Yeah, no one's gonna know Mel's mind like Alexis, I think, in terms of how they want to play Valorant. I do find it interesting, Gompers, that Shopify, they were sticking to some older school stuff. Like when they played the Ascent yesterday, they went back into some comfort options with the double sentinel and the Yoru. How much do you like that sort of approach? And where do you see that map going from here for them?
Oh gosh, that's actually a great question. I don't know. I feel like things are ever changing, right? And going back to old stuff is fine, but it's been obviously not working, I guess, the way they had initially planned. Given, you know, they have been trying to boot camp with Lydia and really understand how the dynamic is going to work from here on out. I think there's a lot rounding about with Shopify in regards to how they're going to try to continue to handle the situation, because being knocked down into the lower bracket this early on is quite dangerous for a team that has lost in a very long time within Game Changers, right? So I think they're really just trying to grasp at every single straw that they have at this moment and see what can exactly stick in this new meta.
Yeah, well, we'll see what ends up happening in terms of the map pool when we get to it. First, though, we need to talk about the Puppy Thieves, them coming into this lower bracket, now having to face off against Shopify Rebellion, and they just had a pretty tough loss to Swim Trek Blue on the other side, but did win that first round in the upper bracket, Athena, over Cafes.
Yeah, we're looking at players like Zoriental here, who's been their phenomenal duelist that's consistently been fragging out almost every single game. But also I'm looking at a player like Scary Shark, or otherwise known as Nora, who's been around for so long. I mean, one of the only players so far in GC other than Shopify Rebellion Gold, I believe, and FlyQuest, to have a player that is qualified for that Game Changers Champions back when they were on EG. So I really like this roster, and I think they've proven a lot over this stage one of Game Changers, knowing how they're playing, how they're setting themselves up for success. It's been really phenomenal to watch them blossom as a team and see how they come together.
Yeah, well, I would like to dive in a little bit more now and talk about St. Claus, the Gompers. How has Saint been doing with this team?
They're doing great. I will be completely honest. Absolutely phenomenal. I think I know in regards to their Sentinel work that they've been showcasing, it has been very, very steady for this team. They've been bringing on, I guess more so, I wouldn't say a newer perspective, but more so a more stable one for the team, right, of Puppy Thieves. And I think for them to be able to even be brought up, you know, obviously being knocked down into the lower stage is quite hard, but I think St. Claus gives them a little bit more of a way out, and they allow that tempo change to really take place for this team. So I do think for this next matchup, they were kind of like the carry on Haven on the Chamber. They're very, very flexible with the role. So I'm excited to see what else they're going to be able to offer, especially with more time being given.
Yeah, I think for me, St. Claus is one of those players that's kind of come out of nowhere and just made an insane kind of set on this scene, making sure that they're proving themselves over and over again. And I think for me, I'm pretty critical when it comes to timings on lurks, because as a former player, as a former IGL, I've had a lot of these things where I've needed to have that player be vocal and also be able to support themselves on a gameplay level, being able to position themselves correctly or take timings on rotates really well. And I think when I'm watching a player like St. Claus, she manages to do all that. They manage to do really good timings on their trades, making sure to call out a lot of the rotates. And I think as well, when you listen to the interview that they had with Liz, they were really well spoken as well. And I think that's a player that you really love to have on your team, and a really nice introduction to this Game Changers team, or Game Changers scene in general.
Yeah, I think if you look across all the teams that are left here in the main event, everyone's kind of a recognizable name at this point, except for St. Claus, and already starting to make a name for herself. But it's time to check out the maps and where we are going to be heading in this series. First up on the docket is going to be Breeze. Then we've got Split and Haven. So some overlap, I believe, with the last time these teams faced off, Gompers.
Yeah, Split and Haven were the maps that we had actually seen these two teams play against each other before. But the interesting fact is Split is now picked by WOOF, right? So that in itself is interesting. I do believe this was the closest map they had played out of the two in that 2-0 series.
Yeah, it was a 13-10.
Yeah, so that is going to be slightly dangerous, I will say, especially if what SRG are saying is true, where they haven't really even played any of the strats they want to play in this specific series in the main event. That is dangerous to pick a map where, you know, you VOD review so vigorously in this map that you have played against this team before, and then next thing you know, there's new stuff coming out and you are not prepared for it.
Yeah, I think I think it makes a lot of sense. For me, at least, for WOOF to pick this map because it's kind of tested for them. They've tested it against SR. They know how SR kind of play. I know you said that they're planning to bring in some new things from the SR side, but I think for me, for WOOF, I mean, this was a close game. It was 6-6 at half for them. Their defensive side was pretty good, and then they moved on to attack, and that's where they started to struggle. So I'm kind of expecting them to have polished up on a lot of their defaults, or at least polish up on a lot of how they want to play around the way that Shopify Rebellion Gold. But I really want to zoom in on this map of Breeze because for me, Breeze, it's just such a fun map. This is a DM map for me, essentially, where you run around, you go crazy. The last time we saw Shopify Rebellion Gold play this was actually the last time they played against Wadada. They 13-3'd them. It was really, really decisive game for them, and it felt like it was a shutdown. So I think for Puppy Thieves, we're going to have to see something kind of crazy. A lot of creativity and as well as a lot of confidence because Shopify Rebellion, they've proven themselves time and time again on this map.
Yeah, and this is a map that we only saw Puppy Thieves play back in the first couple of weeks of Swiss stage. Stopped going for that after they lost the map to Wadada on the other side. And we've got full-on mirror matchup for this opening game of our elimination series. Puppy Thieves versus Shopify Rebellion Gold. We're going to be diving straight into the action, so let's chuck it over to our casters, take you into it.
Thank you so much for setting up this elimination match. I'm Rivington here with Zobi, ready to deliver some more action. We're going to be starting off on Breeze, and like you said, Zoe, copy-paste for this composition change.
Absolutely. We have not seen Breeze out of a Puppy Thieves since one of the early Swiss rounds that was pre-12.09, pre-Neon Nurse, where they were running that double duelist alongside the Jet. So I think this is the most logical conclusion. And I do think that for Tara, this KO is going to be a really nice fit and balance out the aggression that she likes to bring to the table as well as that flex player. So all in all, we still have question marks for SRG. Was it just the closeout factor of a map 3 where Wada always have a hard time if it reaches that point? Or was it SRG truly just bringing something special to the table for this map? That's what we're here to find out as they try to continue their lower bracket run, while even St. Claus said it herself. She wanted this rematch. She wanted this opportunity. And with the same map pool as that Swiss stage, this is the best opportunity to get that win.
It does feel cool to have that kind of revenge status on the line here with the maps being similar. See if SRG keeps it similar to yesterday. It was adverse to deep mid plays, mostly A, fours, and B. Quick if it was going to happen. Here we go right into the site. St. Claus and Noya trading for their teams. Going search about here. Dodonuts able to get up on top of the wall and take one down as things fizzle out, leaving the 3v3 for Pistol.
That's the paciness that we're going to consistently see. Arbor walls crossed, Donut trying to get active, but it's actually Scary Shark to beat her to the punch, and numbers go perpetually now at Surge's way. Yeah, whoa! All right, Miara. All right, Miara.
That was quick. That was very kind of hiding behind the shadows for the moment, right when somebody's has to take a double take. Really nicely played with the last 3 members they had, especially with Scary Shark getting that first one to kind of give him the advantage. Quickly into the site. I think they were able to circumvent that first defensive line and make it feel weird, but great adaptation by Puppy Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, finding both of those kills back in elbow right as they were trying to tuck away into that safety zone was a great head-on collision, and that's something that WOOF do like to do, is try to control the pace. But for the time being, SRG got the pistol, slow things down a bit. Trying to see what these answers are, and as soon as contact is made here from this double stack back site, I'm expecting maybe Zorianto will take that risk and scale a bit deeper.
For a spike plant on this. They haven't really committed it just yet. Ball's still up. They feel comfortable to do so as Scary Shark starting to transition over, which kind of activates site to go hard as well. Finds the remaining SRG members. before they get the defuse here. Alexis, sun in her eyes. Can't do much about that one as Oriental gets a quick one and they get the defuse down. They go to it. All right, looks like they're gonna focus the Hunter's Fury. Who's gonna be? Who's it gonna be?
It's roulette.
Reckoning. Yeah, who's it gonna be?
No,
oh
it's not
my
reckoning.
God.
They tricked you, Rue.
Okay, I still don't believe it. I still don't. No, I was kidding. No Command goes online a bit quicker and flawless on that second round.
Yeah, Wolf just right now, Puppy Thieves giving them zero breathing room, it feels like, for SRG to frame themselves in the post, which is where they start to strengthen the defenses. They get big players in impactful positions, so all in all, they keep tabs. And I will say, Wolf do like to hard commit to these rotates, and that's something SRG could exploit a little bit later on. You look at players like Noya, that will be at the crux of that. And again, that's something with them picking into this map, SRG, that I hope Googly has looked into in the short turnaround between yesterday and today's match.
Yeah.
But for the time being, I'll have to wait and see what this rifle round entails. Again, SRG always cautious out the gate for any gamble stack of aggression out of Puppy Thieves, and now they assume forward positions.
Yeah, nice little insert. The A main. The one ways off. SRG very cautious about pushing up at all here, expecting to find a sheriff or at least one of these low buy guns in their face. The bonus round of Puppy Thieves.
Okay.
I think
nice
this
balance.
is just util extraction, right?
Yeah, but it's traded both ways. So that's where I talked about the balance being nice. Wolf aren't running out of things too early. And I really like this effective double regroup as well. And it's more going to be if they forget about the mid-door presence or not, since it's this SRG slowdown, this re-clear effort.
Oh, big commitment on that swing, but it's cleaned up by Lydia ever so slightly. Still a fight to come in on the other side. Alexis can't get the kill, or does get the kill through, I should say. Timing in mid is in favor of Scary Shark. Quickly setting up a bit more defense and resetting the defense kind of across the map here as you see St. Claus coming over to gather with the team for safety.
And what did we say? Noya was going to be able to exert some of these alert timings. And I feel like for Puppy Thieves, this was a requirement because they are down weapons. They need to play strength in numbers. But it's going to be a nice retake. And even if it falls flat, Puppy Thieves have already done a good job in this third round.
Great patience. This timing on elbow is going to be crucial from Lydia. Low HP. Probably going to wait as long as she can to make those shots count. A trade on the take on site. Just the angle that they needed from Lydia and Noya to clear out Wolf. Find the shutdown on Wolf's bonus round and get going here in this first map.
Yeah, it felt like the rotation like methodically set SRG up in those strong post play positions instead of them doing it in that gap timing that Puppy Thieves as characters been able to find. But I like the way this round got set up. Again, it's rotating off Noya's control after Puppy Thieves were doing a good job just parallel trading detail across the board, which is going to come in clutch I think when we get to equal weapons across the board, like coming to this next round. Zoriental though with the operator says, all right, no more deposits on the mid door. We'll have to see what the util looks like support wise for SRG. That's Alexis, that's Lydia we call upon, but for now, instead, Stark a main charge, and Donut wants to keep it pacey like they did yesterday against Water.
Very cool little protocol here. That means they're going to be going forward. This is based on timing, and they feel like they have it on the side of SRG. Just stuck in the middle of Zoriental with the operator, trying to walk out through the slice of wall, providing cover, but they're about to drop. And so are Puppy Thieves. Dodo not moving forward, trying to get good vision as she clears her eyes. Alexis able to get one over by that crab, and it is just a slaughter as SRG throw it down on A site here in round 4.
And we're starting to see those answers of, okay, was it a Water off map or was it SRG strengths? And SRG, they consistently did have Donut just solo diving in, and then it was late round regroup and support to fight through that high dive, to fight into backside space. And that's something that Puppy Thieves have to be ready for. Again, these joint lane takes just so debilitating, so set up for 1v1s where, yeah, we've seen some heroic step forward for individual players on the Puppy Thieves side, but right now SRG are just kind of throwing back the lack of breathing room in their face.
Yeah.
So money reset, still the reckoning for maybe Scary Shark Nora to lean into, but all in all, again, SRG feel like they're making no mistakes, and it's that wake-up call of dropping to the lowers, I think, that forces that lock-in factor, right? Even here, slow scaling, the Outlaw's out. They're waiting to see where Puppy Thieves overpeak.
Yeah. Much different than yesterday. Right, they were setting up, kind of leaving
so
one
fast.
mid and balling up to the lobby of either site, A or B.
I say most of the time.
Towards door. Yeah, most of the time now it's very methodical. What angles covered, see what they can hear, and even slight inserts that they can get through audio. And they did just kind of ping out Noya, so I think Puppy Thieves is aware this is going to be a slower one too here as they try to set up something funky with the sheriffs.
Terra's one off from that no command. And ping pong off of St. Claus here, get that online in nice fashion. Only thing is SRG, no players got spotted out by that 0 points. This is going to be a major surprise off this drone Donut entry.
Pretty default. Dodo not taking that elevation to break some crosshairs and make it easier for everyone else. And yeah, they're just gonna util dump Alexis towards the backside as they start to set up that post-plant garrison.
Here.
So we can get some damage here from maybe the Sheriff and Bandit. Scary Shark has Reckoning as they come into next round. Zorian's will look to get an alt point here. So they should be able to start fighting back after this one.
You have to at that point, and that's where you could even contemplate a first time out just to make sure that round doesn't go south so long, but
yeah,
right now it's nothing to worry about to write home just yet with in terms of the back and forth we've seen between these two teams. But SRG, again, the confidence, the procedures are there, right? You talked about the flush util for Alexis. That's to get Donut on the forward line without her losing HP so she can fight her own battles, win her own engagements. And that's after she already performed the full stop entry against that double stack between Terra and St. Claus. So again, it feels like every member of SRG is contributing equally right now. And yeah, Sarah's 0-3, but that drone, guys, was very, very important. And all in all, we'll have to see now what exactly, like you mentioned, Rivington, they'll be able to do with these ultimates.
They set up anywhere to kind of back each other up here. You see Null Command guarding B. They can delay on A with Reckoning, so the ideas are there, not to be really comboed into the site just yet. That's, I think, what we're waiting for here. Do they have the real idea of what SRG wants to do to get through these ults?
Yeah, because SRG are even investing the no command as a pure flush out fake. They want the Reckoning invested. They want the counter no command, but the bluff has been called. That swing from Terra should keep everything else from getting invested. And without contact made in mid either from Zoriental, they now know that this is a B exec, a B follow through, and now it's down to St. Claus to full stop anchor the site alone.
Playing quiet on the one-way, still waiting and still found out. Dodo Nuts now found St. Claus twice in that position, so it's going to be a recheck every time. The timing, again, for SRG playing in their favor as they rotate across the map and just find Puppy in tow. Oh, no. It never ends, Zobi. They get another timing. The name of the game here, the SRG is just able to tear down Puppy Thieves.
Speaking of timing, right? Alexis is saying, yeah,
okay, get
don't
one
want
back.
you to save, yeah. But it's going to be the hunting dogs out at this point, right? You want to get, ideally, it fed to Noya for this Viper's Pit, and that's why she's the one leading the charge. Again, no resource, no rocketing unturned right now for SRG. And life and death that will come online. Miara, very good job standing her ground, standing her own, and we'll take that moment to say, Puppy Thieves, this is a team where you don't know which player is going to be that it factor on the day of, right? Sometimes Oriental, usually St. Claus. Miara has even had great top fragging maps, and right now while these are just kind of pity kills, it's good to get the crosshair placement, good to get the aim snappy for any sort of situation.
I do think a timeout will have to come soon to organize how these ults are used. At that point, they had their ults up, and we were wondering how Puppy Thieves would use them, but they started peeking their sight so low. No way to really protocol or synergize those ults together.
Yeah.
So we might see a wait this round. Or they're kind of buying in with daggers there for Zoriental, so this could be one they try to go for the throat on SRG. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, super early 0 points, and they are trying to set up a mid-trap off the Hunter's Fury, but again, SRG in there, these very reactive stances with the Operator coming online for the first time in the attack because they have been able to just default their way into these execs. It is the perfect shutdown. That calling card for that half buy, that force of Rivington that you mentioned gets stripped away from the get-go, and still will have ideally nowhere to lean into in this Reckoning, but she's on that forward line, the first line of contact on Cave to begin with.
Yeah. He's going to find Dodo not peeking too. Maybe a jump. They're both actually moving for a little bit of position, and Dodo not goes for the quick swing. Instant hit there. The 2 kills bring up the Blade Storm, and now it's just a run through the site. They have the protocol to get through A every time. yesterday was also a push to orange. Almost every time here, they're being very reserved with this.
And again, you're not doing it alone though, right? Alexis is prepared, it feels like, to set up Donut once they cross that mark of okay, the round's probably secured, the timing is there. And they want to do those final blows towards Puppy Thieves, but they're not going to take this out of fight. Miara, recon for the entry, but it sure really means no info, no retake. And no round likely won here, and there's the activation, the re-engagement into these fights that, again, SRG are going to win pretty seamlessly here. Rivington Alexis, the perfect counterpart to Donut in that moment, and SRG get up to 5.
Playing the state of the game really well. The 0 point, a big reason why they're staying back, right? We're kind of noticing that they've played it a bit differently this time, and they're playing against their comp. Of course they know what to do once they get into sight, right? It's not as safe to go forward anymore. And now it is the timeout coming in from Puppy Thieves to see if they can right the ship here. And that was around, you know, you can't blame. WOOF goes aggressive. They want to see if they can catch a timing. But as you mentioned, SRG is playing this wait on the angles for quite some time strategy in each and every round.
And we're going to see another mirror comp on Split as well, likely, since that's the comp they both played in the main event too. So if we're already seeing shortcomings here, I do think I've seen enough difference on how they both apply the Split comp to have more hope in Puppy Thieves' chances over there, but right now for WOOF, it's very surface level versus, like you mentioned, it feels like intrinsic the way SRG are scaling in. They have, again, these behavioral patterns that you can and should be able to read into, and that's really ideally what Tony's going to be pointing out here in this timeout for Puppy Thieves is, all right, guys, expect this backside scaling. Okay, maybe we do need a pressure mid a little bit later, I would argue, after that kind of, again, assumed positions on barrier drop depart, because they do dissipate after a certain amount of time for SRG as they assume side exec protocols, and it's that timing they need to find, and so we're just not seeing enough forward presence. He feels getting the right moments, right? Zoriento would look back to the blade, Fiop was there, didn't find the impact with the timing, and those are some fortunate occurrences along the way, but SRG out of the timeout, again, it always makes sense what they are doing here. Waiting to see what the answers are, what the changes are, and an eye test level is just switching kind of the Sova and the Harbor's positioning this time around to get further confirmation as to where they're going. We mentioned the bait setups out of work. We've mentioned how it feels like at times the defenders get caught off guard, and hopefully that'll prime these players on being a bit better for what's to come.
Oh my gosh, you can't give Donut those shots every time. Hits those shots, and you think it'd be safe to peek, but Donut 13 kills, I think, already in 8 rounds. Incredible
crazy
stuff
stat
so far. Yeah, crazy.
And that's
still
not
going forward.
An easy shot to hit either. Tara's like, oh, let's get a little quick expo for us, guys, as we're waiting for that util to come back online, but nope. And I'm still waiting for that St. Claus activation moment as well, but again, with this multi-scaling, again, with the double init support backside, feels like she's been so under the water, and I see that tested again, and even St. Claus may be saying, I have to play exits here, I can't full anchor, I have to play around this high tide, and it's actually Nora to provide the cross-site support from Wall, from Arches, to finally stop this entry at its source.
Very clean to not get the crosshair broken there. Scary Shark grounded in that situation. St. Claus moving forward, and they turn SRG on their head for this round. Sarah now figuring out how to get out of this situation. The only way is through the next round. Puppy Thieves time out, structure them. So nice for the retake on that round.
Yeah, finally it feels like there's some grounds to that hold, that anchor, and it did come off, I think, that site division wall, because then you couldn't full commit, swing through it off your Utsil like we've seen from this team. Donut couldn't get on a nice position on the high wall with it up like she tried to do. So, again, all those standard steps taken when the path is thrown off, where do you reroute? And SRG couldn't get those coordinates inputted fast enough. So, Puppy Thieves?
Yeah.
Back on the track, descent is theirs, and so we look towards SRG, and I think a change of pace, really forward in the mid this time, from the barrier drop.
Blocking sight.
And you're even getting Felix there onto a deep line to set up this A split.
I mean, the best thing you can do, you have a ton of walls, make the double initiator team feel like they have to use a double take, right? Create a second part of the site, make it feel uncomfortable, another front to back style fight, and now see if WOOF can keep doing that. Get a little bit of util out of SRG in mid, but it's still just a trade back and forth to kind of get where the round is paced.
crazy that both the nets go main and Donut just solo entries from a door, right? That support through the toxic screen is enough. The timing is enough. Donut trying to secure both here around orange, and the high tide just further support from main, right? They can do it all. They can set her up from afar, and she's again gonna run interference on this retake.
And the wherewithal too, knowing that it's not a smart play for anybody to push back alone, so Donut stands shoulder to the wall, waiting for somebody to come through. Tara is finally able to get around the situation as the time spent there actually cost Donut the play. And now the team is falling once again as WOOF much better on these trade angles, anchoring each other as the teammate goes down. The util's out, and that's enough for Lydia to come down on Tara with the Vandal. 6-3, and SRG take it right back.
Yeah, how does that round shift in Shopify Rebellion Gold's favor? It felt like everything was finally coming together for Puppy Thieves. They picked up on the tendencies. After the first kill goes awry, they have the Riptide, so the Reckoning to flush out Dodonuts, and Terra comes alive, and that's where this retake, you can see it. It's heroic swings really from Lydia off of Sarah's contact to patch up the holes that were starting to let the water leak through. Yeah. So SRG sitting pretty for the rest of the half, looking now to secure a lead off the heavy money advantage they even have on this upswing. And again, it's like the small wins that Puppy Thieves find are just that, small insignificance. And I do think, to me, this team surprisingly falls attack-sided, even when they're running Sage on split, like we'll see later. So we'll see that's a continuity after the side swap, again, running the same SRG composition. But for now, SRG...
Smoke refresh.
Yeah, you really can't lose this round, it feels like, Riv, right?
They're playing it again where Puppy Thieves get to make the mistake. It's exactly what SRG is doing in these rounds. See, they're already coming out of B, searching, which isn't a mistake in itself, but SRG now has WOOF out of their main defensive lines, walking around the map. Sites can be messed with, and it's harder for Puppy Thieves to react if you're not walking straight into them in these kind of setup situations. And it looks like it's going to be A anyway, so they'll have a nice long sight. A smart move to play these rifles in and keep that distance between them and Puppy Thieves.
Yeah, I will say there is some danger here. There's going to be a lot of info, maybe a time and re-catch Noe on this deep lurk, but I'm more looking at the Spectre on the close range, right? One good flash, one good molly, you slice and dice, you get a quick upgrade, pop to the neural command. Nat for eyes get drawn to Donut, then the full recon sets her up for the swing, but there it is, the little shutter step, Rivington, and just like that, the reinforcements come through, and there's some grounds of this risky, perhaps.
A little too close for comfort there as the flash goes out. WOOF Oriental is able to come back on those shots. Spike is just on the other side. 2 more seconds to plant. They're trying to go through the middle. Noya is going to protect on this one. Get down, Mr. President. Scary Shark there. Just on the other side. Lydia clears one, and now it's up to Scary Shark. This Sheriff has to hit, but they're still playing together. Noya and, oh my God, Alexis peek the same side, get the kill, and SRG can do no wrong in these situations.
And Rivington, I have to correct you there. It is Madam President. Thank you very much.
That's true. That's true.
Yes, so get down in that situation is for sure. But I guess we've handed off the presidency to Alexis in that moment, right? Trying to protect that spike plate, considering the time was so against SRG. And again, now they're salvaging. It feels like unwinnable round. So again, Puppy Thieves, they did all they could, right? That was a spectacular round, all things considered. But I don't even know how Noya got there that fast to begin with. She was so far on that B lurk and gets through spawn. Like, that should not be happening. There shouldn't be those kind of gaps on the Puppy Thieves defensive side. But for now, first time we're actually seeing SRG test the waters on a stark, very direct elbow scale. And once again, look who's front and center. Terror on the receiving end here. We can see some nice cross content with the Harbor Nest as well. There's potential to shut down the split. Ooh. Potential dash, perhaps.
Time to dance. Oh, the util catch. SRG working up through the mid for one of the first times. Really, it's been safe space for Puppy Thieves to take. That's 2, St. Claus and Terror with some kill. Wait a minute. Terror on another one. And now Alexis and Lydia are kind of skulking about here, trying to figure out what the best move's going to be. Lydia actually finds the advantage for the squad. Oh my gosh. The cape. Seen by Zoriental here. Drawing fire, but didn't want that much. Miara is able to trade, though. It's just going to be the sliver shot here. Who's going to be able to hit this one? The timing's there. Firing through, not going to solidify it. They're just walking this one out. Great timing. Miara's trying to just go for the push timing. Almost had it. And still plays the Lydia peek, knowing it's going to be a fake. What a play WOOF takes the round. Could bring it to 7-5 here in the first half after everything.
Yeah, again, we're starting to see more support, it feels like, for St. Claus in some of those anchor positions, right? Terror and her playing side by side around that front side cove, disrespecting it. There maybe were some timing synchronization issues a little bit that allowed the Frex to start going in SRG's way, and that's where that SRG pause as well kind of further exacerbated that fact. But Miara, again, so good in these clutch moments, just has a really good head upon her shoulders for game sense, for that internal clock that we saw play, calling down to Lydia's bluff on the tap. So that's going to give them a really nice leg up here. 7-5 would be super respectable after how the rifle rounds developed, but oh, look at this. Pace change to cap off the half. It feels like it's characteristic of SRG at this point.
I think SRG has some nightmares about Guardian, so it's nice that they shut that one down real fast.
Don't remind them.
Yeah, seriously. And they get through mid, and now it's just the squeeze on Miara right now. Zinka is still hiding in there, trying to make a house out of this pit, but Noya and Lydia are able to dig up the bodies on that one and make sure it's all their ground.
Ooh, and while SRG are respecting this closer high tide, because they have still a minute left, and now that all that space has been filled by Puppy Thieves, I don't think they're going to rotate until Spike gets planted B-side. So this double stack, as long as they don't get overfought, should have been nice, but Alexis just stands her ground, sweeps up the 2, and SRG secure the 8-4 half on their map pick.
I think the ending of that half is just very iconic to what SRG was doing the entire attack half. They started the round slow, let WOOF move around. The end of that round, Alexis probably calls, hey, wait, let's wait, we got time. And WOOF come right into the picture. They make another play off it. It's really just patience here that SRG is able to use to get a lot of those rounds in the protocol ones when they did want to just play off of the ults they had in the util at the time.
Well, for the time being, a big pistol coming up for Puppy Thieves here. Hyped up the potential, I think, that their attack half would have, and I don't know, for me, it's like, okay, what were the win cons for SRG getting beat by a Ghost? And you think of having a flashy duelist as well behind Marceline or Khaleesi, who had a lights-out game, and even orchestrated their win on the first best of 3 of the day on this broadcast in that lower bracket, and Zoriental, I think, needs to be that force, and we know that she's capable of it, actually. That's how they closed out their opening match of main event up against Catface, but
It seems to be one of the things that can get through Shopify Rebellion the most, right? Is and like one player really able to dissect the timings between them. Because SRG can see a set play and know how to stop a team, but when one is just going off, okay, there's a reset from Alexis, just a deep breath. And holds it to get those 2. Terror is able to clean it up. A 3v3 off this pistol round as we start. And what a little crouch peek from Sarah to catch St. Claus off guard.
We were chatting up a storm about it being WOOF that need to break up the SRG timings, and then they go ahead and pull a stone like that and do it themselves. And Sarah, just intuition on the St. Claus timing, which Athena highlighted is always on point, and just like that, they completely stall out any sort of plant altogether, right? Dodonut kind of on that flank, the cherry on top to further dissect the attention span of Puppy Thieves in that sort of round. But yeah, this is so funny just to see the util exchanges back and forth. And well, there were some effective refrags it felt like from Terror. Again, it's at this point SRG are not letting any mistakes, any it factors like we mentioned slip through, because St. Claus 100% could have opened that round wide up with that re-elbow re-wrap. So
yeah,
could have been, I guess, Rivington, but
that reaction time, the adaptation rather from SRG is crazy.
Enemy kill.
Now,
no way.
How is that too? I mean, I love to see the replay.
Hit.
Yeah, and now you're like, okay, it's an outlaw here. There's probably not a judge, right? Surprise, Noya. 2-for-1 special, and
yeah, this is a round you're trying to swing, get some damage, get the spike down in a quick plan, in a good scenario for some money, and geez. That is one way to stop the momentum you're trying to gain. Okay, St. Claus acting. Little Marshall.
Hey, she's a chamber player at heart. I'll say it now.
Hey, sometimes you get funky with a Marshall. Oh.
Against 2, 3, I'm not sure.
Hello.
They knew what they were walking into.
Right into all of them, yeah. Tough one there. Sarah picks it up. Actually, quite a few since Sarah got the first 3 on the Sheriff. So Hunter's Fury is going to be up quite quick for Asova here in the second half. 10-4. here on Breeze to start off.
Wow.
And that was like just
That's like a Venn diagram of both shoulders. Yeah, it's like the right and left shoulders. Unfortunate one for sure to open things up. But rifle rounds are here. And honestly, I feel like it's a luxury for at times almost for these not to win the pistol. Because now you can hopefully hinge on the dependence of these rifles coming into the third, and that's where I think SRG have a nice ounce of disrespect coming into this round. The double scaling in mid once again. Sight set on discovering where St. Claus is, preying on the inexperienced player in the server, but St. Claus shuts Sarah down, goes on the regroup with the team to make sure that her weapon isn't a liability, and only now issue with Puppy Thieves right now is the fact that SRG have a stack on this site that is quickly scaling and reconfirming their position.
Shoulder. Oh, they were all going to swing together, but a nice cross angle there coming in by Puppy Thieves. And this should be the rotation to the site. Yeah, wait a minute. There's a raid boss here. Alexis stops one. Oh my god, it's almost another collateral. The Bulldog still does quite a bit of damage to Miara there. And now it's going to be Lydia trying to 1v2. A good plant position with cover from Puppy Thieves to get around in their favor and make sure they can get some momentum here in the second half as they set up and be made.
Any other agent with a Spectre on Breeze wouldn't be able to get this job done, but this is a Harbor. Prime for deep scaling, prime to get a little bit closer to these engagements, but that's why WOOF play it careful. And cycle util, try and force Lydia into the cross, set up in main.
Oh, no peek until spike touch. Really nicely done, but now they're going to give each other up in ones! Lydia just says, hey, what's up? Takes the round, a Red Bull clutch. SRG say, no, you don't get around.
There's no way that should have been won. And again, it's the Spectre on Breeze that somehow comes away with that Red Bull clutch, Rivington. Like, that's one such a mental killer after finally the individuals started hitting. We called upon Zoriental, we called upon St. Claus. They both were hitting their shots, and I mean, the full house alongside Alexis is definitely a statement way to get up to 11, probably 12, since not really much is going to be left in the tank for WOOF, but...
It's crazy. It's such a quick, smart way to play it. She shoots the person on the left in the head, so I'm clearing right corner first. I know somebody's on my left, and just identifies the one-on-one so well there. Super smart play throughout the round to create the pressure, and now WOOF has to create their own pressure.
And that's where it's an issue, is because Alexis got that 3-piece with the Bulldog on site, she has the null command if the commitment comes through, and that's where I do like to see it looks like some intentional planning out of Puppy Thieves, right? Terror one off from the ult, so it'll be in the post since she's the spike bear, but that's if you can get onto site to begin with.
Noya front and center. A lot of this util is just for the front of the site, but now you can see SRG is ready to fire back. These sides haven't been taken. Ladder wasn't progressed on. And now Noya just says, thank you very much. Line him up and knock him down. A 3K on that right side. And they're doing such a good job of just denying the util Puppy Thieves is using for it to get them any space.
Yeah, this is your prime time Noya right now. 4K on the anchor, no big deal. It was an eco round, but the timing, the ping pong off of Lydia is what makes it more impressive at the team level, right? And those refrags didn't even to really, I would say, support much util into that fight because, again, Terror has been finding timings on those utils to set up these entries. It's just, again, Zoriental isn't as dynamic as Donut is on breaking some of these crosses and causing that chaos element to deconstruct this doubled up hold. Then it took Puppy Thieves a while to themselves figure out what that defensive behold should look like, right? We tune back to when Scary Shark finally flexed over instead of Terror to that site, and that's what SRG is working with from the get-go, is that double controller anchor. So now reshuffling things for map point here. Talked about the ults, double ults online for WOOF. This is the best case scenario for them to be on, considering it's map point.
Oh, just ultimate denial. Minute 20 left in the round, and they say null command to start. Okay, KO on KO action on the right side as the null command still screaming out. Puppy Thieves trying to gain some ground and just taking the open fight this time. Less util, more shoot. It's starting to work, and they're going to know that Donut wants to save this up here. Puppy Thieves gain a very much needed round, but his back's against the wall. This is going to be an uphill battle.
Yeah, and I'm glad to see they aren't really scared, it feels like, in these post situations because they're trailing, because it's Shopify Rebellion Gold, right? And of course, I think the one player that shouldn't be scared is Nora, Scary Shark. Again, she was on that YFPX roster that has also pushed SRG to the limits before, but all in all. They're looking to save this operator, and it looks like WOOF are going to respect to do some team bonding on the site. And I kind of wish they had sent like Zoriental or St. Claus a bit earlier to hunt for this, just so they can keep those ults coming in this comeback. They need 4 to 8 rounds, jump on half and half to get to overtime. And okay, there it is.
Nice. Went off a Blade Storm now. Doing the things they need to do. And this honestly is a time to get the flow. You know, say what's plaguing us the most. Let's correct that as many rounds we can. And it'll start to come online, right? That round by round mentality here for Puppy Thieves. There's more maps to go, but they still have time here on Breeze in this round. A really good step in the right direction of how they would start to come back.
Yeah. And they traded out as well for the Reckoning. They'll still be sitting on that Hunter's Fury, which was a primary directive in the early round last round. Only complication is going to be, again, SRG have their own ult cycle to manage to work with, to leverage in closing out this map sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
And they were sitting pretty waiting for the first series to win Rivington in a riveting overtime. But,
oh my.
the time being, Dodanut forced up the op again, going for the deep info, and I think there's more just going to solidify that they can rotate over to B, and if that doesn't, the 0-point surely will, and the ults too.
Oh, everybody's able to deny and dodge those out. A wall to few walls there created, deny Puppy Thieves any ground gained and on their way in. And already some nice inserts in mid here to grab the audio of who might be rotating in or out if there is a replay audible call by WOOF. It looks like they are going to want to get in, maybe.
Ooh.
This is going to be tough.
Alexa's going to hear it, though.
No util to really clear this. Exactly. No util to clear the rest of the map. You're going to have to move as a death ball here and hope that everybody swings at the same time. 1. And the peek down. Now Alexis knows to play her life and can help the team when it needs to happen.
You're only 30 seconds into a Viper's Pit. Like, this is not going to go well with Noia on the other side, right? You already lost a flare. You don't really have a drone or a knife to get through this, and the spray support is there. And now you're pinched. You have no options, and there's 15 seconds. At this point, you need to cut your loss to save, and you can't because it's a map point. And SRG on track to close out their map pick. 13-5 flawless fashion, and wow. I think we got our answer, Rivington. That it was not, in fact, just a watered sore spot. It is SRG in full swing right now. Again, if there were any doubters with them falling down to the lower bracket, right now this is impressive.
Well, that was an incredible stranglehold on that last round. It says, hey, we'll put our Viper's Pit down today, force your hand at B, and then when you realize you can't go B, come back into the Viper's Pit. Like, that is just pushing your opponent around the map. SRG are looking good to start this series, but there's still a chance for Puppy Thieves to come back. The desk is going to break that down and get us ready for our next match when we come back here with more Valorant Game Changers. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the analyst desk. That was a quicker one than we had in our first series. Shopify Rebellion make quick work of Puppy Thieves here. I'm back on the desk with Gompers and Athena, ready to break it all down. And can we just collectively bow down to Alexis? Can we just start off that the segment with that? Just a little. Yep,
Oh, we're
she
bowing?
was
Okay.
she was
Saluting.
frying. She was frying Athena.
Yeah, she was doing absolutely phenomenal. I feel like on one hand, you're constantly complimenting her flashes and her use of util, but I think this game specifically, I was just watching her frag out, which is kind of insane considering we were just talking about how she's also IGLing. And I feel like she's done this so consistently too, being able to be that top fragger, or at least up there in the scoreline every single time, and it's kind of insane. But I think when you do think of KO, it's almost as if you think of NRG, KO, Ethan. This for me is the GC KO. It is Alexis. SRG Alexis is the one to watch all the time. The flashes, the util's phenomenal, but also, man, those kills are insane.
Yeah, I mean, she was just carving up in the server Gompers.
Alexis was insane. Always, honestly, I felt like a lot of what I saw was pretty cool too, because there were so many circumstances where on the choke, you did once there was some sort of noise heard, Alexis was really good at timing, right? That 0 point, apologies, I forgot the name for a second. The 0 point to really disengage Wolf from that sort of execution, which I thought was really cool. And especially with timing and just in general, right? We saw some lurks up mid where Alexis was quietly lurking and able to actually pick off some sort of fight isolation down in mid, and was just generally really good, as well as keeping up with Dodonut and allowing them to really flourish. So I don't know, overall, I think Alexis to be an IGL, you know, in a role that feels semi-new to you when you're kind of used to someone else doing it for you, and making these calls that are so game-changing is really cool to see.
Yeah, now I think Alexis was also helped out on the attack side by her duelist player. Athena, Dodonut was having big impact on that side.
Oh yeah, Dodonut was definitely the player to watch for that first half. It was kind of insane, some of the shots that she was hitting, especially with that op, that little sliver towards that default box, but constantly getting these first picks. It's been really nice to see, because Dodonut has struggled just a little bit previously in their previous matches, but back on her comfort on that jet. That was the shot I was talking about, by the way. So insane just seeing a sliver angle, but it was so good to watch. I feel like the importance for Dodonut for here is that the confidence is showing in the server, and when you're playing that jet, which is your comfort character, you're able to take the space, you're able to get those first bloods almost very consistently on the attack side. And it was obvious that she punished the other team consistently, holding for aggression, holding for just their defaults, but also on their executes, being able to still get that first kill. There was even that one round where she had lurked all the way up to B doors in mid and got the pick on a player on a site, just not paying attention. So it's kind of insane to see how often that Dodonut was able to have an impact around the map on that attack side.
Yeah, I think if you're looking at the attack side, Dodonut got first blood 7 of those rounds of the 12.
Yeah.
Only died twice on openers. So really insane stuff. And I'm getting word that we're almost ready to get into the next game already. So let's go ahead and jump straight on into the maps. Remind you where we are heading, because this series could be over pretty quick unless Puppy Thieves are able to bounce back on their map pick of Split. Now, Gompers, this was the map that they were in touching distance in the last time they played Shopify Rebellion. There they fell 13-10, but there's been a lot of time for both these teams to adjust heading into today.
Yeah, ironic too, because we actually did see recently Shopify lose this map to Ghost Gaming 13-10 as well. So if you're looking at recent composition and recent standing on this map, it's not looking too great for this team. Obviously against WOOF, it was amazing, right? They played a decent game. Both sides were really struggling at a certain point. So I am kind of expecting something very different here from Shopify. Obviously, they've been switching up their composition. It hasn't necessarily been working. So for Split to come into this, and have that 13-5 and have your IGL of Alexis really on top of it, I do think a change is quite necessary to really continue their victory stance.
Yeah, I always feel like if you're looking at the vetoes and seeing that WOOF has picked this map, I'm expecting them to have some sort of creative idea of how to play around Shopify Rebellion the last time that they played them. I think that's the biggest thing for me. And so what I'm looking for from WOOF is a little bit more confidence, being able to be aggressive, but also able to punish with Zoriental, because Zoriental has been so phenomenal, especially on that Raze, which they're opting to play here. Just being able to set Zoriental up for success, supporting them. I feel like in that last game on Jet, Zoriental was more often than not pushing by themselves, or at least being set up with just one piece of util with no one to trade. And so I'm looking for this map from Puppy Thieves to make sure that Zoriental is set up for success. Send someone with them. Send a lot of the Sky util as well as the Paranoia going in. Have that Sage on their tail, ready to heal or wall or slow or whatever it is, just to make sure Zoriental can make space onto site.
Yeah, and to see a change actually here where Dodonut is removing themselves from that Raze that we've seen recently and move to Neon, I would say it's not something I was expecting. We did see a lot of profit come through from the Raze, but I do also think there was a lot of hiccups in regards to site entries, right? The Raze maybe wasn't the best duelist to do the job, and there is that extra assurance with those stunts that Dodonut can provide, as well as, I mean, just having this general composition. I'm really excited to see how SRG bring about this newer duelist edition.
Yeah, SRG are going back to what worked in the Swiss stage when they took down Puppy Thieves the last time. That game, Dodonut was top fragging on the Neon. We'll see if it continues. It is do or die now for the Puppy Thieves, trailing 0-1. Ruben Zobi here to take you through the action.
We are ready to get into map 2, and it's going to be a good one. We do see that Neon change, right, coming in for Dodonut, and it's like you either die the hero or live long enough to become a Neon again. So we go from the Raze to the Neon. Is it going to work? Is it not going to work? We'll have to see.
Absolutely, and they basically just got burned by the fire, and I said, let's embrace the flame this time around, right? You look at Marceline Khaleesi, who bodied them on the Neon, perhaps, in their upper bracket matchup on Split, and I think that's enough motivation to see the viability of it still in the current meta. So, I'll pick it up here. Again, a great way to answer back now that you're back to Splits, and my only concern, I think, from the Neon pickup is it's not going to be as easily to navigate Terror's Sage walls, and that's something I noticed from the last time they played Sage on this map. They planned so intentionally on this attack around the Sage walls, and despite them being with the Sage composition, they were actually attack-sided in that Catface matchup, versus this composition was defense-sided for SRG. So this is the half to make a difference, to make an impact, and bounce back mentally after a one-sided breeze. Let's see if WOOF, in fact, have some bite behind their bark.
All right, eyes on Puppy Thieves now as they move over towards A. Paranoia goes through, the protocol is online, and Lydia still just in the backstab, able to get a fadeaway kill as she is dropped by Terror, and the space doesn't feel comfortable. They do not like the result here fully, so it's going to be a back off by WOOF, and they have taken quite a bit of damage, now being healed up.
Yeah, huge heal coming through.
Refresh.
A huge position from Nora. To not expect the timing. The Ricard Classic clicks start good though, and so is the support from Vent. Dodonut, Noya come through as Phantoms, Ghosts to haunt these teams. And yeah, SRG, another pistol win. Have not really dropped one too heftily.
Yeah.
So far, so good, but the next round buy-up comes through. Again, the Outlaws characteristic is strong defense for SRG. It's like, woof, that was your round to win, right? SRG gave them the win condition they usually look for, which is that opening engagement. They just couldn't punish Lydia and accelerate fast enough behind it.
Yeah. Now waiting, actually going to back up the Outlaw in mid to start off, feeling like there'll be a bit more action there still. It looks like they will call. If the SRG plays with the patience of Breeze, they should be able to get one. And no, Puppy Thieves is going to pull out a kill of their own, but traded two back by Dodonut. Why not? Clear on Vents. And now a choice to see which site they got to go to. Still got to lurk over there by St. Claus, but it looks like the committal will be towards B eventually. Yes,
that's a
it will.
huge kill. Yeah, that might be Spike plan if Dodonut didn't have the timing. Sights down on main. They know Terror is probably on the way after that orb gets collected, and they're looking towards another hero player to step up. And St. Claus would have been that player through Heaven, but only a classic to her name. Likely won't fare too well up against the male Spectres, so yeah, running out of chances, I think, to get the spike solidified here with 45 seconds left to go.
Lexus looking to get on the board here. That another up point. It's like Sarah and Alexis are like, where? We want to be in the game too, you guys. Everybody else is like halfway to their ult on SRG.
They have wall still. Wait a
picking up
minute.
kills and going through. St. Claus on the right side, trying to put that up and down. Hopefully tricking somebody.
There's a lot to work with actually here, surprisingly. You know, maybe orb the cross, again, wall the cross. You just need to break the outlaw line of sight here to get out, or there's not going to be a plant. And yeah, that's not the one thing you shouldn't have done is contact into Donut, who gets the ace. A follow-up from the ghost. It was so spread out and natural that you almost missed the impact that she had that round. It's an eco, but it's still going to be a 7-0 on the scoreboard nonetheless.
That's gross. One away from the overdrive already. The mid coverage here was so good in the first round when they were jumping around with classics and getting each other in ghosts, and then they still have a bit of backup here for one going down in Dodo Nut. Then collecting the ace towards B. Great hold around the map, kind of understanding where the players would be coming out of and giving a bit more advantage to the chance for that ace to happen. Now online and confident. SRG moving to the bonus round.
Miara, that flash is a little shallow, but St. Claus' performance impact is not. She reads in through the hefty fight on the eco route, and this is usually where you see WOOF speed up a lot off of that aggro play on the other side of the map, but that's where the snake bite comes in clutch for a delay. And suddenly, any hopes that you have been dashed, and you still, even though you broke the stage wall being made, are gonna have to re-clear that a little bit later. So it's kind of a minute mark, and we're back to square one.
They know it's going to be towards B at least. They've pushed in sewers, good kills by Puppy Thieves, but they have to move here. They cannot have this stall out moment again. The timing's going to be good as Dodo actually tries to create a few battlefields to fight on different fronts, but Puppy Thieves have control of mid, and they squeeze that bonus away from SRG.
Yeah, that looked like it was about to be disastrous, right? And look a lot from Noya, the follow-up pressure to try and allow Donut out of that wall space, but yeah, Puppy Thieves, that was a round you could not lose after, again, the opener, the right call was there to go for the aggro fight. I talked about those stage walls. They're usually on point on these execs, and I mean, they just hold their ground and pivot, and that's where I do think SRG, again, you can criticize it. It was a bonus, so they're gonna do silly things. In the actual buy rounds, we cannot see them playing too aggro, swinging too much into Puppy Thieves, because that's exactly what they wait for with these perpetual mid starts, with these hefty outlier players like Scary Shark Nora and St. Claus, who can win their 1vx engagements.
Straight through that smoke fall. Yeah. A nice shot down the hot line of mid, making sure that res has to be used, so that's good still for WOOF for Puppy Thieves. And I think they got good information that the backpedal from Sarah did have the Odin out, so they maybe identified that that was heaven. I don't know how much that will help. It still looks like it's going to rain down on them here as they choose the strong-sided side of SRG with everyone anchored up.
It's not going to go well. They're hard anchored up because they have that wall in mail. They can disregard Beheaven in full focus, shutting down this entry. Relabeled aligns. Sarah shot with the Odin aligns. The wall feels like an afterthought and the damage is already done. You have to pivot and you really have no other way to go. 40 seconds left, low HP at this point. You've got to just wait it out, get the regrowth up, and see what St. Claus can now do as the primary entry.
Another flash, able to drop one here. Big shots as goes to 1v1, but Lydia is still there. And SRG is always the one, it feels like, looking at the situation that's happening and able to react accordingly here as WOOF tries to push into the site. 3-1 now as we get the replay on that round. Yeah, they did kind of see the Odin, but it did not help further in the round. I mean, you can't do much about it. They tried to flash it out.
Yeah, and I mean, Nora, the master of trades in that round, but unfortunately cannot get the final one, the tipping point up against Lydia. So coming to the next again. Broken by 4 Puppy Thieves. SRG, much like Bree, start to pull ahead, and Viper's Fit is just a further band-aid to set Noya up on the shotgun to shut down the alert play, shut down any backdoors. And I will say, this round, at least Puppy Thieves, I think this was the stronger side. The chances to get onto space there, but again, the refrags feel delayed, and even then, look at this. Dodo patches the hole and then widens it on her own in favor of SRG.
Crazy. You see Lydia too teleporting out, and Dodo's not like, I'm still gonna go in. I'm sliding. I'm walling. Let's go. It doesn't have to be online for both of them. They know they're still covering each other in these fights. Feel so confident. I'm thinking of what Puppy Thieves can really do here once they get into that next round. We might be seeing a timeout as alts start to come online, but they've got to waste some time or util here from SRG because it is just so much that they are confronted with every time they try to.
Yeah, I mean, I've not been disappointed by the neon inclusion in any way. It's definitely more the attack side where we have some concerns again of how to navigate terror and the neon, the stage walls, but again, that's a minuscule thought with what we're seeing. The comfortability on the sniper rifle allows you to get away with more effectively than satchels, and these re-engagements and rotate timings that are facilitated by the high gear and the slides have just been criminal. And you can see how it's now become, honestly, what has strengthened their defense tenfold, which was already their stronger half. So, again, I'm curious what the side swap's going to offer, but it's not going to matter if you sweep through this half anyways. Then we don't have to see too much of that attack. And, yeah, and a reminder, SRG, they were wrestling, attempting a 9-3 comeback up against Ghosts on via this defense. So they know what it means, have wherewithal to have that bounce back. And not even to that point just yet on the Puppy Thieves side.
Both teams really using this refresh of health effectively throughout the rounds. And I think actually that's one of the things that could help Wolf here, is if they kind of find those ways where the damage is going to stick. Gonna quick flash around the corner, doesn't catch too much as they are set up to stop towards B. Like 3-2, or sorry, 2-2 split across the mid here, but it doesn't seem like they want to commit just yet. Focus on it.
Oh, and looking for these extremity players, and now that St. Claus has found the opener A side.
Yeah.
Seekers are to confirm if that is the right pivot call, and this refight from SRG, Scary Shark should be calling, and they should be running for the hills, but they double back off of it, seeing the exit now towards Alley, and they have slipped the net. This is a humongous call for Puppy Thieves.
They gotta go. They have to be confident that it's the right call, though. This is what's plaguing them. They're setting up another protocol after they just played the big macro strat. You can't blame them for it, right? Being it fundamental, they would have get the site, and they're gonna get it anyways here. But time does seem to plague them a bit. SRG is gonna have that once the spike goes down as they reset for the retake.
I mean, you could have had a paranoia, paint shell, a deeper wall, so many things in that post that no longer work for them. But one thing working for them is the St. Claus timing, and Zoriental on the forward line, so it's going to be delay, and maybe even tag team off of Nora's position. It looks like a strong setup in theory, but what is the practice? Oh.
Nobody does a quick look around here. They can't get a sentry look on it. Noya just misses on that angle as Dodonut answers one. Still trying to drop into the site. They're low, and St. Claus has the upper angle, and they're going to be able to get this round very nicely played across the map here to draw it out a little bit more by Puppy Thieves.
Not about we want, but if it gets converted, it gets converted, right? And that's exactly what Puppy Thieves are able to do after identifying the brilliant gap off of those Seekers as well. So really well done in that regard over to Puppy Thieves. And again, this is what we want, is that forward line of defense. Zoriental in the hot seat in that those late round post positions. And I will say Zoriental is already, in my mind, on this map, a defensive duelist, right? She likes to play aggro, play unexpected around terrorist walls, either getting up and over them, or when they get broken, refilling the gaps. And so if any kill she gets in this half, impact with a showstopper, these late round multi-kills, then that's already going to be a cherry on top if you can keep things close and competitive. The buy has stabilized the ults, about equivalent, and this is that moment where you ask Puppy Thieves to step up, and another First Blood has lent them that opportunity to do so. Again, Irvington, this is where Breeze diverged.
Yeah, St. Claus on the extremity there is starting to cause SRG to shake a bit on these defensive positions, which is giving the rest of Puppy Thieves the openings they need. Really making SRG scramble inside B right now. Overdrive is forced into the hands of Dodo Nut. Oh, they both swing ready for that left side. And they knew the members of SRG were, but Noya was still playing secretly towards spawn here, and they're able to whittle down this advantage that Wolf had.
One enemy remaining. Noya finds one, places all the pressure upon Aura, Scary Shark, and while they give her the ones, Alexis has been winning said ones, right? Was highlighted by the desk for that prowess. Anchoring tight positions over on Breeze, and we mentioned it again, needing this sustainability, this consistency core to get struck for Puppy Thieves, and they never have been able to do so, even after Ray's Rocket finds it open, even after they get that B Heaven space. It's just all the pieces didn't come together to form that clear final picture, and now the ults have been expended. Now SRG have money back, and they weren't able to escape that cycle that would have been, hey, maybe a 4-4 on the half instead of SRG trooping on towards probably an advantage at the half.
I think we almost need a refresh here. The conditioning, even if WOOF hasn't wanted to, has been to be. Right? So that flex for SRG has to almost be a priority there. So these A kills from St. Claus, I feel like, can be pressured. We haven't really seen the plant towards A, really the setup on A for them. So maybe that's a little refresher they can use coming into this back half of the first half to get some rounds.
And I feel like there's something I actually noted and praised them for in the Catface game was Puppy Thieves off of St. Claus kills, which this round unfortunately won't be a factor. We're so fast, we're so confident, and here there's that second guessing, there's not them locking in on the win cons, and this was your map pick, and I already questioned. I thought SRG was going to pick Split, I'm not going to lie, for this series, and we're starting to see why that was the thought process here. Sarah on the God angle, ready?
One. Oh, and the flashes are there just to follow up around it. Even if it went awry, they still have Seekers for, right? There's so many safety nets here that SRG has during these eco rounds, and they're still pushing forward confidently, knowing they have the money, they have the guns, and a triple kill for Sarah there as the res comes back online. The reset squads, ults, and everything for SRG is very confidently ready to go right now.
And I love how you can always tell when silly SRG gets to the party as well, right? The flash, the run out there, right? Like, they're still thorough in their util investment, but you can see the confidence in how they take these final engagements, how they cap off the rounds and the halves that they already pretty much have locked up. Effective. 15 code combination that it feels like Puppy Thieves won't be able to crack, and I liked the damage control there from Terror Attempted, but again, it feels like so much of this util are afterthoughts. So for this timeout definitely needed to come through for Puppy Thieves. Again, this is another opportunity for them to try and close up this gap. Again, it was missed out on already at the 4-2. It was missed out on similarly at those key moments over on Breeze. And again, I mean, this was supposed to be the stronger half for them. Again, they struggled, it felt like, once the side swap occurred. So I can't even be like, oh, if you suffer through this, things will get brighter, right? It's like, maybe you can accredit, hey, SRG struggled a lot, again, down 3-9 when they were on the attack. But again, coping on the downfall of your enemies is not a good way to lock into victory.
It feels like Puppy Thieves are kind of playing according to SRG's game, right? We've seen these mid smokes, and they know Noya will spam from vent, and they'll kind of just spam back instead of, you know, follow up, dumping the nade in there, dumping another flash in there, and aggressively taking that mid space. Now we get towards A, though. It looks like they do want to get up towards that ramp. We've seen this area somewhat be cleared. It hit with a flash very hard the first time. Alexis is going to look to give him the same medicine here on the second time around. And they're stalled on that ramp side for now.
Not for long. They're off.
They want the space.
Boombot, off the guiding lights, and just like that, they are pushing on forward. Alexis taken down. Still not sure the crossfire is past the top of the screen, so without finding Noya and with a site anchor on site, I'm still not sure if they'll be able to get out onto the site just yet, Rivington. And now with Sarah on deep mid space, they're basically trapped.
This is a teamwork makes the dream work round. It's kind of the all numbers behind the flash. Everybody's got to go through. Do not let a gap form between the players, and they're going to be behind each other for the anchor kills here. That's the important part. Terra stays alive. The rest of them, they get the res, too, to come back on. St. Claus takes down Sarah, and that was WOOF playing behind each other as they entered into the site.
And playing their own game, playing that joint setup, again, forward planning with the ults. That's maybe what that momentary pause was for. Not them second-guessing themselves, but making sure they had that site plan exec timed and ready to go. And I will say, again, I felt like some of the refrag positions, maybe from Noya, again, from Lydia and Dodo, were a bit delayed as well. Labor divided and therefore conquered. So all in all, WOOF, that's the round we wanted to see. And we're looking for continuity, though, still to die. This uptick of ults for SRG. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Head back towards the A space. And sends Oriental on in.
Scary Shark messing with B. Okay. It seems like the extremity kills are something they can catch on SRG.
Very strong.
They want to peek. They want to find a little bit of info, and it's been punished a lot of times, and now they still got to worry about Noya, though, finding timings around the map.
Crazy walk down.
That'll always. Yeah, that'll always stop your play from happening the way you want. And to get into A site, though, this plant is going to go down. So this is now we get to see the post plant here from WOOF.
And it's gonna be the retake off the Seekers, though. Not got resurrected because of that Noya forward clearance. And Noya just, again, a hard read on the situation. Knew no one was in mid that round because of how fast they scaled on to A. But Seekers come out, means the Viper's Pit is traded off here, forcing Claws. And we'll see why she wasn't lurking as the late round divulges.
Ooh, stepping in and out of that pit is going to be super dangerous, and SRG starts to punish for it. Alexis on 3. 4 getting into 3 getting into the site, rather. Incredible stuff. Get this one down. Easy to bring the res back online. I know they're going to give it to Pit. Oh, yeah, because Noya's got it on 1. Just maximizing everything here for Shopify Rebellion Gold as they take another round in the first half.
Again, you take like a screenshot of like the util that was in line for SRG and the positions that Puppy Thieves are in, and you're like, how do you lose this? Right? There was no info util to get back into that. Dog already invested, right? Only the singular flash.
Yeah.
And just think a bit too many of these players playing outside the pit there. The timing, the trades finally go SRG's way, and obviously it's hard to factor in Alexis just going nuclear on the 90-degree transfer there as well.
Yeah.
Fighting solo out of screens, by the way, contacting into the Viper's Pit. So all on SRG have numbers secure for the half, and again with confidence behind them, it's no surprise they wanted to go for the A main, or sorry, the B main fight. But I will say this is already a change from the last time they played this map. Really didn't get to see Puppy Thieves win those B main fights head on, and SRG actually respect it, back out. They know they can anchor here.
Ready.
Nice fight for the orb. There's got to be a win condition here for Puppy Thieves. You have that low buy to still work with. These rounds have to be taken uber seriously, you should say. Because they are going to head back to the right side. Now, this time it hasn't been cleaned by St. Claus. They have been working well together as a team. So it's got to be power in numbers here for Puppy Thieves.
And it's so interesting, the one round they actually fall back into St. Claus is where they're just going to go for a direct entry anyways before the opener went in her favor. And that's because Oriental will front the build this time around. Primary entry to shut down ramps. The Satchelin is good for a timing to be unexpected, maybe perhaps for SRG's contact rescaling back into this space.
A really nice tell from the Seekers, too. They started heading towards Vent, so Puppy Thieves know it's only a matter of seconds before the rest of SRG get there and get taken down. Oh my gosh. In the blink of an eye by WOOF's angle set up there for Heaven. It is going to force Sarah to turn around and have a save on this Phantom for the round. Some very much needed final rounds here in the first half for Puppy Thieves.
Yeah, Alexis should be able to buy 2. Sarah might be able to run Phil for 1 more. No way they can buy. They'll be able to cap off the half still with a decent buy in the next. But yeah. That round's so funny to me, Irvington, because it's like, if I was looking at the comms, there would be so much bickering in like a funny way for Puppy Thieves, because it's like Zorianto's waiting, like very prim proper from ER to flash to heaven before that swing, and Scary Short Nora's just like, I got it, swings, ramps out, and gets both of them before she can play the clean patient game. And again, that's the difference between good Valorant and winning Valorant, I guess, statistically speaking. She's positive now, and Nora's saying, I need the kills more, guys, don't even worry. And that's what I mentioned, right? Zoriental, it feels like, is, to me, right, does her job, but isn't flashy about it, right? And that's kind of what we're seeing in this half, and how they've, again, once we're getting to this finish line, had that opportunity to make it a respectable half. I think for me, I started thinking a respectable half when it's 7-5, not an 8-4. So, yeah, this is where we were sitting at Breeze as well, Irvington. It was a side swap that made it super one-sided, so... Let's see what Puppy Thieves can do.
Yeah, the Oriental kills. It feels like they need to get these.
Yeah.
And are the ones that come through. It may not be 5 in a round, but it's the ones they need to get in the situation. You're right. And here, it's helped them grab quite a few. A final round would be such a nice feeling after what SRG has really been able to do on the first half of both maps. So that confidence is going to be monumental. They've been on the ramp before and crashed in.
Yeah, they put the stage here instead of going aggro, like the pace change they've done previously on Breeze. I like the elevated position as well. It might be unpredicted by the showstopper here. That's paths all the way through Evan, paths all the way to Satan. Still possibly going to find this kill on Lydia. Wow.
All right. Achilles heel. All right. A few more kills. Hell is cleared out, and SRG starts to slide back into the site. They know they should be able to clear this one elbow here. Zoriental's got an itch she's got to take care of in this situation, and it's going to be tough. Very healthy members Wait, the spin around?
30 seconds left.
Playing cat and mouse here.
Ouch.
Oh, Sarah still stays the one to peek, as it was going to be safety play by Noya here as they collect the last round of the first half. 8-4 is WOOF's momentum balked for just a round there.
It's funny that, considering it was different teams winning the initial pistol, it's still the 8-4 half favor in Shopify Rebellion Gold, even with the side swaps for the start. So, yeah, right now looking like a very well-rounded squad, and we look towards more so Puppy Thieves winning the second round pistol. Again, preying off some of the difficulties the trauma SRG have from that Ghost game here on Split, but this is where we said Dodonut was going to be at the forefront on this Neon pick. Show why you selected it, not just for defensive sniper rifle prowess and those stuns, but how does it help with these dives, these engagements? And Laura's gonna be the one tested about that pretty early on.
Oh, the back pedal. It's like, all right, yeah, I pushed him off the angle. That's all they really wanted. Kind of flex their muscles at B main. Dodonut putting a little bit of damage on a Scary Shark. I don't know if there's any audio that Noya grabbed here, but this is committal here by SRG. As they're waiting for the wall to go down. Or maybe even over? Cheeky over the wall? But probably not.
And difficult to do. And I do feel like for me, Puppy Thieves, something that stands out is what they do when Sage walls are broken, but can't really hinge on that on a pistol per se. Not the most resources to invest, but the reaction rotate timing's pretty decent, and it's just gonna be a ping pong ideally off with her, but that really allows a setup where she's just on her own, sink or swim, she's drowning. And I mean, 4v4 going into the post. Great setup for Ramp's late reclear. The only play that would disrupt it is Nora or Scary Shark, but even then, it feels like it'll be a little too late.
Never a better time for Puppy Thieves to get a pistol here in the series. This has to be perfect for the rest of the time. Almost a double classic kill from Scary Shark. Rams activates the screen players, and SRG are just looking in the right direction. 20 HP in a dream here for St. Claus to try and clean up the last members. SRG waiting patiently as Noya gets that first swing, gets the kill. Another pistol for SRG as they close in on a win in 2 maps. WOOF have to really pull out of the stops here.
A great try there for sure on that retake. But again, you have a Neon still sailing at you with a Ghost, still hitting that criminal headshot off the slide, and
what are you gonna
just
do?
feel kind of hopeless, exactly. So, all in all, 5 for SRG looks strong. Looks like it has some conversion potential following this round, and SRG, again, when they're up this far, I think it just gives Alexis so much breathing room that she can be that individual fragger, that she can simplify the calling a lot, because they have that threshold, that wiggle room to be like, okay, if things are going wrong, I can correct it, but for now, let's just play our own game, and in their own game.
Bring up a great point, because fragging IGL title, honestly, like, she fit right into it, Alexis did. It's kind of crazy to see that kind of result so quickly.
And it's crazy that that result is after the entire year of work she put in last year to improve her mechanics, because she wasn't that player before. Again, she was the support, she was the vibes, and now she is transformed. And I mean, while Noya takes the kick on that trade, kind of for now, it's, yeah, I was gonna say it feels like
Slow down, Alexis.
Yeah, we just pointed you out, bro. Give us a little bit to breathe.
Oh,
but it's so
4K
funny.
on that.
Like, really grim, because we point out, we're like, okay, Alexis fragging IGL 4K, but then on the flip side, right, for Puppy Thieves, I feel like they come so close, right? We're like, maybe for some of these ecos, and then it's just immediate SRG, like, no.
Just an answer, adaptation, every time figuring out what Puppy Thieves is trying to do here. So we may get a pause, a team pause, a tech pause. We'll see.
Yeah, we have an update, Rivington.
But a bit of a moment. Okay.
Maybe why they were so brazenly running it down and re-engaging on each other in mid-space is because we had a pre-round tech call for NTC or some sort of issue, and as a result, we actually have to re-roll that round. So I don't think it necessarily like hurts SRG. It always like is a pain when like you got a really good call and like a deserted site, right? And then they know what site you were planning on going to. But I think that's where SRG and these slow starts benefit them, is like they are so default intensive that's not really going to change how the round started out in my mind. And even then, it felt like the initial plan for Puppy Thieves wasn't to scale down mid. That's after the tech call. Like, the reroll was probably confirmed, right? That they decided, like, okay, let's run it down, just see what happens. So.
I knew it was only going to be 1 kill. Shouldn't have been 4. No.
And maybe that makes sense why someone was rammed with a knife out, too. I think that was... who was that, Nora?
Rolling around. We'll get that figured out. But it is a time here to kind of figure out, because it's not much talking going on, but just play your reset, understanding, kind of think about your plays, what's been happening, how you're getting peaked, and what they're doing to peak. Because I think you said before, the pressure that they're able to create and the peaks they're able to create just feel like they have so much confidence behind them, which makes you as an opponent almost like second guess. You need more util to advance there. You need another piece in place before that fight can go your way, it seems. It's just, they're making it so tough, SRG are.
Well, here we are. We mentioned the round gets re-rolled. And
roll it back.
Yeah, that will make the UI a little silly, but maybe it's just foreshadowing the future that's to come, Rivington. For SRG, considering, again, it's the same buy, it's the same gun advantage. It's the same look, again, from SRG. B start, the gamble stack actually the same as well for Puppy Thieves here towards A, so this is like the good side of a reroll where it's like nothing is going to change, really, it feels like.
This orb grab, get that res back online. Team never die. I should say comp never die. Both are running it. And they just wait that timeout again. Try and play the slow pressure. Source out all of Puppy Thieves' information to make sure this isn't some shorty or sheriff waiting behind the corner.
Alright.
Okay.
How are we pivoting into the gamble stack? All right, Alexis, check the call. We're good. All right, yeah. She says, guys, wait a minute. I might have called wrong. Get back to me ASAP. Okay, guys, forehead play, and I think Alexis will appreciate what them. She intentionally called them away so she could try and get all the rotation kills and set herself up to further frag on this round.
Super smart about the map movement, too. Everybody walks through the spawn until you see Noya get to mid, verify nobody can hear any running, and then they all just book it. Shoes laced to go coast to coast there. So really playing around the fact that Puppy Thieves could have gotten a lot of map pressure there, but now they know it is freedom in B for quite a while, and Noya's going to be able to call everything along the way. Uh-oh. It's a conga line. Oh, St. Claus. The Vipers always know.
St. Claus always knows. That's what I mentioned, like, the first time I saw her, right? Because she just feels like a breath of fresh air in the space since we haven't had a new talent prospect like her. Is that she had that brain behind it because she's been competing for so long. It wasn't just the aim like other newer GC names have, and that's something you can't necessarily teach sometimes, or it takes a while to ingrain in somebody. So
yeah.
For now, though, it cannot really save them from the outcome that is just dying to spike, preventing a few more orbs from going SRG's way. But again, as kind of promised, when the reroll comes through, second round buy usually goes the way of the headgear weaponry team, and SRG likewise will repetitively get up to double digits.
It's the die and buy strategy. Quick and easy. Don't have to worry about too much. Especially given alt points over. Hello.
Peekaboo.
Yeah. They set up now. Looks like a little bit of mid pressure from SRG. They'll still have the bit of extremity from Noya to make sure there's noise gathered and what else can happen on that side. But this is the pushback now. This is the crucial round for Puppy Thieves here. They are looking at 3 rounds away from being eliminated in Game Changers. So that comeback has to start now.
Well, for now, and I like how safe it is. They're playing things. Nora's been doing a good job holding her own, and now she has to withstand a full-scale exec, right? Timing already there, isolated on pillar. She's trying to isolate around this slow, and she gets the little 1v2, but the spray doesn't connect, and numbers are further expounded upon, it feels like, for SRG.
Tough to get caught in sight like that. Almost a situation where playing lives is going to be good for Puppy Thieves, but they're so quickly acted upon here with SRG's strats and not backpedal fast enough. Still 2-2. They're going to take it back with a little bit of waterfall into the side here. The biggest clear is going to be on that B main play, though. Lydia can stay there forever.
And they're gonna wait probably for the stage wall to drop, but that's gonna make just little room for error in the time department. And Dota has a bait angle, right, to play from. The refrags have to follow, or she can get ahead of the timing altogether. SRG and Sarah does the same too. No satchels out, no reswings, no refrags. It's gonna be seamless into a third round conversion, and just like Breeze, they snuff out any real hope of stability for Puppy Thieves. This is just a heartbreak of a way it feels like to go out. You thought you had good foundation on this map. It was a 13-10 in the Swiss stage against this team, and they're looking forward to this matchup, it being a culmination of all they've learned this stage. And to me, it feels like this is not a strong showing of what we know this team is capable of. This to me was a dark horse to lower bracket run team, Rivington, on this event. And I think Ghost has now replaced them, has upset them in that pedestal, and I think, yeah, we're pretty much on track for that rematch in the next round of the lowers between SRG and Ghost. But Puppy Thieves, let's see what fight they have left. Our little hearts, and again, SRG, same start. Strong B, deny any sort of early presence, early control. See what Noya is able to do, what info she's able to gather A side, and Okay. Hear me out, Riv. I'm calling this way too early. Can we get an Avengers moment for SRG over this wall? I already talked about it.
Saying.
The Neon can't get past the wall, but if you all wall up at the same time, I mean, come on, Sarah, please. Alexis, please. No, they just break it. No fun.
They waited last time. So, sometimes you just gotta roll the dice, right? For the viewers that get into sight safe. Just a little bit of damage onto Noya. Nobody's really gonna worry about. Look at these Guardians on the other side. The Avengers on one, Guardians of the Galaxy on the other. Who's gonna be getting this round? Trying to push in through screen. They get the wall broken, and now I think SRG knows that's gonna be a bunch of long rifles. But Donut still pushes up. This is the same thing they did at B. They don't let Puppy Thieves activate. SRG comes out of the site to make the play happen. That's just a wild way to go about it.
Hey, Rick, can you remind me of what the Neon nerfs were? Because I don't know if they're here in the room with us right about now. Like, accuracy shouldn't be here, but their name's on the attendance list for the party. Yeah, that is a flawless way to get to map points. And I mean, they're on track just to snuff this out even faster than map 1 at this point. Broken by, you got to force up like every round is the last, and much like Breeze, it'll require 8 in a row for Puppy Thieves to have an OT chance to push this to Haven, a map that already would be another uphill battle for them. Owing the strength of SRG on that map, and I don't know, Overdrive, Seekers, it feels like a great match made in heaven for an exec. Did she see it?
Still staying in sight though, even if they did, they're always playing the anchor position, which becomes so tough. And again, no chance to get out there, but St. Claus brings the chance in, a win condition here with 2 kills on the Bulldog. Scoped in and just trying to play the timing correctly around the pillar, but SRG is there too quick to back each other up.
And Sarah's activated fight, brawl mode, clutch mode on the aggro line. Oya regroups for the crunch effect. It's all down to Terror in CT for the 1v2. Tries to isolate the fight on Raptors with the Guardian, but Sarah is staring her down. And even then, Alexis is set up for the refrag, the retrade, and the leader closes it out. Yeah, but who else for the 13-4-2-0 victory? They don't let history get changed. They troop on forward in their lower bracket run, eliminating another team in their wake.
Absolutely incredible stuff from Shopify Rebellion over the last few days. You know, seeing 3 losses in a row, finding themselves across different leagues, finding themselves in the lower bracket, and people thinking maybe there was, you know, a period of kind of growth that needed to happen. No, they knew exactly what needed. They brought out some new stuff as well today on Split just to throw their opponents off, and are showing incredible here to just be a fierce opponent still.
Yep, and that map's fun too because it was truly a team effort through and through. You know, I think Dota stole the spotlight there towards the tail end of it, but no substantial first blood advantage for any one player, right? Like, this is every player filling the gap that leadership changes, that frag changes, power level changes have just modified as this team has evolved over the seasons and the stages. And And there was some learning curve that dropped into the lowers, but right now they are looking just as strong as a team that came in destined to win this event as your #1 seed, Irvington. But with that, again, while it was a quicker end, we'll say no quintuple plus overtime, this is not the end of your Game Changers North America coverage for the day. We'll have an interview with one of the members from SR. The desk will be there to wrap up the rest of the day. So we're going to a quick break, but when we come back, close of the day with the desk.
Shopify Rebellion Gold stay afloat in the lower bracket with a quick 2-0 win over the Puppy Thieves, but we've still got a little bit of show left for you. We're going to break things down here on the desk, and we've got an interview coming up with Alexis in just a little bit. So let's dive right on into the action here. We'll start with you, Athena. This was a swift one, quite frankly. I think Dodonut was on fire returning to the Neon on this map.
Oh yeah, there were so many rounds where they got 4Ks, but this round specifically, she got a 5K. I know she's running around screaming, saying, eco frags, eco frags. but it was kind of insane. I think Dodonut carried that kind of persistence that we talked about from that Breeze game, where being confident and getting those entries, and carried that into the split game. She was doing this both on defense and attack, and it felt really comfortable seeing her on that Neon, back at it again, sliding all over the place, making sure she's getting those entries and those picks. It was really nice to see. I think one of the reasons why they just keep it together every single time.
Yeah, and they had actually pushed, I mean, for SRG, obviously, they've had great performances throughout the entirety of every Game Changers that we've seen of them so far. But, you know, they had pushed WOOF into this, like, economic despair where it really was 2 rounds won, 1 round lost. A lot of those rounds actually being eco rounds from WOOF. So, you know, you're kind of looking at this place of WOOF where they really just can't win unless they're put in a high pressure alternative, and that in itself was pretty hard, right? SRG were completely on top of it. I agree. Dodonut was on top of it as well, right? 19-12, 332 ACS, the similar, you know, standing that we got to see from Alexis previously. And when you're having members of your team stand up like this, it becomes almost impossible.
Yeah, it seemed like everything was kind of working for Shopify. The individual form, I think the calling too, from Alexis was doing good work to sort of navigate some of the tougher rounds, or like the anti-ecos and those sorts of things, not taking too many chances, kept it all locked and loaded. And that's why I have the distinct pleasure of welcoming Alexis to the show. We got the Verizon post-match interview. Hello, Alexis.
Hey bestie.
Hey, you know what? The people have been asking. They're dying to know. What is up?
Literally not much. What's up with you?
No, literally not even that much. Just 2 2-0s today, you know. No issues. No issues for you. So happy to see you do well today and stay alive here in the lower bracket.
Thanks.
I do want to ask you, cuz you know, people tell me that IGLs aren't really allowed to get kills, but like you just did. What's up?
You know, I'm somewhat of like a rule breaker. You know what I mean? I don't really like follow the status quo, if you will. I'm kind of a rebel. So that's kind of my inspo for the map 1 today.
Yeah, no, I love that. I love that. On a more serious note, I am curious now that you have like a little bit more like time IGLing with the team under your belt. Obviously, you're in a tough situation losing that first series of the tournament. But what have your sort of learnings been during this tournament, and how do you see your like calling start to develop here?
We scrim a lot of tier 2 teams. That is like the majority of our scrims, like people who are in challengers. I will say playing GC is a lot different. Like, it's just not the same play style. I think I noticed that a lot in our first match, and even in Swiss, I noticed it a lot, that I kind of have to adjust my calling a lot from what I normally would. And so I'm trying to like adapt to that right now. But yeah, this is like my first GCI gelling, so you know it takes some time to adapt, and like you see new things every day in scrims and practice and matches, so I'm just learning how to adapt to everything that I see.
Do you think there are other people on the team that are maybe doing a little bit more than they would have in the past to sort of like carry the weight or come up with ideas when you're either out of game, like prepping for the week, or even in game on tourney days?
It's definitely a team effort. I think our team dynamic before was Mel IGLing and I did most of the mid-rounding. So going from having a mid-rounder to having no mid-rounder, it's like the team kind of as a whole has to pick up the job of mid-rounding. Obviously, a lot of it is me just yapping, but we had some great calls just as a team in general. Like, Lydia had some great reads. Lydia's super smart. And just the whole team, like everyone has ideas and they're bringing them. And that is something we had to work on at first because everyone was so used to me and Mel kind of dictating everything. But now like it's such a team effort and like everyone has incredible calls and ideas.
How would you sort of rate your like out of 100% or something, like how far do you think you are developed to like a comfortable position where like you're very happy with your calling?
I think I should have been in IGL for my whole career. I think that is what my calling was. I think I should have always been calling. Obviously, it just didn't work out that way because we had no. But I think I feel very comfortable, and I feel like this is where I'm meant to be. So I think if like 100 is like Pujan in his prime, like I'm maybe like a 78%. I'm getting there.
Okay, we're right there. I love that. Now, Speaking of, some good IGLs, I know for a fact that Mel has been watch partying, and sometimes I say like, oh, do you have like a message for a fan at the end of an interview like this? So do you have a message for like your #1 fan?
Let me think. I think she's watch partying with Loic too. So hey, French baddie Loic, how are you? For Melanji, like I'm low-key cooking now. Like, am I not cooking? Like I'm kind of cooking. Hey, girl. Hey.
No, you're absolutely cooking. I love it. That's it. I'm not gonna take any more of your time. You can get out of here. It's all good.
All right.
You got more Valorant to play. Oh wow, we're just really kicking you out.
Wow, we said
bye,
peace.
Alexi. And welcome back, Gompers and Athena. Thoughts? Did we learn, the hard hitting stuff we were looking for, Athena?
Dude, I think that for me, I've played with Alexis before in a different FPS title, and
okay,
I think
brag.
what she's saying, yeah, just bragging. I know her. I know her like that. I used to message her on Steve all the time. It was a whole thing. No, anyway, I think that her saying that her calling was IGLing is completely valid because she's always had a really good voice, really good reads on the game as well. And I think that I'm really excited to see where she kind of goes and blossoms with it because it's clear that they're starting some sort of new system and it is working out for them.
All right, well, with the day coming to a close, we can check out the updated bracket. We've only got 4 teams left in the main event. Of course, with our results today, we have Shopify and Ghost having a rematch in that series that Ghost took the last time. But also, Gompers, that upper finals of FlyQuest and SwimTrek is going to be pretty exciting.
Yeah, for the rematch, the lower semifinals, that one is going to be insane, right? I think that's something I'm pretty excited for, just in regards to SRG were knocked down by Ghost, so that could be the biggest upset within Game Changers, or it could be, pretty much the same iteration of SRG being on top, right? So that really changes the storyline of things, but Fly and Swim, this is a matchup that is pretty exciting because it's the 2 strongest right now in the upper bracket, kind of showcasing whether or not they're going to be knocked down to the lower finals and have to work their way back up for a potential rematch in that grand final spot.
No, it's gonna be a lot of fun. Our next games are gonna be played on Wednesday, starting at 2 p.m. PST. So don't miss it. You've got a couple of days to relax, to recuperate. You've had your fix of Valorant for a second. I'm mainly making sure that Mel knows that we're starting on a Wednesday, so she can watch.
Okay.
I figured that you knew, Athena. This wasn't for you. This is for the people out there. Okay? You can't do anything,
I was just making sure I was free, like I just had to make sure I had space and time.
Good. That's what I want to hear. It is going to be fun. Do you have a final message for the fans out there? Sorry, I know your feelings were getting hurt because I was asking Alexis, and I just want to give you both a chance to get something out there. Athena, you go.
Gompers.
No, Gompers. Okay.
No.
Sure.
Gompers.
Gosh, guys, what the heck?
You
oh
got
yeah. That's a
this
lot
is
of
really
pressure.
important.
Hey, everyone.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess as Alexis would say, hey. Hey.
I love that.
It's so good. All right, you know what? You don't get to say anything to fans, Athena. You've said enough. This is gonna do it for our show today. Okay, just do the. You know what? Thank you everyone for watching, and
hey.
We'll come back on Wednesday. This is it. There's no more.